Good morning and welcome to Traders Corner's Labor Day special event. This is my favorite time of the year. The dog days of summer are finally over, and with the change of the season, we're getting ready to shift gears and prepare for a new trading environment. On our panel today, we've handpicked 8 professional trading experts of the highest caliber, and they've agreed to share their most consistent and profitable trading strategies with us today in a free online educational forum. In today's summit, we're going to learn from a wide range of topics, from how to gain a competitive advantage in your trading to how to leverage artificial intelligence into an automated strategy. So let's not waste any more time. Today's show is packed with great information. Our first presenter has over 19 years of trading experience. He has accreditations in ASX derivatives, advisor levels 1 and 2, foreign exchange general advice, and several tiers of financial planning. He has also worked in exchange-listed and OTC derivatives broking roles. This led to trading structures across the debt market at a professional futures trading firm. It has developed his deep understanding of institutional emphasis on trading relative value, a vital component of his daily game plans. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Most People Do This in Their Trading, Make It Your Competitive Advantage, is Mr. Adam Fiske of Boss Trading. Welcome to Traders Corner, Adam.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hi, everybody. Thank you to Traders Corner for organising this event, and well done to everyone for making the effort to attend, because you're serious about improving on your trading. And with that, let's get into it. Most people do this in their trading and they're not aware of it. And maybe you're doing it too. So let's find out what that is. And let's also find out how you can make it your competitive advantage. And don't worry about taking notes. If you'd like to receive a transcript, I'll let you know how to do it at the end. Tell me if this sounds familiar. You enter a trade and you feel your heart racing as you watch the price move underwater. You've made a mistake and you have no choice but to crystallize a loss. What happens next? Suddenly price moves as you'd planned. So you jump back in with a feeling of excitement and relief. You're going to make back that loss and some in a hot minute. But then price moves against you for a second time and it's another loss. And now you're feeling drained and frustrated. Everyone's had this experience, right? Well, in a minute, you're going to learn why it happens and how you can avoid it. And not only that, how you can monetize it, because it happens to everyone. So that's a lot of opportunity. But first, have you noticed how the traders you read about, hear about, who books are written about, who are interviewed on podcasts, all have what in common? They all come from professional trading backgrounds, managing money, proprietary trading firms, that type of thing, right? So why not find out how you compare to an industry trained trader while in a trade? Because wouldn't it be great to know if you can think along? Watching live minute by minute market observations and decisions about managing a real trade, you can discover how your thinking compares. So if you're up for the challenge, I've created a special opportunity just for today. Simply go to the link on the slide, bosstrading.link/GFI, and see how you go thinking along. And now let's get back to what most people do in their trading and how you can make it your competitive advantage. Did you know there's a part of your brain that can overpower rational thinking, logic, and even the will to live? Psychologists James Olds and Peter Milner inserted an electrode into a region of a rat's brain, which is now referred to as the pleasure center. The rat could self-administer an electrical current to its pleasure center by pressing a lever. The sensation was so pleasurable, the rat endured the pain of running across an electrified grid just to get its charge. The rat ignored food and drink and kept pressing that lever over and over until it died of exhaustion. The scientific name for the pleasure center is the nucleus accumbens. When stimulated, it releases the feel-good chemical dopamine, which is responsible for your energy, your motivation, and your drive, all that good stuff you want in your trading. But it's in the timing of its release that's going to help you understand a whole lot about what you do when you're trading and what most other people are doing when trading. A surprise anticipation of reward triggers the release of dopamine. In the early 90s, Wolfram Schultz, professor of neuroscience at Cambridge University, and his team had a revelation. To a poor unsuspecting monkey, revealing a piece of apple sent the monkey's neurons wild. The feel-good chemical dopamine was signaling to the brain, hey, here comes a reward. But the dopamine neurons stopped firing when the monkey realized the treat was on its way. So the key to dopamine release is surprise. Make a mental note, it's about surprise. You know, when you trade, an internal conflict takes place. You see, it's your innate human tendency to find a pattern amongst the randomness of market behavior. It's no different to people who swear they see patterns and repeating sequences when playing the pokies. But it's a struggle to predict exactly when that pattern will appear for a reward to take place. And it's this struggle amongst the chaos, whether it be at the pokies or at the trading screens, which sends your dopamine neurons into overdrive, getting super active. So if you've ever wondered why you took a trade for seemingly no reason, it turns out that stimulating your dopamine neurons is the root cause. It's actually medically proven. I'll show you. Using MRI scans, in their first experiment, Dr. Hans Breiter of Northwestern University and his team administered cocaine to a cocaine addict. What you see on the screen, the red and a dot of yellow, that's right on the nucleus accumbens. And these colors represent the turning on of your reward system, firing up your dopamine. But the next experiment involves subjects playing games of monetary reward. And guess what? None of Breiter's team predicted MRI scans of cocaine addicts anticipating a hit of or a cocaine infusion looked exactly like the MRI scans of healthy control subjects anticipating a monetary win. So the point here is anticipation is fundamental to your experience, aka what you feel about a future reward. Poker game designer Michael Shackelford, also known as the Wizard of Odds, has made a small fortune designing games that are guaranteed to lose. Because he and the entire poker industry know people are vulnerable when anticipating a reward. Let me explain. If someone does get lucky and gets a huge payout on the slot machines, why don't they walk away? Why do people not walk away from the betting tables if they've had a win? Let me show you something. The image you're looking at is showing you the spike in dopamine you receive in anticipating a reward if you put on a trade. It's so powerful that the anticipation of reward spike in dopamine is what causes you to put on a trade that you immediately wonder, what the hell did I do that? Anticipation gets the better of you and you can't help but jump into a trade. But look what happens once you enter the trade. Can you see how your dopamine immediately then drops? So the reason why someone keeps playing the pokies after they've had a win is because the feeling of reward doesn't come from the win. It comes from the anticipation of reward. This explains why someone jumps into a trade and then when dopamine drops, they come to their senses and get out of the trade, all of a sudden, they find themselves jumping back in again. Make sense? So remember the first slide? In anticipation of a reward, you enter a trade and you feel your heart racing as you watch the price move underwater. You've made a mistake and you have no choice but to crystallize a loss. With your dopamine spike now over, guess what happens next? You are now unknowingly vulnerable to yet another spike in dopamine. Suddenly price moves as you'd planned, and there's your anticipation reward spike in dopamine and you jump back in. Can you see how the cycle works now? When you trade, you repeat going through an experience of anticipation. Like the rat, each trade is a jolt in electricity from your reward system. But what makes this cycle so powerful? You might think you'd never be one of those people who gets addicted to playing the slot machines. But what about making unnecessary trades? You're getting nudged along when your dopamine spikes to enter a trade because you feel as a trader at the screens, you should be trading. I'm not making money if I'm not in a trade, so I'm itching to get into a trade. I can't call myself a trader if I'm not trading. I better get in. I've set aside this time to trade, so I better put on a trade. This is what makes you vulnerable to putting on poorly timed trades or trades that you know are completely crap trades, right? So with all this vulnerability, what happens next? Look, every day, the cocktail of looking for patterns, reward anticipation, and the associated neurochemicals get expressed by people buying and selling without knowing what's driving their actions. And skilled traders know this and profit from it. Let me show you. The following trades you'll see are all trades that had planned to trade the long side. The blue arrows are buys, the pinks are sells, right? And while you can see the long trade that was made, before the long trade, there's a short. Now the plan all along was for the long trade based around an idea about why price would move up. But the short trade, which isn't the main focus, that would be the long side, the short trade takes advantage of people who were in a hurry to jump in and get long, spurred on by the anticipation of a reward spiking their dopamine. This trading that you're seeing here in front of you, that's actually from yesterday. But whether it's yesterday or from 3 months ago, or even 3 years ago, it happens all the time. And who does it happen to? To answer, have you ever been shaken out of a trade, taken a loss, and then sat on the sidelines seeing the market move without you? Of course, right? It happens to most people in the market. So it begs the question, is there a connection between what most people do in markets and how markets function? Look, if you understand the markets play a role in passing money from one group of traders to another, then you know why the market needs you to make poor trade choices, correct? And what better way to do it than prey on vulnerabilities? Vulnerabilities most people are completely oblivious to. Make sense? Think of slot machines. They're terrible bets, yet they successfully prey on people's vulnerabilities by combining positive music with beautiful graphics and flashing lights, and they're even programmed in such a way to trick people into thinking certain patterns are occurring. It's all geared towards getting people to act using the science of anticipation of a reward. So what's your best defense? Your best defense against it starts quite simply with being aware the market needs you to make poor trades and will prey on your surprise anticipation of a reward. You see, when you're sitting at the screens and top of mind is, what's the market doing to suck me in? Suddenly you're playing a different game than you've been playing before. Agree? It's like getting into the boxing ring. You know that once the fight starts, blows are coming your way. So you've got your dukes up to protect yourself, right? Which is the complete opposite of someone who is king hit from behind, never knowing it's coming, and why often these king hits lead to fatalities. My point is, knowing it's coming is a game changer. When asked about his stellar performance in the Market Wizards interviews, Mark Weinstein said, "I have a real fear of markets." What he meant by that is he knows about the danger, and so his process is developed to safely navigate the dangers. You don't cross a busy intersection without first looking both ways. And why is that? Because you know of the pending danger. Your best defense starts with knowing about the danger. And so far today, we've discussed a danger which you're now aware of, a danger that hurts most people when they trade. But because it's so prevalent, why limit trading to only avoiding getting hurt? When you think about just how many people are caught out, it's a massive opportunity for genuine competitive advantage if you can be the minority taking the other side of the majority when they're making bad trades. Agree? But the bars on the charts don't tell you who the traders buying or selling are or what's motivating them to do so, correct? So how can you tell? You're probably familiar with the term playbook trade, right? But those who are not, when you have an idea about why price will move, for example, this is one from this week, Hong Kong just reduced commissions of the stock trading to actually it was stamp duty, sorry, on stock trading to reinvigorate the market. And this is considered bullish for the market. But buying into the Hong Kong market directly, it's a bit too obvious. So we'll express that idea by looking for a long trade in the Australian dollar futures instead. Okay, sure, that's a unique idea. And the details of it's not really something we've got time to cover today, but nonetheless, it's our trade idea. Okay, you've got your trade idea, but the question is, how do you trade it? How do you go from an idea about what a market might do to trading it? This is where your playbook comes in. It provides you with a framework to execute your idea using known low risk, high payout strategies. You'll see an example in a minute, but first, the market can move from A to B in any number of ways, correct? And to use a favorite quote by Dr. Brett Steenbarger, not all movement is opportunity. You first need to see the market behave in a way that matches one of your strategies so you can enter with low risk because maybe the idea will take several goes. And as well as keeping your risk to a paper cut, your playbook trade also tells you when to take profits. Make sense? Let's run through a real example. Tell me, have you ever missed a market move? Of course you have. But what happens when that missed opportunity is a major one? How do you feel? Experiencing disappointment in missing a large move, many people strive to capitalize on a reversal. The underlying principle lies in people trading to regulate their emotional state. Hold on to that thought. The chart you're looking at shows a sharp move to the upside. And we know people are wanting to put on a trade because that's what a trader does. So you've already got people disappointed they didn't get this move, the move that's been and gone. So the option is to go short, and they won't need much of a nudge to get them into a short, right? And remember, people will try to make sense of the uncertainty and randomness and chaos by trying to see some sort of pattern because that's innate human behavior. And in seeing what they think is a pattern saying the market is a short trade opportunity, the anticipation of reward will lead to jumping into a short trade. And that trap is now set. So our idea is we want to take the opposite side of the traders going short. We want to take advantage of a short covering rally. But when do we get long? We don't know if our idea will work. And if it does, we don't know actually when it's going to happen. And between now and then, price can move around a lot, can't it? Tell me, how often have you heard someone say, oh, I knew it would do that? Yet in the lead up, they entered into a trade, took a ton of heat, possibly even a massive loss or two, and only then does the market do that. Maybe you've experienced this yourself. And to rub salt into your wounds, you're on the sidelines not participating in that move when it finally happens. Had that experience? Moving along, and you can see that our huge move up in price did indeed roll over. And we're going to assume there are plenty of new short sellers now in this new move to the downside. Our plan is to buy. But look at all the possible areas to buy each time price started moving up, to then only start to roll back over again. That's the very real danger of your trade idea, not knowing when it's going to occur. So if all the arrows point to where price turned back up, what we can clearly see is simply buying when price starts going back up isn't going to work. So how do you know when to buy? This is where your playbook comes in. When you have an idea about the market moving because of X, Y, Z, your playbook provides you with a framework to execute on your idea. It does so by using a known low risk but high odds of a payout strategy. Here's our playbook trade. In this chart you're looking at right now, can you see where let's have a look here. Can you see where the long trade as per our idea was made, right? So we're just buying here, right? And can you also see that we then added into the trade just here? And then I'm sure you can see where we exited to take profits up here. And then importantly, you can see where that, what I call low cost to find out the trade isn't working right now is, and that was right there. So there are three key points here. One, the cost of the idea not working is cheap. Two, the payout due to adding, and I'm going to come back to this later about adding, is much larger than the cost, which leads to point three. So even if the idea only works after several false starts, overall is still a winner. But there's something you can't see. What you can't see are all 12 reasons to enter into this trade. That's right, this particular playbook trade has 12 unique points of evidence that when combined give you a high odds outcome. But a high odds outcome is not the same as a guaranteed outcome. So vital to a playbook trade is the tiny cost when the idea isn't working right now. Because it's not uncommon for trades to take several goes before the timing is right. I'm sure you can also relate to this because I experience every day. And remember that person who says, I knew it'd do that, but that's after they've already experienced several losses entering before the move happened. Another way to think of playbook trades is like this. I don't know if you've ever been to an art gallery, you walk around, but then you spot someone who's staring at the same painting for like 20 minutes. What are they looking at? They're looking at what you can only see if you're an expert, right? Expert to tell if the painting is genuine or a forgery. Expert to notice who the artist is without being told, just by looking at the work. What you're looking at is the trading station of an independent trader who was once trading at a professional firm. Guess what? Almost every window shows data for the same instrument. So they're looking at many layers of the same onion. They can see what others can't, just like the expert at the art gallery. Make sense? And that's how they can see the people who jump in and trade in reaction to the anticipation of a reward dopamine spike. The people in a hurry to put on a trade. The people who get out at a loss only to jump back in and take another loss. The people who suddenly have a trade on they didn't plan entering and are now underwater stuck like a deer in the headlights. The people who feed the other professional traders who understand how people are making trades based on regulating an emotional state. Specifically, by incorporating the time and sales and a range of footprint charts, the trader can see if people are aggressively entering into long or short positions, and based on their size and the quality of their entry price, they can make some educated guesses as to who's sophisticated and skillful and who's likely to get stopped out due to making a bad trade. And let me show you why it's important to know who's buying and selling. And it involves a trade taken about 5 hours ago. First, we're looking at another strong move to the upside. But what about our idea? Is it the same as last time? Let me explain. Remember the layers of the onion? Typically, there's about an hour's analytical work before trading. I call this phase game planning. You'll see why in a minute. And it's accumulative. What I mean is it joins up with the hour from yesterday and the hour from the day before and so on. It's like reading a book. You don't start in the middle because you're missing the important preceding chapters that are all connected. Same goes for trading. So even though there has been a large move to the upside, based on the accumulated evidence from all those onion layers, if price moves into a specific area as marked on this chart, then we have the green light, we have the game plan to go short. I say game plan because on the chart you can see zones where we can play, like playing fields in sports, out of bounds and inbound areas for your long trades and your short trades. Because when the market's moving, trying to work all that stuff out while simultaneously seeing stuff lit up like the slot machines, you're just going to be vulnerable to taking trades due to the anticipation of a reward spike in your dopamine. And you know what? There are people who are unprepared to trade, and it makes them really vulnerable to making trades that will hurt them. Because in the absence of all the stuff that deals with the danger, they are now sitting ducks to their spike in dopamine in anticipation of a reward. So what happens next? Once you've done all that game planning, now it becomes a case of waiting for behaviors to align with one of the playbook trades. And that's what you're looking at on this chart, the execution of two different playbook trades. Now, if you remember from the chart previous, the first short trade that you can see here occurs in an area where I'd nominate as, yeah, that's where we want to go short, but it's not the preferred spot. So very defensive here, and that's why it gets out really soon, because I just don't want to take any heat. And then what happens? The market drops. Well, remember the saying, not all movement is opportunity. So we're sitting on the sidelines through that move down, but then a different playbook trade sets up, and it does so in the preferred area to be short. So this warrants being more aggressive. And so what you can see is shorting and then adding. So the size in this trade and the what's the word I'm looking for? And the amount of heat that you're prepared to take is greater than what it is in here, because the two scenarios have very different odds. So because it warrants being more aggressive, you see the extra ads and you get the better payout and so on. And this actually, sorry, this just reminds me of something. Some people can't seem to get their trading past one step forward, one step back, one step forward, and so on. And if you look at their stats, often you'll see even bet sizing. Well, I can tell you in the professional firms, no one sticks to even bet sizing. Think of it like poker. There isn't a single professional poker player who bets the same amount every bet, right? In the business of trading, a massive part of trading success, like huge part of it, is attributed to bet sizing. And I think people actually intuitively know this, but you can't just keep raising every hand. So the issue is when to raise and when not to. In the trade we just looked at, the sizing varied between two trades because the conditions of the trades were really different. When you have a game plan consisting of playing fields individually ranked for trading, and then you add on top of that your playbook trades, which also have their own individual rankings, combined, they tell you how much to vary your bet, what the volume of your trade should be. The flip side of this, of course, is when you're even bet sizing, when you're not even bet sizing, you can't make progress. And there's an emotional toll that comes with that. When you're working hard only to see every forward step, then take a step backwards, you're just primed to make emotionally based trading decisions, right? I think we've all heard this quote from Ed Seykota, right? And this is from, I think this is from the very first Market Wizards book. And when I read it, gosh, it's over 20 years ago, I just didn't really understand where he was coming from. And the quote is, win or lose, everybody gets what they want out of the market, by Ed Seykota. But giving it some thought, as I've matured as a trader and gained experience, the way I see it, in the calmness of planning to trade, everybody actually shares the same desire not to lose money. So you could say that most people's wants are aligned. But once trading starts, for many people, the actions taken are to regulate an emotional state. And that's how they're getting what they want, even when that means they're likely losing money. Tell me, would you find it helpful to receive detailed trade write-ups of trades like the ones we covered? If so, then go to the address on the slide, right, bosstrading.link/GFI, and register. You'll also get immediate access to watch minute-by-minute trading that reveals the thinking and decision-making that goes into a trade. What you'll see is the layers of the onion that lets you know who the traders are who are jumping in based on emotional-based reactions that we've just been talking about. I'll just leave that there for a second so you can make a note or type it into another tab on your browser. And I'm sorry I don't have any waiting music, but we'll just give it a second, and I'm actually just going to use this to grab a quick drink of water. Okay. Cheers, by the way, if you had one too. So I think a quick recap on who I am and my experience might help you. I placed my first trade over 30 years ago as a retail trader. It didn't end well. And the outcome of the many trades I placed after was overall, I lost money. Sure, I had some wins, but overall, I lost money. It took me a long time to realize that those wins were not an indication that I'd turned the corner. It took me a long time to realize that a loser overall doesn't have 100% losers, right? We have a betting ad in Australia which says it perfectly. You win some, you lose more. Isn't that such the case for most people in trading? And having your account value either blow out or slowly but surely bleed out is horrible, isn't it? The problem is that the reward you get from some wins is precisely why you end up going back to the tables, the slot machine, and the market. You think everything has changed, but ultimately you end up losing more, right? So to stop the bleeding, I wanted to know what I couldn't get from books and courses. So the path I ended up taking was stockbroking, which led to actively trading the money of what is termed wholesale clients or sophisticated investors, as they're also called. Now imagine sitting on a desk in a room with 60 other people all trading. You learn plenty when surrounded by your peers doing similar across numerous asset classes. These roles require various accreditations, so your knowledge is also pretty sound. But when I moved to trading at a proprietary trading firm, holy moly, did that specific trading skills, expertise pale in comparison to the skills and knowledge gained trading at a firm. Imagine sitting at a desk and 3 meters from you is a trader doing such huge size, and this is in the debt market, he receives over 60 grand per month just in commission rebates for his own trading, and being surrounded by people who once traded on the trading floor. Now I'm from Australia, so the floor I'm referring to is the SFE, Sydney Futures Exchange. But not only that, when you trade at a firm, and I think this is important, you're required to sign an NDA. So all the really good stuff about trading, you're not going to find it on YouTube. For people who believe a mentor can be helpful, a mentor who can offer similar to a professional firm accelerates the learning curve, but it's going to come at a premium. So the reality, therefore, it's not within reach of everyone. Conversely, it's actually wasteful and likely to set you back if you outlay money on poor mentoring. The way you can differentiate poor mentoring from premium mentoring is professional background. Professional firm training is second to none, and that's what you want. So you want someone with unique skills and expertise, and you don't want stuff limited to show and tell. A bunch of videos on how to play golf won't help you. You need individual ongoing assessment and feedback. And you also need sufficient time. A couple of one-on-one sessions isn't going to move the needle. It takes time to develop expertise. In the mentoring work I do with traders, I really don't care about gains to begin with. And this is because I went through the process of being like an intern at a professional trading firm. I was in my 40s there with all these young pups, right? I was like the old guy. Instead, when working with traders, we focus on coming up with good ideas that have edge. That's one essential skill in itself. And then there's the execution, learning to identify certain playbook trades and then executing at good areas. Good trading is stuff you can pin up on the wall where you see all your buys and sells of your trades. It's something to look at and be proud of. When everything is based on getting good at things you can control, then it's not the emotional reactive stuff. Specifics you can clearly see to improve upon is how you make progress, and your account performing is a byproduct. When you're doing the right things well, accounts make money. Here's something that you might find interesting. When you trade at a professional firm, right? I was an intraday futures trader amongst a whole lot of other intraday futures traders. You can't see your P&L. Now, how many of you look at your P&L while you're trading? Yet in the professional environment, you can't see it. Now, it's not that you have some unlimited risk amount, that of course, and what happens is you have a daily stop amount and it's either an email, or if you're super close to the event, someone comes over and you get a tap on the shoulder. It's like, hey, you're done for the day. But the point is, when you focusing on the things that I just mentioned before, account and P&L is a byproduct of that, not where you should be focusing. And the problem with focusing on your P&L is that's where all the emotional stuff comes in, which triggers that trap with the anticipation of reward spike in dopamine. So I suggest also you hide your P&L if you're not doing so already. And that actually brings me to the end. So I just want to say thanks for listening. And my hope is that you can go away today to improve tomorrow. But on that, please feel free to reach out to me on my email, which is up there, if that's to either request a transcript of today's presentation or to ask me about mentoring. And by going to the Boss Trading site, you can join the weekly newsletter, Methods of Professional Trading Firms, the stuff that isn't found outside of the industry, right? Guiding traders to consistency. So once again, thanks. And I hope you have a wonderful remainder of today's special event. And if you've got any questions, hit me up. So we've got a few minutes here if you want to just take advantage, and I don't care what you ask me. You can ask me about Australia if you like.
Adam, if you don't mind me saying so, this is the first time I've seen your presentation, and I am just blown away by the psychology, the everything, the comparisons to the slot machines, the psyche, the dopamine. I couldn't have identified more with it and thought it was just brilliant.
Well, appreciate you coming on and saying that, because what you are reiterating is everyone goes through it, myself included. And so it takes understanding how the game is played to realize what's going on. There's some fantastic, if you can find just a backdrop to that information that so I'm big on, obviously, the psychology of trading. If you can find out about how the pokie machines are designed, because that's easier to find out than trying to find out what the algos are doing, right? You just got to realize that the slot machine industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, but it's nothing compared to the markets. And so, you know, when you think of what are some of the ways that slot machines, the markets in sort of like in try to catch your attention. Look at how you see bids and offers flash constantly on the DOM. That's one way. I liken that to, like, you know, those lures that catch fish that are designed to like wriggle around a lot to catch the attention. It's the same thing. Speed's another one. And again, you can use the slot machine analogy. You know, when you see everything spin around on the slot machine, imagine if there was no music, no flashing lights, and they just turned around really slowly. You'd be bored. But when markets move quickly, that's what grabs your attention. That's what stimulates your, oh, I think there's a reward. And you just go jumping into the markets without sort of thinking twice about it, because you're reacting to that spike. So a lot of the trades, so my trading business is actually, when someone says, what's your business? My business is providing liquidity to traders urgently exiting trades that are offside, right? So, you know, this is why I know this stuff, because it's the focus of my business. Where a lot of it stems from is it's all the stuff I used to get bloody well caught on. And this is really important. I know all of us have been through, anyone who's traded, you have a shitty period, excuse my language, and you beat yourself up, right? And you go, I'm such a effing loser, and all that sort of stuff, right? You go through that pain and that self put down and that crap. And you know what gets you out of it? When you have an aha moment, you go, holy crap, markets are counterintuitive. What's going on there? How I'm reacting, I'm not no different to everyone else. And so, yeah, you think, how can people possibly get hooked on pokie machines? But it's not, and you know, most of us won't. But how many of us have got sucked into doing shit in our trading because of the way that markets are designed? And I can absolutely promise you, and because I've worked in the industry, I know people who work in funds and things that are algo based and everything else. They're so onto this stuff, like you would not believe, to entice people to do things. So one of the big areas for growth in your trading comes from actually having the realization that all the shit you did is the same as everyone else has fallen for. So if you can start to then look back and go, how did I get caught? Now you've suddenly got opportunity to have a trade that catches out everyone else except you. I hope that makes sense, but that's where you'll get a lot of great trade opportunities. Basically, when I work with a client, say his name's Dylan or Greg, let's say Greg, and typically people who come to me, they've been trading for a long time. And so it's literally a case of Greg meet Greg version 1, and now you've got Greg version 2. And so the best person to beat Greg version 1, the trader who sucks, right, is Greg version 2, who just realizes that he's not unique. So many people do that. And then you can then jump on that and make it a trade that you own. So that's probably the biggest thing I'd say, is the stuff that you do that you bash your head about, and you put yourself down and you're frustrated and you swear and carry on because you've all done it. You're not unique. So many gazillions of people do exactly the same crap, and so therefore there's massive edge in being able to identify what it is, so that then you can start to find trades to take the other side. But if you literally sit there going, the market's it needs me to fall for this shit, excuse my language again, then that's your starting defense. Or I've probably harped on about it enough.
No, I understand. And if you look in the admin chat, one of other presenters is actually giving you big props and just saying, keep telling the truth. He completely agrees with you, stuff like that. But in the interest of time, we have reached it. Adam, from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank you. I thought your presentation was brilliant, great information. Thank you for making such a generous offer to our audience. Trading relative value, very interesting, and I can see how that would provide a competitive advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for a competitive advantage in trading, Mr. Adam Fiske of Boss Trading has a solution for you. I'm going to put his link in the chat box in a second, and you can always find him at bosstrading.com.au for more information. Adam, thank you so much again for being here. We hope Falcon coming all the way from Australia. We do hope you come back to see us again on Traders Corner. I wish you a happy weekend, a happy everything. Have a great one, sir.
Thank you very much.
Very welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to keep the ball rolling. We have a great lineup scheduled, and our next presenter is no exception. He traded professionally for over 3 decades before founding Power Cycle Trading to teach over 1 million traders now what he learned during his trading career. During his tenure as executive vice president, he ran one of the largest oil trading groups in the world. There, he traded and managed billions of dollars worth of oil, foreign exchange, futures, and options. They've traded over $1 billion of security in a single day. Here to present how to trade extreme market uncertainty, butterfly and long condor option spreads is Mr. Larry Gaines of Power Cycle Trading. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Larry, and I am just getting you promoted. With us, Larry?
Pardon me, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. I got you as an organizer and presenter.
Well,
Feel free to put your screen up and take it away.
Up here, 1 second. All right, so good. Everything looks good to go. Let me make sure I've got everything else set up here. And all right, well, thank you again for having me here today. And one more second here. All right, we're good to go. So, awesome. Yeah, again, thanks for having me here today. So excited to be here. So what we're going to talk about here is kind of 2 really great strategies. 2 are my favorites. They're great for any kind of market condition, but really extremely perfect kind of setups for when you're into uncertain or extreme market volatility, where you want to keep your risk really low, but you want to still have the potential for some really big payoffs. So we're going to kind of dive into and talk about the benefits and the advantages of using the butterfly and long condor. So the following presentation today is purely for educational purposes. Any stocks, options, or futures that I mention or ETFs does not constitute a bust and should not be construed as a recommendation. Now, again, I've been trading options now for over 30 years, and what I've found over this kind of trading journey is that the most valuable kind of go-to option strategies can help literally any trader more than others out there, especially during extreme market conditions and uncertainty, come down to using what we call the butterfly and the long condor option spread. So because they're structured for, requiring only a small amount of your kind of hard-earned capital, these can be really explosive returns that can be offered to you. So kind of calling it like lightning in a bottle. One of my first bosses, when I first got into trading back on the oil side, he used to get really excited when we'd have a great trade, and he'd say, man, this is like lightning in a bottle. I wish I could just bottle it up and we could do it every time. Well, that's exactly how it is when you do a really great butterfly trade or long condor. It's just a great return on a low capital at risk. So it gives you a really high return, reward to risk kind of ratio. So the butterfly and the long condors, they're very dynamic, and they can be traded for a variety of different reasons, with different goals in mind. So in other words, you can learn how to trade the butterfly and the condor, and you're going to be covered for both the offense and defense of your trade. So goals and protection. So you can, hedge, but you can make profits, you can make income. Just has a variety and great flexibility to the structure of the trade. So these 2 strategies can work no matter what the markets are doing. They can be up, down, or sideways market environment. Really helps to eliminate the stress of having to be perfect on your stock's direction or overall market. helps to eliminate that time decay, which is an obsession of mine that you encounter during any long options which decay quite rapidly, and also takes the unsettling guesswork out of your trading. So these kind of structures or spreads can be structured for very low cost, giving you low capital at risk, which then can offer some huge returns on that low capital at risk of 10 to 1 or even higher. So we'll go through some examples here today so you can see the flexibility and see the potential for these returns and the low risk that they offer. Now, the other great thing with the butterfly and long condor is they can be used for hedging. So, when you mess a trade up, that's going to happen. So we're not perfect in our trading. So there's always going to be situations or times in the market where, you want to cover your, what pronto when you mess a trade up. And over my years of trading, I literally found no other hedging strategy that comes close to incorporating the butterfly or long condor as a kind of strategy for hedging a core position. So by constructing either the butterfly or the long condor around a strike that is under pressure for another core trade that you have set up, such as a credit spread or a debit spread, it's the best way I've found to immediately neutralize, but not only neutralize that risk, and it's going to lower the risk. And if you've ever done credit spreads, you've probably been in this situation where you've had a lot of great trades, and all of a sudden, something happens in the market, it blows through, and it goes through your short strike, and you're turned upside down, and you're giving back all the profits from all your other trades. And I had one member called, her name's Pam, and she said exactly this. She said, "Wish I'd known how to do this hedging before I lost so much money on credit spreads." And so that's one thing you can do with the butterfly. You can hedge out your risk and lower that risk on a credit spread that goes against you or a debit spread. So it's a really flexible, quick way to hedge. So when we look at the butterfly and condor, let's get the next slide going. They're fairly simplistic in the way that they're structured. So kind of looking at this kind of profile, it's basically, this would be like long a call. So let's say you're long a call and short a call. So this would be like a call debit spread. And you've got your risk defined to the debit paid, so about $300. Now your potential profit on this would be, it's a $10 wide spread. So you're long the 110, short the 120. So $10 wide spread, which would be $1,000 if you're equivalent to one option contract. Your risk is $300. So the potential here is that you can make $700. But if you wanted to hedge out this and lower that risk and still have a bigger potential of return, we can quickly do that with an adjustment if we wanted to, and we could adjust this to butterfly. So that's the other great thing. We can leg in, we can leg out, or we can put it all on at one time. So by just adding another credit spread to this trade, we can hedge this trade out. So in this example, I just sell a call here, that to 10-20 strike. I buy a call above it to make sure I hedge out the upside movement. And I brought in on this example $200. So now I've got a credit of 200. Now I'm risking though, my margin on this would be 800. But the purpose of this was to hedge out the original debit spread. And now we've hedged this into a butterfly, and we've reduced the risk to $100. So what we've done here is we went from a $300 risk to a $100 risk, but we've also increased potential return and profit on this trade if it was to hit the upside target right here. So this is what we call the profit tent, or the top of the tent. So you can see here this top of the tent. Now, if we reduce our risk down to 100, we still have the option spread here. We're long that 10-20 call. We're short up here the 10-20. So I'm sorry, we're long the 10-10, short the 10-20, short the 10-20 again, and then long that 10-30. So now our risk is reduced to 100. We still have that $100 wide spread, our $10 wide, so less than 100 risk. Now we've got a potential return of 900 on that risk of 100. So, if it was to go out here, we can make over 900 or about a 900% return versus the other just strict debit spread of $300 and the return on that. So you can see the potential and the flexibility and the great way that you can hedge coming in or out of these trades. Now the long condor is just kind of what I call the cousin of the butterfly. So what it does is you're going to be able to widen out the spread, and that is what's the beauty of it. So if I look at this long condor here, is similar to the butterfly, but we're going to widen out the profit zone here. So I kind of like the structure for certain market environments, but it's another really great way to add to your trading arsenal different spread that can, reduce your theta, but also give you big returns and also lower your risk. So this is another one that I really like to incorporate into my trading. So that's the long condor. Now, when we look at the core concept that make the butterfly and long condor work, we'll go through kind of a brief summary of what really is important and that makes these two type strategies really pay off. So when we look at the options in general, for the butterfly and long condor options in general, option pricing really comes down to incorporating how to use your time decay and option implied volatility. So when we look at the concept of time decay or theta, we want to look at how it affects the price of your options. So let's kind of review this kind of course concept. So what theta does is it tells us how much an option price is going to go down over time. So this is the rate of time decay of your stock option. And this time decay occurs because that extrinsic value or that time value of your option is going to go down or diminish each and every day as you get closer and closer to expiration. And at that expiration date, it's going to end up going to zero. So that's what we're taking advantage of. So part of the option strategy or spread when we do a butterfly or a condor is we're selling time and volatility to take advantage of this kind of accelerated theta decay, which we can capture that option premium from. So here's an example, just kind of illustrate how it works with a butterfly. So let's trade or say that XYZ is traded at $45. And we're looking for just in this example, just a small move down to 43. So we're targeting a move to $43. So what we could do, we could keep our risk super low by doing what we call a narrow wing butterfly. So in this example, we could go out, we buy, say, 1 September 44 put, and that would cost, let's say, $2.38 per contract. Or that'd be $238 for an option contract. And then we're going to sell against it our targeted price here, the 43. So we're going to sell that 43 put. We're going to bring in $1.67, and then we're going to sell we're going to sell that 43 put again, and then cover below it by the 42 put. So we're protecting the the short strike of the 43. So what we've done here is we've got the debit of 238. And we brought in two credits here of $1.67, and we have the $1.06 debit there. So we've created this, in this example, a very narrow wing butterfly. So if you look at the math on this, you've got a debit cost of $238, $1.06, and then we've got the credit brought in from the body of the butterfly that we're selling, and that's $1.67 times 2. So our total net at risk cost on this example will be $10 per butterfly spread. So that's where we can really control that risk. Now, the great part about it is that your potential return, if you go out right here at the top of that tent, in this example would be a 900% return. So if you just take that middle strike less the lower strike, which is $1, less the cost of the trade, which is 10 cents or 10 bucks, then you can see that your potential profit here would be 90 cents, or equivalent to an option contract would be $90 per butterfly spread. So we went out right at the top of the tent, this would be up 90 bucks, and on your risk of $10, that's a 900% return. So these are types of returns that you can receive from a butterfly, and we can then create our risk or structure our risk based on the spread, the butterfly spread. So we can make it narrow to reduce the risk, we can make it wider, so we can do a lot of things with the body of the butterfly and how we spread that out. So that's the flexibility that you have. So let's take a look at how you choose the best butterfly, or long condor strategy, for your goals and your protections and what you're looking for as a trader for your, return on your capital and your money that you're putting at risk. So when we're looking to, option strategies, in my opinion, one major goal of every trader should be to select trades based on what's going to provide you the most consistent positive returns over time with low defined risk and not always the greatest returns, okay? So I always kind of refer to, when you're trading, it's kind of like playing baseball or sports where you're just kind of chipping away, you're hitting singles, you're hitting doubles, and occasionally you're going to hit that big, that big winner, that big home run. So this is what's going to build your equity curve, but it's going to build it in a way that's not a lot of volatility. So it's going to be a lot smoother if you're just kind of trading that way. So you're looking at risk first, which I always do, and then look at your returns based on that. So one of the best ways then to achieve this kind of goal in your trading is to be aware of the different option strategies that are out there and available to you, then understand how they work, and then select the one that's going to be best suited for the market environment you're trading and your specific goals. So everybody here, has going to have a different amount of capital that you can trade, the time that you trade, a different risk profile of how you're made up, mentally. So these can really all go into how you trade and what you want to look for. So with these types of strategies, you keep that risk real low and defined, which is a great way to help you on your stress part of your trade, but also can potentially give you those big returns. So, for example, let's say Andrew has a $100,000 trading account and Eric has only 10,000. It can make a big difference in how you trade. But the one great thing with the Butterfly or Condor, you can do this with one contract or thousands of contracts. I mean, the big hedge funds use lots of Butterfly trades, and they're trades that we can do as well from the small retail side also. So let's go through kind of the variety and the different ones that are out there, the variations. So I kind of call it the Butterfly family. So we have, we can use longer call or put butterflies. So we've got that flexibility. We can use what we call the broken wing call or put butterfly. We can use a variation, what I call the Ninja unbalanced ratio butterfly. There's the iron butterfly, and then there's a whole nother category, hedging. So it's a really great defensive way to trade and use the butterfly to hedge out defense and defend trades, debit spreads, credit spreads, things like that. And then the long condor is just another variation, very similar to the butterfly, but widening out our profit zone. So I thought we'd go through a few examples, kind of give you an idea of how these kind of trades work and what kind of returns they can provide you. So let's take a look here at a few examples. So again, when we go back to it, we can adjust our risk and profit based on the wingspan of the butterfly. So let's say you're actually collecting butterflies. And if you're collecting a butterfly, would it be better to have a big wide net, to catch a butterfly, or would you use a small net? Well, with the butterfly spread, we can do the same thing. We can shape our risk by the width or the spread width of our butterfly. So we can make a really wide wing butterfly, have a big profit zone in here. But if we wanted a narrow risk, we can make a narrow wing butterfly. So we can do that to make the flexibility of profit to loss type of risk ratios that we want to kind of protect and lower our capital at risk, so we can make it narrow or wide. So that's the great flexibility you have with the butterfly. So let's take a look at a few examples here to give you an idea. Let me see if there are any questions as I go. Anybody out there? So, all right. So yeah, feel free to ask questions if I have time. I'll try to get into them as I go. If I can look back at the chat box here. All right. Okay. So let's take a look at the butterfly here. So the first one I'm going to show you is an example of a very narrow wing butterfly. So this will be, the other great thing too to point out is these are great for ETFs, for index options. And so when we're looking at the butterfly, what I like to usually, a lot of times we use ETFs, okay? So you can use the SPY, it's a really great ETF, QQQ, another really great one. You can, the IWM, okay? And then on the index options, we can use NDX, so that's an Nasdaq, just the index option, or SPX. So a lot of variation, and then just any stocks. We do a lot of butterflies on Apple, Google, Amazon, whatever, and I'll show you some examples. But when we do these on the ETFs, the other great thing with ETFs is we've got all the different variations of the expiration. So we have Monday expiration, we have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we have expiration almost every day of the week. So we can really make controlled variations by the different expiration series, which are great for ETFs. So what you just need is good liquidity, and most of the things that we trade, the SPY, the ETFs, the Apples, they have plenty of liquidity for these types of spreads. So here's an example of a narrowing butterfly, and this was one. So the way I look at trades and base trades is what I call first set of profit targets. So with this example, what I'll do is typically look at targets based on Fibonacci levels, moving averages, option activity. So in this example, I was looking at a target here of 273. So it was set up, this was trading at 267, right down around here. It had broken through that 382 retracement, and then we were looking for a move up to this area here, this 273, that fib level. There's a lot of option activity. So structured trade was super low risk, just targeting that 273 strike. So that's going to be the body of the butterfly. So here was the setup. So looking at the price target 273. So that was the target area. So we did the body of the butterfly at 273. So bought the 272 call, sold the 273, sold the 273, bought the 274. So narrowing butterfly in this example cost 10 cents or $10 per butterfly spread. So if you did one spread, that's your risk. Now your potential profit, $10, would be, $100 based on option contract, less that 10 cents. So your potential profit in this example would be $90 per spread, or that would be a potential 900% return. Now this trade went out making $70 per spread, so that was a 700% return. So you can see that these things definitely do offer these potential big reward to risk type ratios. So looking again at this one, this actually had 4 contracts. So this was going out right here at about 273, just very close to that pinning area we're looking at. So you can see there's still a little bit of profit in that black zone. So this went from 10 cents to 80 cents. So that's your spread profit of $70 per spread. That's a 700% return over a 2-day period. So you can see you're taking advantage of time decay, that volatility collapse, and a really great high return on that capital at risk. So that's a narrowing butterfly. Now the next one is we're gonna go into some examples of wide wing butterfly. So these are gonna give you a wider profit zone, great for again structure for defined risk and hedging, great for targeted directional swing trades, what we call pinning trades. This is where you're trying to pin at expiration a certain price strike. Really great for high volatility markets because we can take advantage of that high implied volatility, which is going to give us more premium on a butterfly when we're selling that short leg of it. Also, then it's going to also reduce our risk, which is great for high volatility markets. Another great thing that's great for high price stocks. I'll go through an example to show you how that works. And so trade durations are typically a day to out to 2 weeks. Always going to have positive theta, no time decay, returns of 2 to 1 or 10 to 1 or higher from the butterfly and condors. So here's an example on a wide wing butterfly, which is a $1,000 wide spread. This was doing a put butterfly on QQQ. So in this example, we were looking at a short trade, looking for a downside move to a targeted area around right about here. So it was trading right when we went into this trade about 314.60. So trade right here, and then we were looking for a move down in this area here, down to about 304, 305. So with my model, it's based on momentum. You can see my momentum indicators here below. Cycle 1 and 2 were going negative. I had a cycle reversal. These are directional things that we look at using a trading model that I use. And so we're looking at our targeted price down here. That's right there is a 50 simple moving average. So that was kind of the target area for this particular trade. So we did a really wide wing butterfly to give us a big profit zone. So again, we were targeting down to that 304 area. So when it was set up as trade at 314.60, so bought the 314 put, sold the 304, sold the 304, bought the 294. So $10 wide spread, a wider wing butterfly like that. Now the cost of the trade on this one was $2.10 was the debit cost, or $210 per spread. So then the potential profit, you're spread with $10 wide versus, which would be 1,000 less your cost of the trade. So potential profit, if it hit perfectly at expiration there, would be 790, but you've got this whole zone in here for a profit, which gives you big returns, regardless. So if you hit it perfect, this would be over 300% return, or basically you're risking $1 to make it $3.76. So that's kind of the structure profile setting it up. Now here's where it went out. So this one going out at expiration on the 26th, 3 days later, was trading pretty close, not exactly. Here was the perfect area right there, but it was going out right here, which is still a big, huge return. So it was going out at 306. So this went from 210, now it was trading at 782. So it was up $572 per option spread on your risk, of 210. So this was actually up 272% return versus if you'd done shares, you were up 3.6%. So again, taking advantage of that time decay, volatility, low defined risk, and very big profit zone. So, you know, anywhere inside of here, you've got a great potential profit on that risk. So that's a look at the wide wing butterfly. So the next one is to show you an example of how you can trade high price stocks, you know, using a wide wing butterfly and really lower your risk. So this was back when Amazon, you know, was trading, you know, over $1,000 a share. So I just wanted to show you this just to show you the flexibility of using a butterfly versus buying shares or whatever to trade a high price stock. So Amazon at this point was trading at $1,782. So if you were going to do one option contract, equivalent to 100 shares, right? So you'd be paying out, if you bought 100 shares of Amazon, you'd be, in this example, paying $178,200 for a move up. So we were looking for potential target up here to 1830 on Amazon. It was trading down here. This was like a 200-day moving average, and it was trading. We were looking for this target up here to 1830, which was kind of where it had been bouncing up and bouncing around that area. So here was our target, 1830. And it was trading at 1782. So think, okay, if you bought 100 shares, you're out 178,000. That's a lot of potential risk, right? But we could trade Amazon using a butterfly, and in this example, our risk was 80 cents or $80 versus 178,000. So again, so we're targeting 1830. So we did the 1820, sold the 1830, bought the 1840 butterfly. Now it was trading again here, 178.20. All right, so this trade here cost 80 cents to put on, which was $80 per spread. Okay, it's a $10 wide spread or 1,000 less your 80. So potential profit would be, if you hit that top of the butterfly tent, would be $920 per option spread. That's over 1,000% return. Versus if you did just 100 shares and you made that price went to 1830, you made $48 a share or 2.69. So anywhere in between there, though, you still have potential for a huge return on that lower capital at risk. So I'll show you then the other great, advantage. So here it was on the day of expiration, and it was trading in the morning about 9 a.m. It was trading about 1836. Okay, so it overshot the 1830. It was trading right here, so it was still within the profit zone, though. So at that time, early in the morning, this trade was up, went from 80 cents to 230. So it was up $150 per spread. That's still a great profit on that risk of 80 bucks. So that's in the morning, this thing was up 187% return. Still a great return, right? But look at all that area, that black area is potential profit, and that's what's potentially left for this day of expiration. So later in the afternoon, then here's what the trade looked like. It was really pulling in the premium from that, shorting the time and volatility here. So at the end of the day, this trade was now up 4 times more than it was in the morning. So you can see here now at the end of the day, it went from 80 cents to $695 or $694. So that's a return per spread of $614 or 769% return versus a stock gain of 2.69. So in the morning, you had a return of about 189%. The same day, if you waited out and it stripped out all that time volatility, now it was up to return over 760% return. So that is the beauty of it. So you trade a high price stock and you also have the potential for these, big payoffs on low risk. Now, the other exciting thing is what we call a lotto trade. So this is where you can really have a lot of fun and excitement. So just like a lotto. So here's one of my members, and he really coined it perfect. He said, the butterfly strategy is one of my favorites. It's the big winners that eventually make the difference in any trading account. Okay, so with the so-called low-risk option strategies being sold to the public, an account without the potential to hit the big one once in a while not betting the farm is a slow ride up a long hill. So, but this strategy is easy as ABC. So I really love this. He coined it perfectly. So let's take a look at what he's trying to say here. So here's a perfect example. So this was Tesla. This is a trade that we did you know, at the trading room. I've got alert service too that sends out these trades as well. So this was back on the 15th of May. So Tesla, we were looking for a potential move here to 180. Okay, there was a lot of option activity, a Fibonacci level, you know, a lot of things lining up. So it was trading right here at 166. Our indicators were giving us a long signal, and then we were targeting this 180 strike. So this was a monthly expiration, so there was a really good high potential probability that we could get to 180. So put this trade on, and the cost of the trade when this was set up, you could have actually done this trade when we did it. At one point you could have gotten this thing on for 30 cents or 30 bucks. But here was the setup when we had it. So this trade was doing the long the 175, short the 180. That was our target, and then long the 185. So we were looking to expect to move $9 up or down, targeting 180, option activity, fib level, etc. So this trade cost 40 cents. But again, at one point you could have done this at 30 cents. So $5 wide spread, less your cost of the trade, 40 bucks. So potential to make $460 if it pinned perfectly. That's over 1,000% return. So 11, you risk $1 to make 11.5. All right, so that's the beauty of it and the excitement of these trades, plus the potential profit that you can get. So let's take a look at what happened with this trade. If I can get rid of my pointer here. So it almost pinned perfectly. Now these are not going to happen very often, but sometimes they do. So that's the excitement. So you can see it went out almost perfect to that top of the tent. So here was on the day of expiration. Now it's trading at 179.99. So it went from a 40-cent debit to now it's 491. So this was 491 less 40. So the spread was up $451 per option contract. So if you did one spread, it was up 450. If you did 10, you know, you've got a huge potential return. Now that's over 1,000% return, or you risk $1 to make $11.28. That's over a 5-day period on that risk of 40. So these are actually trades that were done that you can actually have happen and make a difference in your trading account. So that's the excitement. Now here's another one, what we call a pinning. This is one that we just did on the 29th. So this was one that we did this last Tuesday. This is on Apple. So it's what we call a pinning trade. So this was a call butterfly, $5 wide spread. We were targeting for a pin up here about 187.50. So when we set the trade up on the 29th, it was trading at 182.30 right here. And let me walk you through the trade. So we were looking for Apple positive momentum or cycle reversal. We had a price breakout right here on that 21. This is the prior week's high. So we were then targeting this area in here, which is a 50 simple moving average, a Fibonacci level, etc. So that was coming in about 187.50 kind of area. So that was kind of our target. So, you know, so we set the butterfly up targeting that area. So let's take a look. So when we did the trade, this was one also an alert trade sent out to my alert service. So we did the 182.5, sold the 187.5, bought the 192.5. So set this trade up on Tuesday at $1.14. So that's $114 per spread debit cost, $5 spread width, less than 114 potential return. Tomorrow, if the trade was to go out right there at the 187.50, would be 386 per spread or 338% return. So let's take a look at it. Currently, this trade is up about $200 as we speak. And here it was yesterday going out. So took some profits in here. And then if you're still holding, some of the members still holding, they're up now over $200. So here it was yesterday going out at 187.38. So it went from 114 to 294. So here's the spread. So 294 less your cost 114. So the spread profit was $180 or 158% return. That was 1 day later, and all that black area is potential profit. So let's take a look. I'll show you where it is currently as we speak, just to kind of give you an idea of the potential here. So this is my trading model and my charts here. So just kind of going through the trade kind of setup here. We did this trade again right here on the 29th, and we were targeting it up here in this area here. So you know, Apple now has a potential to break even higher once it gets, if it goes through this area here, it has much more upside. But this trade is capped for this week. So here's where it currently is as we speak. This is the butterfly setup that we did on Tuesday. And so you can see here, this was buying the 182.5. Let me get my pen here. So buying the 182.5, selling the 187, 192. So $1.14. That trade is currently at 318. So it's currently up over $200 per spread there. So you know, a pretty cool trade. Now we still have a lot of potential profits. So tomorrow, if it goes out in here, this trade tomorrow, if it was trading right here tomorrow at the close, this will be up over $300. So those are the things that you can do with the butterfly and the flexibility that offers for your trade. And if you'd like to learn more how to master these high reward, low risk option strategies, here's something that you can do right now. So put this, I'm going to put the this link in here, and I've got a really good package for you. If you'd like to click on that, make sure it works here, powercycletrading.com/trade1. So you're going to get a 6-hour my options masters course on butterfly and Condor, plus a lot of other great bonuses. So just click on that link there, powercycletrading.com, and this will pull up this payment link here. And you know, you can see it's $197. It'll give you the on-demand 6-hour butterfly course, all the my 30-day trial membership to my trading club, and some other great bonuses. So you've got that flexibility. If you like my trading indicator, you can also add that to it. You see this here, it says 195. If you want to add that to the order, you can do that there. So 197, and this will be a course that you can pretty much get your money back pretty fast. So let's go through the bonuses here for you. Here's the link one more time, and you know, copy it, paste it in, and that's what you're going to be using there. Okay, everybody see that okay? So the Tesla trade was about a week out. So here's what you're going to receive, the bonuses. So first off, you're going to get the on-demand course, 6+ hour course that you know, I did butterfly on Condor. So on my website, if you go to my website to buy it, Power Cycle Trading would be $397. Plus, I'm going to give you as a bonus to the course today, you're going to get my Start Trading Options. So kind of an intermediate option course. So that's $197. Then I'm going to give you a 30-day trial membership to Power Cycle Trading Club. So you can come into our trading room each and every day during the week. And I'm in there the first hour. So if you have a trade that you want to have dissected or need some help on, come on in. We can talk about that or see what we're currently doing in the room. So you get that. Now, if you stay on, then you can, you know, it's at $97 a month, or we have some other packages. But this will be a 30-day trial. So you can start this whenever you want. You don't have to start it right away. And then we're going to do, you'll be invited to support follow-up Q&A, you know, for the butterfly or whatever other questions. You're going to get my Greek power guide, option guide of 15 other option strategies. And then you're going to get my manifesto of the different option strategies. This is actually on the Greeks in my Greek power tool guide here. So you're going to get a lot of additional nice bonuses here. So total package over 1,000. So if you sign up here today, you know, this is $197. So powercycletrading.com/trade1. And let's go through these bonuses. And then if you have any questions, let me know. Okay, so 6-hour course. Now the course, here's what you're going to learn. So we're going to start out with the option Greeks that are vital, not vitable, to the butterfly Condor, how theta decay works, you know, how it impacts butterfly volatility, how that works, the importance, how option pricing works, you know, to understand that. And then this course also goes through what I call my price target mapping, using Fibonacci to map out your price targets, your defense areas for defense triggers, things like that for hedging. So then part 2 of the course gets into all the variations of the butterfly, how, why, and when to use the call or put butterfly, wide wing butterfly, broken wing butterfly, ratio butterfly, broken wing ratio, iron butterfly, vacation, long condor. So these are all covered in the course with examples of when and how and why to put those on. So that's part 2 of the course. And then, what is the best option time frame to use? How to structure these setups where you get 10 or 1 or higher. How does option volatility, crush, and theta decay work? And then another really fun part of it is trading monthly expiration using these pinning trades. And so also then, that was the Tesla trade, which was a pinning trade in what we call a lotto trade. So you'll learn how to do that. And then we'll go through the long Condor, how to use that one, the impacts and the capital at risk and your positive theta on that, how, why, and when to use the Condor. And then the third part is just strictly focusing on hedging. So the progression of hedging, how to use the butterfly or Condor to hedge a core position, and then how to use the butterfly to hedge a vertical spread, so maybe a credit spread. So if you've had trouble with credit spreads, this will show you the butterfly hedge, how to use it. So a step-by-step checklist of when to put them on, take them off, risk management, exchange traded funds to use, assignment risk, expiration risk, auto exercise, and a really great trading library. So a really great package for you here as far as the bonuses. Here's a little feedback from Alicia, said, I've never seen anyone explain options like this. Excellent. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Very informative. No one has anything like this. Wish I had found it sooner, Alicia. And then Pam said, excellent class. She was the one that was getting run over with credit spreads. So that was from Pam. So your bonuses, you're going to get the Start Trading Options today. So kind of an option beginners course, but very comprehensive. So benefits of options and versus stocks, how expiration works, how puts and calls work. It's going to cover the strategy, covered calls, protected put, and the debit spread. So you get that covered in that course. And then you're going to get 1 day, or not 1 day, but 30-day trial membership. Again, you can start this whenever you want. With this, you get access to my trading, virtual trading room every day during the week, daily video newsletter updates every day after the market closes, then access to my weekly Q&A, which is usually every Tuesday live and recorded, Traders Educational Vault, and then 60% discounts on everything. I've got a lot of software and all kinds of option courses, and then you get a 6% discount. So I'm all about options, but I also have developed a lot of directional trading software, which is also available to you. So you'll get all that, and you get any of that at 60% discount of the price on the website. And then we'll do a follow-up Q&A. Okay, that'll be included. And then here's how the pros use the options. So this is kind of a 60-page option guide with videos on the Greeks, theta, how to use standard deviation, and then my option strategy guide here, which is going to give you 15 other option strategies like back ratio, butterfly, or back ratio spreads, straddles, strangles, things like that. So you're going to be really covered here, with all the great stuff that you get included here. All right, so please take advantage of that if you'd like, and appreciate your time here today. And I think I'm about up, but I've got a little time left. How do you select Apple or Tesla? Do you use a scanner or intuition? Yeah, I do have a scanner that I use to look for what I call volatility squeeze type trade setups. And so those are things that will show up. But the other thing is I just, kind of a lot of it just covers the same certain stocks that I look at each and every month for potential, upside moves. And I look at, see where they are within the, chart range. And we do what we call option, analyze the option activity on the monthly option expiration, all the options that are going through, and that'll give us a big picture of potential setups coming down the road. All right, I hope that answers that question, and thank you so much.
Larry, thank you so much. Great information. I have to say, from a personal level, I never realized that trading spreads in such a way could provide those triple digit or multi-Xing gains. I love your strategy to trade the market when there's extreme market uncertainty, kind of like we're witnessing right now. I don't know if anybody saw the open, but there were some wicks like, oh my God. But those butterfly and long Condor spreads look like a safe, effective strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in learning from a seasoned expert with over 3 decades of experience trading options, look no further than Mr. Larry Gaines from Power Cycle Trading. This is your man. We've placed his promotional link in the chat box, and you can always find Larry at www.powercycletrading.com. Thanks so much, Larry, for being here today. It's always a pleasure to have you on Traders Corner. We hope you come back and see us again, and wish you a very happy Labor Day weekend.
Hey, thank you so much, and thanks everybody. Have a great weekend. Ciao.
Likewise. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro traders to bring you only the most credible and qualified traders to participate on our shows. I hope everyone is listening closely, because our next presenter always delivers extremely valuable information. He's a hedge fund manager, author, trading psychology coach. As a trading psychology coach, he enjoys helping traders discover and overcome the #1 obstacle keeping them from being consistently profitable or multiplying their returns. His challenges have helped traders transform their trading psychology based on Nobel Prize winning research. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present turn losing strategies into winners with Trade Copier Pro is one of my personal favorite presenters, Mr. Marcus Howard of Tradechology. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Marcus.
Rob, how are you, sir?
I'm always doing good. How have you been doing in the market lately? Still killing it?
Still doing pretty well in the market indeed. We've made some pretty good expansions to our hedge fund. Things are going very well this year.
I can't wait to talk to you again offline and see or hear some of it.
Indeed, I'd be happy to share it with you, and I will be sharing some of my results, which I don't usually do. I'll be sharing some of my results from this month in this presentation as well. So.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and silence myself because I've got my assistant in the background playing with one of his things, but take it away, brother.
Just one quick presentation check. You can see the screen there, Investor Summit Workshop.
Yeah, we absolutely can, and I see all kinds of hearts getting clicked away on your presentation.
Beautiful. All right, well, let's jump in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. The one thing that I will say before we jump in, is that honestly, right now, you have an opportunity to truly change your trading career for the better. And the only thing that is required for you to do in these next 45 minutes is pay attention. So the information that I will give to you today, I guarantee will help you if you apply it, but you can't apply it if you're only half paying attention. Here in the go-to webinar, we can see the attentive rate. So we can see how many people have the window active. So if you're checking Facebook, if you're checking email, if you're doing something else, I assure you, just lock in over these next 45 minutes, and the information I'm going to share with you today will really be transformative for you. There's a quote that I like to say that, or that I live by, a mantra that I live by, which is incorrectly attributed to Dale Carnegie. It was actually quoted by an individual named Etienne de Grillet. But the quote is, "I shall pass this way but once. Any good that I can do or any kindness that I can show to any human being, let me do it now." And so I tell you this mantra because I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to have the opportunity to speak to you, to talk to you, to influence you, and to inspire you ever again, because you may never see one of my presentations. And so what I'm doing in this presentation is to put as much as I can forward so that even if we only ever spoke once, what is in here will genuinely help you, okay? So just lock in if you can. I'm excited to share what's here with you today. So let's talk about what we're gonna be covering. We're gonna talk about how we can turn any losing trading strategy into a winning one. A big promise, I know, which is why you'll see the disclaimer next, if I'm being honest. But if you really lock into what I'm saying, you'll really see just how simple and effective this may be and how this thing alone can truly transform your trading. I really love what I heard from Larry and Adam today in their presentations. They have shared a lot of wisdom with you, and I want to show you how to take some of that wisdom that they had shared in their presentations and do something practical, and to use a practical tool in order to make it work. Next, I'll go over my $1 million funded account cheat sheet. Then I'll talk about the best way to use other people's money to grow your net worth. So there's going to be a lot of quality gems in here. There's going to be a lot of principles. There's going to be a lot of things you can take away. I'm excited to share with you. Let's go ahead and dive in. So before we do that, just a quick risk disclosure. I or people at MLH Capital, which is our parent company, we are not financial advisors or broker dealers, so nothing in here should be considered to be investment advice. And any examples I'm using in here are for illustration purposes only. As a trader, you know this, past results do not indicate future results, so don't take the things that I'm saying here, apply it to your brokerage account, bid the maximum number of contracts, or your funded account, bid the maximum number of contracts, because market showed you something and you lose money. Really take the principles that I am talking about here and apply it to your trading, but always test it first before you ever use real money. The other thing is no part of this presentation may be copied, recorded, or rebroadcast in any form. I know the folks at Traders Corner usually record these. I typically record these, but I'm kind of mad because I did not press the record button. So I'm not personally recording this presentation, but if you want a copy, I'm sure we can get a copy to you. All right, so a little bit about me. So let me just pull all this up so you can see the photo here, which they don't show you. Okay, so you can't see the photo. I don't know why it hasn't loaded here, but it would be a picture of me, Marcus Howard. I'm a hedge fund manager, author, and founder of Tradechology. Tradechology is a trading psychology coaching company that helps retail traders, as well as some institutions, to help with psychology and principles to be able to grow your trading accounts. So how I got consistent, because this is an important piece for people to understand, is how I got here. Where did I get my start? So I started in 2017 with a $25,000 paper money account with Nadex, which is the North American Derivatives Exchange. It's a binary options firm. If you are a student of trading, you would know binary options as being something the same as bucket shops. Okay, so essentially, a very classic example is, do I believe the S&P 500 is going to be higher than it is right now or lower than it is right now? If I'm buying an at the money contract, which is an at the money options, basically I'm risking $50 to make another $50 because all the contracts are $100. So basically you're flipping a coin in order to make money. But it gave me a great introduction to futures and how the market works. And in 18 months, I grew that $25,000 paper money account into $13 million in that paper money account. And then from there, I took $5,000 of my own money, and 4.5 years later, I now run a hedge fund. Okay, so the principles that I learned from just understanding the markets with Nadex is the thing that really inspired me to then really learn about options, really learn about futures, really understand how the market works. But the thing that I feel is most important that I learned is that it's really about your psychology. It's really about your discipline. It's really about your mindset. Those are the things that really make the difference. And so one of the other projects that I work on is Tradechology, where I enjoy helping traders discover and overcome the #1 obstacle keeping them from consistently being profitable and multiplying their returns. So my courses and coaching have helped traders transform their psychology, and it's all based on Nobel Prize winner research. It's not something that was made in my basement. It's not something that I'm just kind of making up on my own. We are truly standing on the shoulders of giants here because we really want to be able to apply the principles that genuinely work in life and apply it to people's trading so that they can ultimately go and make money in the markets. And so a big piece of this presentation, which is different than the presentation that I would normally give when I'm at Investor Summit, where I'm typically talking about just simply how to get $1 million in funding, which we'll talk about too, but I wanted to kind of give something a little extra in this presentation today, and it really derived from, so just quickly, this is the book that if you would have saw the television interview, you would have saw my picture. It was a part of a television interview. It was cool that they actually shouted out my book. I wrote that book in 2005. And it's still helping people today. It's still being sold every day. I'm still being interviewed on television and things like that for it, which I think is really cool and really fun. But let me get back to the point of what I was trying to say is where the idea for this presentation, the inspiration for this presentation came from. So it came from me doing one of the trading psychology exercises that we do at Tradechology. It's an exercise essentially called Borrow Genius, where we either interview someone that we know, like someone that we can get access to, or we can use other tools. So like there's a visualization or meditation you can use if you're trying to reach someone who you may not personally know. So think like a Larry Williams of the world, or some of the other big name people, even people that aren't necessarily here. But for this particular exercise, what I did was I used a large language model. So so ChatGPT similarly, but we used OpenAI's API. And so what we did was we fed in all of the information from all of the books and the interviews, all of the books in the interviews that are present that talk about how to make money consistently as a trader, like the real true things that really make the difference. So I fed all of that into a large language model. And then from there, I was able to ask that large language model questions in terms of what are the most important things that a trader should know, or what are the things that they should focus on most, right? So that was my prompt. That was the question that I asked from it, ingesting all of the best books. So think The Intelligent Investor, think Trading in the Zone, think all of the YouTube interviews that we got transcripts for. So really, not just the internet as a whole, but the things that we know that really were working in the marketplace. And the answer that we got from that artificial intelligence was the #1 thing that you need to focus on is to control, manage, and leverage your risk. So all the things that we're talking about, strategies, and what you're looking at here also is a complete trading system. So when I'm working with my traders in Tradechology, I'm going through each one of these spokes, because each one of these spokes here makes up a certain component of a full trading system, one that is complete and that will have you be profitable over time. And my job is to work with you to see where you are weak in most of these, but most importantly, which one of these that we can optimize so that we can help to get you the biggest leap or the biggest return. So most trade leaders online don't ever show you something like this. I got this from the folks over at Option Alpha, so I'm not going to take credit for this exact graph, but I use it in my own trading because it works so well. But what I found, especially if you're looking online, and Adam made a great point about this, which is most of the stuff that really makes you successful as a trader, meaning tools and things like that, typically they cost a lot of money and we're behind NDAs where we can't really talk about them publicly. Even if you're someone who holds one of the licenses where you are trading on behalf of other people, you can't even show your trades online. So you have a lot of successful traders that don't really have the opportunity or they cannot go and talk about their specific trades because they would be in violation of some of their fiduciary contracts that they have. So a lot of what you're going to find on the internet, I'm not going to say it's junk, but it's going to be from people that can tell you their version of the truth, which may not be the best version of the truth. So essentially, when I'm looking at this complete trading system here, most times you'll see that people focus on the right side, which is tactical implementation, because that's really what they can talk about. So that's, what are the best setups? How do you get into the trades? Those sorts of things. You may get some people that talk about strategy, but very rarely do they go through all the things that incorporate a strategy, meaning what type of risk are you going to set up? Because that's the most important thing that you should do as a trader, is how your risk is defined will make everything work so much simpler. But if you don't have your risk under control, there's very little anyone can do to help you to make money over the long run, all the way through back testing, developing your edge, capital allocation, all those things. So I'm not trying to go through this entire spoke here. That's what I spend 12 weeks on with my traders in my coaching program. But what I wanted to talk about of all these things, which one is the most important, which is control, managing, and leveraging your risk. But in knowing that, I was like, okay, I know that to be true, and I know that's something that I teach. But even though I teach that, control, managing, and leveraging risk is like the Achilles heel of most traders. And so I took it a step deeper and I asked myself this next question, which is what we're going to be exploring for the rest of this presentation. It's, instead of knowing that the principle of controlling and managing and leveraging your risk is the number one thing that you should do in order to help you to be profitable overall, the next thing I would ask is from the book, The One Thing, which is what is the one thing that if they did this, everything else would be easier or unnecessary. So I told them to take out risk and controlling and managing risk. But what's that next thing? What's the one thing that traders can do that will make everything else easier and necessary? And the answer I got was portfolio hedging. So if you're going to make money, if you're going to be in the markets and you're going to be putting your capital at risk, in what other way can you be hedging to make sure that you're hedging against your particular losses? And so with the rest of this presentation, I want to focus in on this one little spoke of the wheel, portfolio hedging, but how even just understanding how to do this one little bit can truly revolutionize and transform your trading, okay? So let's talk about who this is going to help most today when we're going through this presentation. It's going to help you if you're interested in using other people's money to grow your net worth. If you struggle with passing trading evaluations, or you're a futures trader or a Forex trader trying to get funded accounts. If you struggle with keeping funded accounts. If you struggle with establishing or sticking to high probability trading setups, this is going to be a big one for you. Or if you struggle with discipline, over trading, and other trading issues, I really want you to lock in here, because even if you feel like some of this doesn't apply to you, I want you to stick around during this presentation, because I assure you there are going to be several golden nuggets that you can use that will help you to make more money in the markets. So what's at risk here? Why am I doing this presentation? Why am I talking with this sense of urgency, and I'm talking so quickly, and I'm trying to make sure that I can get all this in 45 minutes when typically this takes me longer than this? Why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I know from the work that I do at Tradechology that just 30 days of proper execution can change your trading career for the better. It can change your trading life forever if you really implement and execute what's in here. So prop firms now newest account rules have made it easier than ever to trade full time. What I mean by this is you can qualify for most of these funded accounts now in as little as 5 to 7 trading days, okay? And then you get payouts in just 10 days. So that's in 2 weeks. So think about a regular paycheck that you would have from your 9-to-5 job. If you start implementing correctly, you can get that 2-week paycheck the same way that everyone else does. And that doesn't mean probably pull out all the money, but you can definitely give yourself a consistent amount of money to help you to supplement or replace the income that you have in the gig that you may have right now, or just to grow your portfolio. And you can trade multiple accounts in most instances with the same firm. So if you're talking Apex or Bullonox or Lilu or some of the other ones, you can trade up to 20 accounts. Okay, so every dollar you make in your account can be multiplied by up to 20, which, if you think about it, if you have 20 accounts, and I know if I'm using Apex, for example, you can withdraw $2,000 per account. So if you had 20 accounts and you withdraw $2,000 in each of them, in the next 30 days, you can have 40,000 extra dollars in your checking account. And I'm being very real about that. I'm being very sincere. This is something that can happen right now, just using the principles that you're going to get from this presentation and the other presentations that you're going to have later today. So there is a true sense of urgency in this, because if we can act on what's going to happen here, if we can truly take action and truly hold ourselves accountable, we can really make some change in your life. And I'm really trying as best as I can to help to inspire you to do that. So what I want to do first, because I've done these presentations enough times and I work with enough traders where I understand that I want to share with you the principles that are going to make the huge difference for you. But you're not going to truly pay attention to the principles unless you have some sort of tool which you can pair with the principle to help you to take action on it. I've seen it happen over and over and over and over again. So I've adjusted the way I'm doing this presentation now. I'm going to share the tool with you first so that you can listen to me when I talk about the principles. Okay, so the tool that I want to talk to you about is called Copier Pro. It is a tool that we have developed in-house here at Tradechology. And it is, I'm wondering what's going on with my images. They're not showing up in this presentation, but there would be a picture of the Copier Pro that'll be right there, and it's not there right now. But it's a reverse trade copier that enables traders to turn any losing NinjaTrader strategy. Now, this works specifically for NinjaTrader. We're working through getting it on other platforms, but right now this is NinjaTrader only. If you don't trade NinjaTrader, that's okay. Still pay attention to what's being said here, because if you find that this is something that really gels with you, how hard is it to learn NinjaTrader? It'll take you less than a day. Okay, so you can get started on this within a day. So don't worry about it. It's compatible with NinjaTrader 8 and above. It's compatible with all NinjaTrader brokers. So if you're doing funded accounts like Rhythmic, or you have your own through Continuum or some of the other ones, interactive brokers, any brokerage works here. You can copy futures, Forex, crypto, whatever sort of instruments that you trade, you can copy it if you have the ability to have multiple accounts. That can be multiple SIM accounts, it can be multiple funded accounts, it can be multiple brokerage accounts, it doesn't matter. You can copy them all, and it works with all order types. So limit orders, market orders, it works with discretionary trading tools. So if you have your own, or I know after me there's going to be a presenter that has his own, he has his own discretionary trading tool system. It can be used with NinjaTrader's Chart Trader, the DOM, NinjaTrader's Automated Strategy Builder, or any third-party trading bot that you have. Okay, so it's really agnostic and independent to all of these things. It within itself is going to be the thing that's going to help you to really be able to multiply what it is that you're doing. So the thing that makes Copier Pro different is that, so it's a trade copier, meaning that you can copy trades from any one account to up to 10 accounts, which is what we allow in our program or in our software. But ours is a little different, because in the future space, what you can do is you can do the traditional trade copying, meaning that if you buy, the trade copier will buy on the other accounts, or if you sell, it will sell on the other accounts. But we also have the reverse functionality. So if you find that you have a strategy that's not making money, if the strategy itself is saying to buy, the trade copier will then just take the reverse position, or fade is what it's affectionately called mostly in the industry. So it has a fade feature, which allows you to copy the functionality across multiple accounts. And this is very cool. And I'm going to show you just why. So I'm going to go through 3 different case studies after this to show you why this is incredibly important, and how just using this alone can revolutionize your trading. Now, I can preempt some of the questions and some of the feedback that I'm going to get. Well, if you're fading a trade, aren't you messing with your own psychology? If I'm a discretionary trader, well, I'm thinking I'm supposed to get things right. I understand all those things. I promise you I have a solution for it. So just keep locking in with me, and you'll see just how helpful this can be for you. So again, you can trade up to 10 accounts. It does partial fill handling. So one of the issues that exists with a lot of trade copiers, if you're someone that uses trade copiers for your futures or your funded accounts and things like that, is how it handles when the market's moving so quickly and a trade doesn't get filled. So we know that has been an issue in the marketplace, and we have some things set in place in order for you to be able to get around that or have that work. One of the big components and features of that is that let's say you're in a trade and your trade gets skipped for whatever reason. So either the market's moving too fast or you're trying to take the reverse position, your order gets rejected. The second that your order gets rejected, our software immediately puts in a market order for you. So you get like maybe 1 or 2 ticks of slippage, but at least you still get in the trade. So many times your orders get skipped, it was a winning trade. And you're like, man, if it would have just gotten into the trade. So we've done some partial fill handling things to make sure that you're always pretty much getting into a trade. Another issue with trade copiers is things being out of sync. So you'll get out of some trades, but you're not out of all of them. And if you're not really paying attention to your accounts tab, then you don't really see that, okay, I'm still in 4 different trades right now, although I thought I was out of all of them. So what our software does is it gives you an immediate warning, okay, that, hey, there's an out of sync notification going on here. And you're still in some trades that you may not think that you're supposed to be into, so that you can take action on it in real time and be able to close out those positions. It has a stop loss and take profit sync. So if you change your stop loss or take profit on your main account, it will change to all of the other accounts instantly, basically, pretty much. So you're always going to have your take profit and stop loss in sync across all of your accounts. You can use this on multiple machines, and we have a enterprise tool that we use that does our licensing for us. So no more like if your machine ID changes or if you get a new computer, you can't really use our software, you have to track down support. All of that gets handled on our end. So even if you change your machine ID, we will still be able to make sure that you have full access, and we give you automatic updates. So every time you restart NinjaTrader, if there's new if there's a new update, it gets pushed to you. You don't have to worry about checking your email or I missed the last update or what's really not working. So we got all of that pretty much set and ready to go. And then a bonus is that we've also provided automated strategies guaranteed to lose money. So I'm being a little cheeky here with what I'm saying. 1, for just so I can stay out of legal trouble, but then 2, just understand what I'm saying here. So we have, with ours, we have a fade feature. Like we have the ability for you to be able to reverse the position of a losing strategy. And I'm telling you, we've got a good list of strategies that are terrible. I mean, they can't make money to save their lives. And that's usually going to be the situation with most trading strategies, is it not? And I'm going to show you examples, but you may make some money, but eventually you're going to usually give it back plus some. Or if you've had some third-party tool that's guaranteed that it was going to make you $1 million in a month, you back test it and you don't really see that good of results, and you try to deploy it in the live market and it just can't seem to make money. Like those sorts of strategies, it's great. We just take the opposite side of those trades and we do just fine. I'm going to show you examples of people that have done just that. But what I want to say is that with Trade Copier Pro, you get these strategies that already stink. So you don't have to really do that much work to figure out a losing strategy. You have some very good losing ones, and you just take the opposite side and you make money. This is something that Adam pointed to in the beginning of his presentation, how you have to do things counterintuitively if you want to make money in this game. And so this is one of those counterintuitive approaches that we've been using in the markets to just go ahead and mop up on what it is that we're trying to do, especially when we're talking about getting funded accounts and qualifying for exams. So let's talk about how we can get you the most out of Trade Copier Pro. With this, I want to just go through 3 different case studies of how you can use a tool like Trade Copier Pro in order to help your trading in the long run. So let's talk about strategy number 1, which is to reverse your existing strategy. So again, most traders, it's not that you don't make money, because a lot of times you do. It's that there are things, whether it's the strategy doesn't, you're not taking into consideration seasonality, or your strategy may work sometimes and it doesn't, and you don't really know when to stop trading. You over leverage. There's so many things that lead to you making money and then giving money back to the market. So whatever that reason may be, and again, in my coaching program, I'll spend weeks with you figuring out what that is and fixing it. Minus that. So let's take that out of the window of like having to spend sometimes several months really fixing the issues. You have the issue. How can we use a counterintuitive approach to be able to allow you to leverage that, to be able to take advantage of it, which is something else Adam said. So you become the prey, right? But you prey on your own weaknesses rather than trying to prey on your strengths. And so how can we do something like this? So the truth is 95 out of 100 trading strategies just simply don't make money, whether they're discretionary or they're automated, they just lose. If you're trying to use one of these, and these are real stats from the actual marketplace, 97 out of 100 traders failed their first funded trading combine. So we're using strategies that simply just don't work, but we're still just trying to use them over and over and over again to try to make money in the markets. What I'm saying is keep trading that strategy, keep trading the losing one. I want you to, but what I want you to do is just make one change. Trade it in Sim, and then use Trade Copier Pro to allow it to take the opposite side of the trade in whatever account you're using. Let's go with a funded account or something like that, right? But keep the risk small in the beginning. I mean, just one contract so you can prove it to yourself. Or a great way to do it will be to take one of these funded exams, okay? Because when you have Trade Copier Pro, take the opposite side of the trade, then all that money that you would normally lose or get back to the market, you're going to be able to keep. But here's the thing. I want you to test this. And you can do this by signing up for an 80% discount for any of these funded trading providers that exist out here, right? Trade your normal way in Sim, and then just trade the one account, just one of these $20, $30 accounts, trade it, taking the opposite side of the trades you're taking, and see which one of you qualify first. I have my traders do this very same exercise, and over 70% of the people that have been with me for less than like 3 months, meaning that they're just getting started and fixing their trading journey, they simply take the opposite side of the trades and they make so much more money than trying to do anything else. And they're trading the same way. I'm not telling them to do anything else but click a button that says take the opposite side of the trade with Trade Copier Pro. So that's one thing that I would challenge you to do, just to see. Okay, you have a tool. And I'll show you at the end how you can be able to work with a tool like Trade Copier Pro, but we're not the only one that exists. But just understand the principles behind what I'm saying, and you'll understand how you can really make this work for you. Strategy number 2, and I feel like this one is more powerful than strategy number 1. This is probably the most powerful of the 3 that I'm going to share with you, but it's to reverse your least profitable time frames. So it's one thing if you just reverse your entire strategy. So every trade you take the opposite side. That could work, and that does work in a lot of instances. But if you've got, let's say, 30, 60, 90, 6 months, a year's worth of data on your own trading habits, or if you've done a forward test or a back test of a third-party trading strategy, and you trust the back test results, which that's a big thing in this space for retail traders. But if you can trust the back test results that you're getting, then if you look at a time of day breakdown of when it's making money and when it's losing money, you can look for the times during the day when it's making the most money, and you can just keep it. You can keep doing the things that you've normally been doing, whether that's discretionary or using some automated system. Let it go. But on the times like we're looking here, where between 9:30 and 10, so between 9 and 10:30, this thing can't seem to make money to save its life. Well, I don't have to turn on Trade Copier Pro in all of these other times. I can just take the reverse side during this 90-minute window, and these values that I would get here that used to be red can now ultimately become green. Now you can do this at an extreme level, but trying to do all of these, like do all of the different time frames. But I found that if you just kind of focus in on the ones where you're losing most of the money, you're going to get 80% of the money you're looking for anyway. So that 80-20 principle. I would much rather I not trade during these times than trying to just constantly just take the opposite side of trades during this time. But I would focus in on here. But let me just go in deeper to show you what I'm talking about with strategy number 2. So again, most traders don't lose money all of the time, okay? What ends up happening is you put yourself in a situation where you're losing money at some point, but then you end up giving it back later in the day. So instead, there are certain times of days where you perform worse. You can use Trade Copier Pro to take the opposite position during those times when you're least profitable, okay? And that's going to turn your red days, which was something that looked like this, and I'm really taking a copy and paste from a different graph, from the same kind of strategy that I'm using, and have it look like this. We'll have it be where all those times where they used to be red, they're now green. Okay, this is very possible to do. The tool exists right now. You're going to have it. Okay, so just understanding what I'm asking you to do is going to be the big thing that will help you to be able to take action and propel your trading forward. So this is important. All right, so let's go down to the third strategy, which is reversing a third-party losing strategy. This is probably my favorite one, because again, there's so many new tools, new shiny objects, new whatever based on artificial intelligence or my mom's secret recipe from the 1920s, like insert whatever it is that folks use with their hype and their marketing. None of that really survives contact with the enemy, right? None of that really survives contact with the actual market. And when you try to deploy a lot of these strategies into the actual market itself, you find that they don't make money. All of these promises that they were making, it doesn't happen, and then you find yourself getting disappointed again. Well, the cool part about Trade Copier Pro is now you can, these third-party indicators that you have, you can breathe new life back into them by just using Trade Copier Pro. So they have whatever their methodology or their rule-based system is, and it just simply might not work, and that's okay, because now you can just fade them. So just take the opposite side of those trades, and all of those times when it would be losing, again, turns into winners for you. So you can breathe back life into all of these old strategies that you had, that you tried before that really didn't work, or a lot of these automated systems that, whether they're cheap or expensive, that promise you the world and they hardly ever deliver. I want to put some power back in your hands to go, okay, this thing isn't making money. That's okay. I can just do it in another way. So you can test those old strategies and use Copier Pro to take the reverse positions of the ones that still consistently lose. Okay, so you can turn all this around. Again, this tool is available right now to you. You can use mine, and I think the presenter after me also has their version of the trade copier that takes the reverse position. Okay, so I'm not here to just try to sell you a tool because I have it. I'm really trying to get you to understand the principles behind what I'm saying so that you can use it in your trading to make money. So using a tool like Trade Copier Pro, what this does is it allows you to say goodbye to inconsistent and unpredictable profits. Spending countless hours in front of the computer analyzing different trading strategies, what's working, I'm back testing this, I'm back testing that. Listen, 99 out of 100 of these strategies lose money. It's okay. Okay, so just if you had a tool that just took the opposite side of them, then all that money that they're losing provides an opportunity for you to be able to gain it. It prevents you from taking losses due to impulsive and emotionally charged decisions. So as a trader, most of the money you lose is when you're emotionally on tilt. Full stop. It's when your emotions get the better of you, that's when you lose the most money. It's not that you don't have a strategy. It's that when you get in trouble, you abandon that strategy. Or when you get emotionally charged, you abandon that strategy. That's the issue. But if you had a tool that, okay, it's okay to lose money because I'm taking the opposite side of these trades anyway, that would truly help you. And occurring significant losses due to poor risk management processes, listen, and I'll say this one last time because it's incredibly important. There's nothing that's going to save you from proper risk management. Again, I'm trying to show you an outside the box tool that will help you in a counterintuitive way to be able to make more money. But even this tool won't save you if your risk management isn't in place. You have to really get that down, and I'll cover that in the principles section, but it's imperative for me to say that. Nothing is going to beat proper risk management. You have to have that in place first. But now let's talk about how to create a long-term winning methodology. So I've shown you the tool, okay? The tool exists. You can get access to it from me. Again, the presenter after me, I think he also has a tool that has a fade feature. So the tool exists. Okay, but now that you know that a tool like that exists and how you can use it, now you'll listen to me when I start talking about the principles that you need to employ in order to make this work for you long term. So let's dive in. What I want to talk about is my $1 million funded account cheat sheet, meaning how do I take the principles that I'm going to be explaining to you in the tool that I've just shown you, and I'm able to qualify for $1 million or more in other people's money, so in other people's funded accounts, and be able to utilize that to be able to grow my own net worth, to live the life that I want to live without risking my own money. So when it comes to funded accounts, there are really 4 important principles that you need to understand. It's not about how much money you make, but it's about how much money you lose per trade that makes a difference. Second, multiple funded accounts is always going to be better than one large funded account, and I'm going to prove it to you. Third, the most popular instruments aren't always the most profitable. So if you're just an NQ trader or an ES trader, because that's all you see on YouTube with folks that, again, aren't behind NDA, so can't tell you other stuff that's working, or doesn't care to look at other markets, then you're really missing out on so much money, because a lot of those other markets, a lot of those other instruments are a lot easier to make money with than NQ, ES, and some of the more known gold, crude oil instruments that you know. And then finally, discipline and psychology is paramount. Okay, so let me jump into each one of these 4 in a little bit of detail. So when it comes to trading, again, it's not about how much money you make, but it's about how much money you lose per trade that really does make the difference. Trading exams are hard because the win-loss ratio is not always proportional. What do I mean by this? In most cases, you can only lose half as much as you need to make in order to be able to qualify for an account. So what I'm going to show you here are from Apex Trader Funding. So this is their 4 different account levels. They got a 50K, 100K, 150K, and the 200K. But what I want to do is just show this graph underneath, because what I want to give you an idea of is just the proportions of whether or not, like, which one of these are the best accounts to try to qualify for. So essentially what I'm saying. So if you go for, let's say, a $25,000 account, you need to make $1,500. Before you lose $1,500, if you go for 50K, you need to make $3,000 before you lose $2,500. If you're trying to do 150K, you need to make $9,000 before you lose $5,000, and it goes up higher from there. But what it is that I'm trying to show you is, if you look at the percentage gain that you need to make per account, you usually have to make about 6%. But where the departure comes from is, as you go up in how much money you're trying to qualify for, how much of the account that you can lose also goes down. So most people either try to qualify for the $150,000 or the $100,000 account when they're trying to qualify for accounts, right? And you have to make 6%, but you can only lose 3%. So that's double the amount you have to make that you can ultimately be able to lose, which is tough, okay? Because if you look at the $50,000 account, you have to make $3,000, so you still have to make that same 6%, but you can lose up to 5% of the account. It's a lot more equitable. to go for a 50K account. And I assure you, because I do this every day with myself and the traders that are in my program, there is no difference between the 50K and the 100K account and most of these funded account providers. I mean, you can do more contracts maybe, but you shouldn't be doing that many more contracts. You know, you shouldn't be doing 12 contracts. You just really shouldn't on a single account. The most I ever do is 5, and I run a hedge fund. So what I'm saying is, you can do the same thing with a 50K account, and the stats are better. So just use the 50K account. But if you don't do these sorts of exercises to know that that is the case, most people, and I talk so many people out of it, are still trying to qualify for the 150, the 200, the $300,000 account, not really understanding these proportions. So it's not about how much money you make, but how much money you can lose per trade that makes a difference, because you can lose so much less and still lose your account. So that's important to understand. So you want to design your risk profile around your loss limit and not the profit goal, okay? And a big piece of this is to don't risk more than 10% of your available drawdown on any single trade. So if we were looking at, again, a 50K account, you can lose 2,500. The max that you should probably risk per trade is 250. And 250 is a lot. I'm just being completely honest with you, but like 10% is about the max that you should go. Okay, now this isn't, you know, you get some other frames of thought that saying like 1 to 2%. It's kind of hard to do that with futures, especially if you're trying to qualify for these funded accounts. But still, you should be able to lose at least 10 trades in a row with your system and not have to worry about whether or not you're going to lose the account. So that's important for you to understand. So I'm not going to go into a bunch of detail because I've only got about 10 minutes left, but I wanted to make sure that I always include this slide in the presentations that I do, because this is my exact risk profile that I use to help me to qualify for accounts and to help my clients at Tradechology qualify for accounts every single day. Take a screenshot of this. You can read it. You can go and try to understand it later. If you have questions, you can reach out to me. But just applying even the methodology or the principles behind what's on this one slide alone can transform your trading, especially if you're trying to qualify for multiple funded accounts. So take a screenshot of this, but I'm going to go ahead and move on. I'll just wait 3 seconds for you. 3, 2, 1, rock and roll. Okay, let's keep going. So principle number 2, multiple funded accounts is always going to be better than one large funded account. Multiple accounts allow you to multiply your earnings. So when you use a trade copier like Trade Copier Pro or whichever one to qualify and trade multiple accounts, each winning trade can be multiplied by up to 20. So within a Trade Copier Pro, we're doing 10, so I put in here 10. But if you do some of the other ones like Replicanto or Apex ones, they can allow you to trade up to 20 accounts. You can multiply this up to 20 if you choose to. And so that's going to multiply your earnings. But what I love most about this is multiple accounts also let you to spread your risk across accounts as well. So if you're in a situation where you're trying to make $10,000 a month, great. You could try to make $10,000 with the one 50K account or with the one $100,000 account, and it's possible. But what I found in most instances and in most situations is traders have to put on more risk than is acceptable according to your trade rules, and so you end up blowing those accounts because you're essentially trying to take too much risk anyway. It's much easier to try to get $1,000 from 10 accounts than it is to try to get 10,000 from one account. So if you can spread your risk and the losses across multiple accounts, you can always trade again tomorrow. And that's the most important thing, because the number one account killer is too much risk per trade per account. And you always want to be in a position where you can trade again tomorrow. In order to be able to do that, you have to reduce the risk that you're taking per account. So do that part. Right? If you're trading 5 contracts now, go down to 2 or 3, okay? Reduce your risk by half and see if you can still ultimately be able to do it. Every strategy that we deploy into our live market, it makes money trading 1 contract first. So if it can't make money trading 1 contract, we don't do 2, we don't do 3, we don't do 5, okay? So can it make money just trading 1 contract? If it can, then you can deploy it and scale it up later. But just trading 5 contracts in the hope that you get lucky or you have a good enough streak where it's gonna ultimately save you, it's not, okay? So that's important to understand. Principle number 3, sorry I'm going so quickly, I just got about 7 minutes left and I want to make sure I get all this content in here. Hopefully this has been valuable for folks today. Popular instruments aren't always the most profitable. So what do I mean by this? Futures is more than just NQ and ES, which is what 95% of the people that talk online, that's what they're talking about. They're talking futures, NQ, ES, crude oil, gold, RTY, the major indices, those sorts of things. The most popular instruments, though, are almost always traded by high-frequency trading bots. So the algorithms, the hedge funds, the mutual funds, the folks like me that have the tools that you don't see as a retail trader. Well, I know exactly where you put your take profit. I know exactly where you put your stop loss. You can control the market by moving into certain zones. You can take advantage of human psychology and be able to make it painful enough where people are exiting their trades and then push the market in the direction you want to go. Like all of these things are it's mechanized now. Like I don't have to be the evil person. Like there are tools that ultimately do this. And when you go and play in that pool, you're playing with those sharks that know exactly what they're doing. But there are other instruments that are still traded by humans, which move a lot more predictably. So they're not just sharks in the pool taking advantage of speculators, but they're just individuals or institutions that had positions in these particular companies or whatever else, and they're hedging their position. So think agricultural futures, think the bonds in a lot of instances, think silver, like some of those other instruments. Again, they're traded more by people that are hedging their positions and doing things the traditional way, more than what you see in the major indices. And so that really makes a difference. My first $100,000 was made trading RTY. Okay, it wasn't NQ, it wasn't ES. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that to demonstrate that there are different ways that you can approach the same thing in order to be able to make money. So I don't have a bunch of time. I've got about 5 minutes left, so I can't really go into too much detail with these, but I wanted to just show you, okay, just some different instruments that I'm trading live right now, and just to show you my results over the last 30 days. So you see this is August 1st to August 31st. Right now I'm showing you ZW, which is wheat futures. And over the last 30 days, we've had a win rate of 64%, took 127 trades, and have made $4,500 and some change with $747 in commissions. And this is 10 ticks. So we're trying to, it's a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. We're trying to either make 10 ticks, which I think is $12.50 or $10. Don't quote me, I'm not exactly sure which one. But I'm trying to make 10 ticks or lose 10 ticks. And we have a 65% win rate, and it's making money. Multiply that by 10, okay, which is how many funded accounts I use with this particular company, and I'm up 45 large just with the one contract. Go with silver. Silver, it's a similar thing. $4,547 I've made. Let me just make sure that's correct. $4,547, 59% win rate on 44 trades. Again, $277 in commission, 1.5 risk reward ratio, like we're making it work. UB is another one, another $2,000 on 62 trades. Again, I think this is 8 and 8 is our risk to reward here, but it's still usually a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And our win rates are good enough where we're ultimately able to make money. But more importantly than just the fact that we're making money, I also want to go into the analysis to show you this, that when I go to the max drawdown per day per trade, now the most that I lose is, let's say, so this one, the most that I lost on this day is $1,000, but typically it's a lot less than that. So on none of these days, and I'll show you all of these analysis, and then I'll jump to this last little bit at the end. The max drawdown, $740 is the highest. Analysis, sorry, go here, max drawdown, here another $740, okay? So we're not losing funded accounts. We're not taking so much risk or losing so much money where we can't actually make the money that we're trying to make. So these are just with non-traditional instruments like wheat, silver, and ultra bonds. But then if I show you, for example, ES, for example, using automated strategies, it's taken 813 trades. I made, I've taken $3,000 in commissions. I've lost $4,000 because there's just so much more speculation and fakeouts and things that are going on in those particular instruments. And if I go to ES, it's a similar thing. Although I made a little bit of money, 1,163 trades I had to take, $6,000 in commission that I have just messing with the major indices and those are the ones that I'm testing. But when I go to my actual ones here, booyah, like, 100 and so trades, like the statistics make a lot more sense. So the only thing I'm trying to prove to you here or just set forth with this demonstration is, listen, it's really important for you to look at other instruments that may help you to be able to make more money in the long term. So I've only got 3 minutes left. So with that, because I want to be respectful of everyone's time, and this isn't working correctly anyway, what these were going to show you, and let me see if I can just go this way so I can show you this bit, and then we'll get to the end here. Unless my computer decides to freeze, which it seems like it is. Let's see here. Okay, so it would appear, hopefully you guys can still hear me though, that at least my Google Chrome has frozen. So my Google Slides have closed. So I'll just take this last 2 minutes just to tell you a little bit about Tradechology, a little bit about what we do. What I was going to show you after that, we're going to be other people that have used these same tools, the same stuff that I'm talking about, Trade Copy Pro and all of our principles to be able to qualify for multiple accounts, yada, 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 yada. The proof that you got to show in these sorts of presentations. But here's what I really want to say. If you really want to take advantage of this, okay, if you really want to utilize great tools that are going to utilize great principles that are going to help to take you to the next level as a trader, you should really make sure that you take some time to invest in a mentor who isn't going to bullshit you, okay, whose vested interest is not making money off people signing up for their programs, but that they do this on a consistent basis. And that's one thing I like about Investor Summit is that they bring those sorts of traders. We're already making money but we're here to serve. And so we're looking to serve you by being able to provide you with great tools. You can go to my website right now, tradechology.co, and there's so much information that I'll be able to provide to you for free. Okay, exercise that I would use that would truly transform your trading for free. Okay, so take advantage of those if you don't want to make a financial commitment yet. But what I will say is if you are someone that wants to take this to the next step, you really want to go to the point where you utilize the help of someone that really does this at a high level that runs a hedge fund, then I would explore for you to take advantage of our offer that we have right now, which is just specifically for Traders Corner, where we do a one-on-one session with you, where we talk to you about your trading, what's going on with you, and see how we can best help. It doesn't cost you anything. There is no obligation to do it. In the end, we may talk about joining the coaching program if it's a good fit, but if it's not, don't worry about it. The same way I just took 45 minutes to provide value, I'm trying to provide value in that same conversation I'm having with you. And if it makes sense to work together, we can. If not, don't worry about it, because my coaching program is already sold out anyway. So I'm really just trying to do a great service to this community, because I truly enjoy giving these presentations. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my internet today, but it kind of froze. But I can end my presentation here just a minute early, just to say again, if this is something that you truly want to take advantage of, right? You can go to that website there where you can get a free one-on-one session with us, again, with no obligation to do anything, but we're really going to work very hard to help you to try to fix your trading, your psychology, and just use what was in this presentation to truly help you to be a better trader. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Marcus. Every time I listen to your presentation, I learn something else new. I love the way Trade Copier Pro looks amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marcus Howard is the real deal. If you're interested in an amazing tool to copy trades onto multiple accounts and have a professional step-by-step guide you to overcoming emotional roadblocks in your trading, Marcus Howard has the solution. You can learn more by clicking the link in the chat box, and you can find Marcus at tradechology.co for more information. Marcus, thank you for making our audience the usual incredible offer, and thank you so much for being here today. I hope you enjoy your Labor Day weekend. I look forward to seeing you on the show again, my friend.
You too. Thanks so much, Rob.
Always welcome. At the top of the show, I did mention we had a great lineup, and our next presenter is another extremely gifted trader and software developer who became interested in day trading as a college student. He started using NinjaTrader out of curiosity to test his ideas, and now has over 14 years of experience with programming on the NinjaTrader platform. He's actively day trading futures, focused primarily on the NQ. He's most passionate about futures trading, but remains committed to building the best day trading tools. He enjoys connecting with his clients and bringing their ideas to life. Here to present NinjaTrader to the next level, trade with precision, is Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Joel.
All right, what's up, everybody? Thank you for the introduction, Rob.
No problem. I'm just making sure I gave you all the privileges. I usually got admin in the background doing the switch while I read the introduction, but
You're good.
Today I'm on my own.
I see it now, so I'm gonna now share my screen. The correct one here. All right, just want to confirm you guys can see my screen, Rob?
See ya. Hear you loud and clear, bud.
Perfect. All right, everybody, I'm excited for today. I've got some tools on the NinjaTrader platform that I've been working on for years. Been doing this, I'm 37 years old, been doing this since college as a developer and futures trader. And I just want to, just excited to bring some value hopefully today. Marcus and I have chatted. He talked about my trade copier. I will show that as well. So today, I'm just going to get moving, and we're going to start off with some questions. I want to ask you guys a few questions here. So how would you like to eliminate most trade execution mistakes, right? And I know this happens to me every single day. Specifically for me, it's like I'm shooting an email at 9:25, 9:26, market opens, and I'm not ready, right? And may have a wrong number of contracts selected, or the wrong ATM strategy, or whatever it might be, right? Mistakes. Let's go to another question. Have you missed a trade setup because the entry bar closes and you hesitated to place your order, right? I'm sure we can all relate to that one or some of these. Trade execution mistakes. Another one, are you taking too much risk and not enough profit on your trades? Or this could be said as do you know, are you aware of what your profit and your loss is going to be before you ever even get into a trade? Yes or no? And lastly, would it be helpful to visually set your profit target and stop loss on the chart before you place a trade? This is pre-trade planning. Would it be helpful? So I just want to propose this to you guys and just say, like, after asking all of these questions, I think we've all been through this, right? Different execution mistakes on the entry and on the exit, all stages of trading. So I'm going to propose that most traders are at a major disadvantage because of their order execution tools. And before you get discouraged with this, let me just explain why. Because NinjaTrader is outdated, right? And this is me saying this from the standpoint of, like, my business is built on providing add-ons for NinjaTrader, right? I'm solving problems on the NinjaTrader platform for people like you, futures traders. So I'm going to say first, the chart trader hasn't changed in over 12 years. It's been the same thing since NinjaTrader 7 all the way through today's NinjaTrader 8. The right-click trade entry covers up the chart window, which I'll show you guys. And then I would say through all of these and more, precious mental energy is wasted as you're trying to enter and exit your trades. And because of this, new features and innovations are needed. And that's why I've been working on my own chart trader. So this is a picture where you right click on the standard chart trader, right? And you're trying to place an order and it's covering up the price action, the indicators, everything you're looking at. You're having to think about, do I want to sell, do I want to buy? What am I clicking here? Buy stop market or buy stop limit, lots of different potential mistakes, things happening. The super dumb, I've never used a super dumb from the beginning. When I was 23, 24 years old, coming out thinking, why would anyone use this? Why would you not want to just place your trades directly on a chart window, which is what you're looking at to make your decisions? And so I'll remind you guys, a super dumb from my perspective is dangerous, like, because the chart window is what's driving your decision making, right? So when you're going to be placing trades, when you're going to be making your entries, when you're managing your exits, you want to be able to see the price, see the indicators, so you can clearly make your decisions. Most orders in the DOM are only placed to mislead the market's real intentions. So if you do read the tape, like I say here, tape reading can work, but it does not always show the true story of supply and demand. So the bottom line, and there's even tools for this, but if you're not reading the market depth, then I think the DOM literally has no advantages compared to chart trading. Now, I did have a guy reach out. He wants me to develop a custom DOM. So I told him, hey, let's talk. I want to understand, why would you want a custom DOM? Why would you want to trade from a DOM? Maybe I'll be able to learn something. But for now, I want to keep moving and say, I have a solution for you. And that is my enhanced chart trader. So trading is just like shooting an arrow at a target, right? You have to be precise, or a gun range, right? Ready, aim, and fire. Ready, you're going to identify the trade. That's the ready step, right? You got to find the trade, make the decision. Secondly, you got to aim, which is you're defining your entry price, your stop loss, your profit target, and your money management. And lastly, fire. That's when you enter the trade, and then you're in the process of managing your entries and exits. So as I said, what I have for you guys today is the enhanced chart trader. So I really believe, guys, as the attendance is going up since I've started my presentation, I really believe that every single person in here can take home this chart trader today and see major benefits in your executions, both entries and exits. So I'm going to get to the charts in a moment, but the enhanced chart trader starts with the basic chart trader tools. This consists of, and I'm going to cover this on the chart, click entry buttons, exit order display features, which is basically like you can see the size of your target and the size of your stop right in the chart window. A break even button, you can attach orders to any indicator plot, the improved execution display, the bar counter display, and the last price display. So let's take a look at the charts and I've got a comparison here for you. So guys, I hope everyone's had lunch. I hope everyone's not getting tired. I know it's in the time of the afternoon when I'm like, man, if I'm done trading, I'm ready to check out. But I want you guys to pay attention because I really believe that right here, this here is what everyone could take home today. Everyone, and add it to your NinjaTrader platform. On the left side is NinjaTrader's standard chart trader. On the right side is my enhanced chart trader with the basic chart trader tool. So like we said, on Ninja, you're going to right click, right? You're going to right click to place your order. Well, good luck selecting the exact price on the first click, but you could right click, go down and select this. Whereas in a comparison here, you can use the buy and sell click buttons. So if I'm going to buy, I'm just going to click and I'm ready to place the order, right? And I'm not hard right edge right now, but here I'll just move hard right edge. So if I'm going to sell yesterday's high, I click, and the order's in. We can also use hotkeys. So if I use Control Z, I'm ready to buy. Control X, I'm ready to sell. So these are really single click entries if you want to use hotkeys in the keyboard to buy and sell. Let's look at the next thing. Exit order display. Like I was saying, we're comparing these, right? So look at Ninja's display of my trades this morning. Which one is easier to make more sense of? The NinjaTrader display or my display? I took a 295.15 point loss on a short, took a long. Unfortunately, it didn't hit my target and screwed me over. I bailed, but I did grab a long here as it started moving back up. Another one did not quite hit my target, pissed me off. Anyways, I'm being real with you guys. Bought the pullback here and it retested the high. So I quit for the day with 200 bucks, but I wanted $400. I meant 20 points on the NASDAQ, 400 bucks on this PA account. So what I want to take these trades for this morning is to show you guys this execution, right? If I hover my mouse here, I can see it was one contract long. Hover my mouse up here, I can see it was 8 minutes and 3 seconds. Target one got filled, and I can see the money amount. Move the mouse off, I can see all the trades with the win or loss in dollars. Compared to Ninja, you can't even make sense of that, and it really clutters up the chart. All right, I want to talk about my break-even button as well, which is included in this. If I switch over to Sim, I'm just going to sell market. The break-even button is right here. Do you see this? This break-even button allows you to immediately move either the stop loss or the profit target to break-even. So when clicked, it's going to do that. Now, I'm not going to wait for this trade to do something. I guess we could now. We'll click it now. So as I click it, basically the target moved to break even because I was in the heat. It will either move, like I said, the target or the stop loss based on the status of the trade. Ninja's chart trader, no break even button, no ability to do that with one click. You can also change this reverse button if you don't use it to a break even button, where you could put the break even button as a larger button up next to the close all. Attach to indicator. All right, so I don't even know how you do this with Ninja, but let's try. So I'm just going to do a sell click. I'm going to place the order. I move to Sim, so move to Sim over here. I think you're going to right click. You're going to go here. You're going to go attach to indicator. You're going to go properties. Then you got to select from all this mess. Okay, anyways, the point is it's hard to do it. With my chart trader, you're going to click the order and you're going to begin to move your mouse. As you hover over each plot, it shows you the name of the plot and you're able to attach the order. So let's say I want to short the 50 EMA. I'm going to click and the order immediately moves to the 50 EMA and it's attached at the 50 EMA. I can see that with this A button highlighted. Same thing, if I'm going to place the order immediately, I can just hit sell click. And before I ever even place the order, I click on the 50 and my order is in and it's trailing down with the 50 EMA. Now, if you don't want to use this, you can turn this off, right? When I'm placing this, it can be annoying because the orders will snap to the plots, right? But if we turn this off over here, we can place orders where we're not snapping to the plots. You guys with me on this? So we've covered that. We talked about the improved executions display, break even, click entry. Another thing in the basic chart trader tools, I'm just going to get into a trade. I'm going to short. I think that's the most likely trade to be a winner, the way this is moving. So I'll just go short, and I'm going to show you guys the comparison. Profit target, stop loss. What do you see? We have the dollar amount. We can change this to ticks or points as well, but right now I have it displayed the dollar amount, so I can see the dollar amount on my target at all times. Compared to Ninja, all I see are the orders. Okay, we can also, I'm going to go short another one, just show you guys one more thing with this. We can also, if these orders are on top of each other, we can split them. So right here, I can split this, or I can combine it, and that's the same for stops as well. So we combine them, we just use the arrow to combine or split right there. Just wanted to show you guys that. That is the exit order display. And lastly, the bar counter, just something I put in here for convenience to count down the number of seconds left in a bar. But this works for tick charts, range charts, and volume charts. The counter is automatically going to display what's relevant, so you're not having to add the standard NinjaTrader indicator. When you use this chart trader, your countdown is ready to go. Great. Yep. So that covers the basic chart trader tools, guys. And one thing was the last price display, which I don't like, but it's in there. You can draw it, you can have it draw a line, like just like I'm doing with my crosshair right now, that it would stay in line with the last traded price and move up and down. Some people like that. It's in there as an option, the last price display. The next thing I'm going to do here is move into some more advanced features. So that, again, was the basic chart trader tools. It's the way to get started with my enhanced chart trader products. Now I'm going to expand the screen, and we're just going to look at my chart here. In fact, I don't like it to be that expanded. Let's just go like this. All right. So I'm going to show you guys what I call the advanced exit orders management. So this is an add-on option for my enhanced chart trader. It's going to have ATM strategy planning. This is where you can see the exit orders and where they will be placed before your trade is filled, right? So it's going to link to any pending order, market order, anything that you're using in the chart trader, and show you so you can put a heads up as to what your plan is to get out of this trade. And you can also plan the entire trade before you place the entry. So what that means is you can move your targets and your stops around before you ever get into the trade. All right, next, there's new additional stop loss and profit options. So like with Ninja on the ATM, right, you can only set a fixed number of ticks or points for your stop loss and your profit target. With my product, you can actually set your initial stop loss to the previous bar's high or low. And you can also set your stop loss and targets to the ATR value. So the ATR is something that I use in my own trading. It allows me to vary the size of my targets and my stops based on how much the market is moving. Next, you've got trailing stops. So again, advanced exit orders management. This has everything to do with your exit orders, right? When you get into a trade, everything to do with new features or options for your profit targets and your stop losses. And so one of them with the stop loss is the trailing stop. So you can configure a fixed tick. And again, this is all on the fly. So compared to the ATM, this can be enabled at any time. You use an ATM, if you want to trail, you just turn it on in the middle of a trade and it trails. ATR, high, low, so you want to trail based on the previous bar's low if you're long, high if you're short, and then also any indicator. And I'll show you this in a chart window. And lastly, the ability to exit on close. So again, if a bar closes, you want the option to exit your position on the bar close, like an up bar, down bar, any of those. So let's take a look at this. So the advanced exit orders management. This was new a month ago. So what I can do is if I'm gonna short right now, which is how I would be trading, I can hit this I symbol right here, this info symbol. And then now I have a plan that I can move around in the chart. I can click on long or short. I'm gonna make it short. I can come down here and set my entry. I wanna get in at the VWAP. All right, now I can begin to see and plan. Let's say I wanna exit at yesterday's close. It's gonna be 23 points. Let's say I wanna give it 10 points space. Now, I've been talking with, I work closely with my customers, and I've been talking to several customers about this. We want to display the risk reward, right? Now, this is easy. 10 versus 23, what is that? 2.3. I have a 2.3 times target compared to my risk on this trade. But the point is I can pre-plan this trade, right? So I'm planning this. This is actually going to happen. As I place this trade, I can place this now. I can hit place sell. Live order goes in. I'm selling at the VWAP. Also want to take a look at this. If I hit edit, this is what I have. A 52. Okay, that's not, I'm sorry. That's not going to show what is linked to this order. It's going to show what was most recently set up. But this actual trade, which I'll just fill, this is an Apex account. Did you see how when I filled that, now I have a 10-point stop and a 23-point target, okay? So that's the idea. You can pre-plan these, and then it's when you get into the trade, it's actually going to have the target and the stop that you planned. All right, so I'll close that. I'm gonna switch over to Sim and show you guys some of these other features that we talked about. So the trailing stop, I'm just gonna go ahead and go long, all right? So I'm long. Now, I can set a trail. Let's do high-low. Now I'm trailing on the low of the previous bar. I can set this to Burger, which is one of my customers. That's the blue dots. Now I'm trailing on these blue or these red dots. I can set this to a parabolic SAR. Now I'm trailing on the parabolic SAR. I can change the offset entry trade. Now I'm 10 ticks behind the parabolic SAR. 50 EMA. Now I'm trailing on the 50 EMA. So do you guys see the value here? And you can configure your own trailing stops on any indicator in this list, up to 10 different options. I only have 3 in here right now. Up to 10 options for trailing stops, all right? So I've showed you how you can pre-plan your exits. I've showed you how you can use trailing stops. Over here are your remaining options. So we're gonna look at the initial exits. Oh, that's why that was like that. So it was set to the ATR. So this is on with ATR. So by default, this ATM has a 20-point stop loss and a 20-point target. If I turn the initial exits ATR on, it's going to be set to an ATR 14 times 1.5. 1.5 is my default, which comes out to, if you take 8.7 times 1.5, what does that come out to? 12.75, I'm sure, because it's calculating it, right? So that is why I was confused when I went in here earlier and it said 52, and I was like, why is it doing that? So there's a lot to watch here. But if we click this X, it's going to reset the ATM back into here. We're back at 80 and 80, 20-point stop and target. So again, I just want to emphasize before I move on the features here. This pre-planning is brand new and my customers have been loving it. But look, you can plan your trade, right? If I want to buy a pullback, do I think it's going to continue up? I may want to buy a pullback, right? I measure this pullback and I say I want to buy another pullback. I can plan my risk, and all of a sudden I might say, you know what, this is a trade I don't like anymore, because I'd have to give this yesterday's high, and on a retest of the high, if I were to go long here, it's only 9 points versus a 15-point risk. That's not a very good risk reward, because I don't want to have a stop above yesterday's high if I'm going long in here. Does that make sense, you guys? And then we can hit place buy. Again, just want to emphasize that immediately puts the order in. So let's go ahead and close that. And I'm going to quickly run through some more features. So the enhanced chart trader is, let me pull up the questions too before I continue. I want to get those off to the side so I'm ready to answer those at the end. Maybe try and track that. Mari, thank you. I see your comments. Innovative, unique, thanks. Marcus, thank you, man. Mari, really appreciate you chiming in. I'll watch the chat, you guys, as much as I can. So let's keep moving through some more features. I also have the essential. There's no way, guys, I'm going to be able to cover everything. So I'll give you guys some ways at the end to go look at my website and see all the options I've built into this. But I've got some really special pricing for you guys today because I really want to get this in the hands of more people. And I think there's a lot of value here. So the essential chart trader tools, again, will just show the planning feature. So if I come down here, again, I plan a trade. This is cool, you guys. So if I turn size on, as I begin to move this, I can see if I'm risking $1,000 right here. You see my cursor? $1,000. So now as I tighten my stop, I can see 3 contracts, 4, 5. Now I'll be trading 5 contracts with the stop here to risk less than $1,000. So I can't possibly go through all this now, but the essential chart trader tools features position sizing. It features quickly select ATM, so I can toggle between 4 different ATMs using these buttons here. It also features a one-click entry. So now you can see as I move my mouse to here, this pops up and I can quickly, bam, bam, I can place a bunch of orders in sequence. All right. So that is the essential chart. You can close 50% of my position. So like, let's say that I have multiple targets and I do not want to get off track here, but I'm just going to show this real quick. Let's say I have 3 targets, right? And I hit market. I can close T1 with a single button click. So this only has 2 targets. That's my fault. Now I can close T2. Okay, so these buttons allow you some pretty cool ways to scale out of your positions. I'm going to get into Renko real quick because I know we have a lot of Renko traders, I'm sure. This is a tool I made to trade Renko bars specifically. This is called price-based entry orders. I'm going to turn off these executions, but let's say that I want to take the next red bar. I can click the Renko and now my order is placed and ready. And we can see that, watch this bar close up. Did you see how that order trailed when we got an up close? So this order is going to stay in place at the known close of the Renko bar to get you in on the Renko trade. Now, why is this a big deal? Because as we know with Renko, slippage is a big problem, right? Slippage comes into play. And you can really have execution issues, right? And like I said at the beginning of this presentation, what am I trying to do for you guys? I'm trying to eliminate your execution mistakes. So with this Renko solution, you're able to say, I want to take the next red bar. Now, this isn't necessarily a trade I would take, right? We're looking for pullbacks with the trend generally. But the point is, you can set it up to get in on the next red bar or the green bar. If you want to wait, you want to get in up here. This is the next green bar, right? When the next green bar closes, you'll be long. That's Renko. One click, again, offset. You can stop limit, stop market, so on and so forth. Same idea for range, right? So let's say I know where this range bar is going to close. We always know where a range bar is going to close, right? So as this would tick up, it's going to move this order up to keep it in line with the known close of the range bar. If the range bar was to close down, we know exactly where it's going to happen. So we can be ready for the bar to close and get into the trade with minimal slippage. All right. I'm going to cover this at the end, pricing and different things, but another tool is bracket. So this, with one click, I can select how many ticks. This is 6 points on the NASDAQ. Click this. All right, it's going to immediately place a bracket order on the last price to buy and sell. So this is good for news, right? Because you can see here, if I have bracket close, click this. Now you can see at the bottom, it says bracket entry orders will be submitted 2 seconds before this bar closes. So as we count down, 2, so right there, the orders are in and the bar closes. The orders are in automatically. So this is a great feature for news events, the 350 trade, the 930 open of NASDAQ even has presented some really nice trades lately. I mean, look at the 930 open this morning, right? Put the bracket tool on this. Let's see, with like a 6 or 7 point offset, I would say, or 8 points, and you're in long with no heat, right? So the bracket tool is for, like I said, explosive moves based on time, essentially. So, and I have customers that use that in many different ways. Close bar entry. Again, if you're not entering with a stop order like Renko or range, you may just want to get in when the bar closes. So with this tool, I can do that, right? So if I were to click here, this is going to buy one at market on an up bar close. I can also buy one at market on a down bar close, and then vice versa. So what this does is allows you to watch your signals and get in when the bar closes. All right, the last chart I have for today, at least, this by no means covers all the features in here, but I do want to show you this. Like I said, if you have signals, this is going to work just like close bar entry, but with signals, right? So what we have here is just, I'm not going to explain this, but it's stochastic, right? And so I'm saying we're buying when it's overbought, selling when it's oversold. And you can use any third-party indicator that has a signal output with this. But if I were to initiate, when I initiate the screen button, you can see how it highlights all the long signals. It's highlighting the long signals. And then what that's doing is it's saying, now on the next long signal, it's going to enter the trade at market. You can also configure all of these. You can configure limit, you want to stop above the high, you can configure that, but it's most simple is just to get in the trade at market, the next trade only at market. You can also set continuous, then it becomes kind of a bot where it just continues taking trades every time it gets a signal. All right, so this will integrate with many third-party indicators as long as they have a signal output. It'll integrate with BloodHound. If you guys are familiar with building signals in BloodHound, integrates with that as well. So let me get back to this, and I'm going to summarize up the presentation. So again, I started by showing you guys the basic chart trader tools. All right, and so I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint and run through this real quick. Also looking at questions. Let's just pause for a couple questions. It does completely replace the standard chart trader. Thank you, Steve. So the standard chart trader is no longer open. So that means that my indicator here is taking over control of all the buttons. It's drawing the orders in the chart as well, right? There's no need at all. It completely replaces the default chart trader. Do you have an automatic trade entry system? Joseph, I don't offer that, but this is semi-automated, right? So I'm not giving you the signals, but these tools, as we've seen, can help you get into trades, right? That's the idea with Renko. Range, right? If you have a system and you're trying to buy a pullback, you could say, man, market starts bringing red bars, I want to enter the next green bar. You can do that. All right. So let's take a look at what I'm pricing this for you guys today. And honestly, I don't see a reason why every single one of you wouldn't want to move forward. I absolutely think there's a ton of value here. I priced this at $195, the basic chart trader tools. For today and through Labor Day, I'm offering this at $95. So just as a reminder, for $95, you guys, only $95, you're getting the click entry buttons, the hotkeys, right? So you can one click basically and place your buy or sell order in the chart. exit order display feature. We talked about how you're seeing the amount of money on the target and the stop losses. The break-even buttons, how you easily attach orders to indicator plots. The improved executions display, which I love. I mean, it's almost worth exiting the PowerPoint again just to see my trades from this morning. And I got to switch back to Apex because I just finished this one like, I don't know, about a month ago. This is just so sick, right? I can easily see my trades compared to what I see with Ninja, which is, yeah. Anyways, let's keep moving. Yeah, there we go. The bar counter display, last price play, $95. I showed you guys the advanced exit orders management, which again, we had the ATM strategy planning. You're pre-planning your trades. You're setting up your targets and your stops before the trade. You're getting the ability to do that, the ability to see your ATM physically on the charts. I'm going to exit this again, and just as a reminder, if I do a buy click here, I'm seeing my ATM, right? If I change the ATM, this is actually physically showing you your ATM strategy that's selected. Let's do 2020 buy click. Oh, that's the same thing. I've got so many of these, you guys. I need to clean them up. 15-15, there's a 15-point target and stop. You're physically seeing this, right? So I talked about the initial stop loss and profit target options, the trailing stops. I showed you guys how you can configure your own stops based on indicators. Fixed ticks, ATR, the high low, exit on close as well. So advanced exit orders management for Traders Corner is going to be not $495 but $295. That is a 40% discount. All right, and also I showed you guys today close bar entry orders. I showed you guys also priced based entry orders, which are the Renko and range entries. I showed you the bracket entry orders, signal entry orders, and there's other features I didn't even cover today. I'll show you how to see that as well. And I just want you guys to understand that this includes the basic chart trader tools. So the basic tools at 95 and all the improvements I've made to the standard NinjaTrader chart trader for only $95. Or for $295 today, you can have the basic tools and an additional feature. So maybe you're a Renko trader. Maybe you want to enter on the close of a bar at market. Maybe you see an advantage for the bracket tool, whatever it might be, or even, why would I leave this out? The advanced exit, right? Where you're able to pre-plan your trades. Any of these options are going to be $295. And I'm gonna say this is for today only. I want to throw in another bonus and just had this idea during Marcus's presentation because I really do want to give you guys the most value. So anyone that moves forward with me today with a $295 purchase, so you can choose from any of those options at $295, I'm going to give you my best MA's trend indicator and my best ATR indicator for free. So $390 value, I'm going to give it to you for free. And let me show you what these are real quick. So what you see here on my chart that I'm using is a 20 and a 50 EMA and a 20 and a 50 EMA based on the 5-minute. So you can easily put these 5-minute on your chart using this indicator. I also watch the ATR, right? So it's hard to put like a 5-minute EMA on your chart. It's possible, but it's not as good as using this custom indicator to do it because you're not having to add a secondary data feed. Down here, the ATR, you've got the ability to see an ATR from last Thursday. So we're comparing, and we can even scroll way forward, right? We're comparing the ATR from yesterday or last Thursday to today. So if you're tracking the ATR, that can be important to see and kind of like know in the future, when do I expect the market volatility to be sucked out today, see patterns and stuff like that. So I'm going to give you those two indicators for free. Again, this is configurable. You can configure any EMA on any chart. So like you want to put like a 2-minute EMA on a Renko chart, a 5-minute EMA on a Renko chart. this indicator will be good for that. So today I'm going to give you guys both those indicators that I use on my charts for free if you purchase a $295 product. Now, wrapping up, I wanted to do one last thing and show you guys my copier real fast. Marcus talked about this, so let's pull this up. This is a little added bonus for you guys. Here are two of my PA accounts that I'm ready to draw from. Need to trade one more day, and I'm going to draw $2 grand from each of these accounts right up here. I've got a couple more evals that I'm playing with as well, but this is my trade copier product. Can't possibly go into all the details right now, but as you can see here, I can see my from close values. I can see where my auto liquidate value is. It's keeping track of all these. I can even check this box on these eval accounts that if it gets to that $53,000 mark that you guys are so aware of, if you use Apex, it will automatically liquidate, and so that account can stay funded. There's a lot of features in here that you can go on my YouTube channel and see more details, but I'm also making this available today at $175, which is the lowest price I've ever given on this. Okay, lowest price. There's two products, the trade copier and the risk manager. It's two separate products, $175 each, but the trade copier, I think if you dive in on YouTube, you're going to see the value compared to what you've been using in other trade copiers. I think you'll see the value right away. So wrapping up, I hope I've been clear with these offers. I know it's been a lot through a fire hose, and Rob always makes fun of me. He's like, man, you have so much in your presentation. It's a lot. And so this is why in the last 5 minutes I get to slow down and just kind of wrap this up with you guys. I do have a testimonials page, and so I want you guys to look at the top of my website, affordableindicators.com. The very top, you can read reviews, and I'm starting to finally collect more reviews. I've served thousands of customers, but haven't collected a lot of reviews. I know that's really important because it's hard to know who you can trust, right? In this industry, I'm sure you guys have bought lots of software and you've been disappointed, and that's the last thing I want with my software, right? Take a lot of pride in this, and so I know for you guys to be able to see reviews, it's helpful, and so I want you to go check out these reviews. I'll show you this in a second. So again, all the offers are going to be listed on my website. This is specifically for Traders Corner today. The URL, if we could get this posted in, Rob, while I'm talking, is affordableindicators.com/Traders Corner. There's going to be some coupons code listed, and I need to remind you guys that everything is only good through Monday, September 4th. And as a reminder, if you guys, and I'm sorry I didn't move on to this. Here's the testimonials. So sorry about that, you guys. And then right here is the final offers page. Good through September 4th. There's the URL. affordableindicators.com/Traders Corner. For some reason, that's not a clickable link, Rob. You may want to put it in there so it's clickable as well. So yeah, let me back up real quick and just, yeah, trade copier, risk manager. So let me actually, I'm going to pull up this is right here, I think, what all of you should be considering. For $95, like I said, the basic chart trader tools. And then at $295, you can pick from any of these features that I've discussed. I don't know why this, okay. Any of these features at $295, and I'm going to include, like I said, that moving average trend indicator and the best ATR indicator. He's got the clickable link in there. Thank you so much, Rob. No, it's only NinjaTrader. Thanks for asking. Hank, you got the link. With the couple minutes I have left, guys, here's my website. So all of you should be here right now and looking at this, affordableindicators.com/Traders Corner. At the very top, you can click to see my reviews. I've got 10 reviews in the last 10 days, only because I'm finally reaching out to customers and asking for more reviews. And so check those out. So here's the basic chart trader tools, the coupon. Walking down, we spent more time talking about advanced exit orders management, where you can pre-plan your trades. Down further, this one is 50% off. So if you guys are interested in the position sizing, the one-click entry, the quick select of your ATM strategies, where you can click between 4 ATM strategies quickly. Yeah, position sizing. Check out this at 50% off. Here are the trade copier and risk manager products. Click these more information links. Here's a summary of all the 295 options, you guys. We covered all of these. And then lastly, I believe there's a couple of you that will just want to get the entire suite. So every feature that I built into the enhanced chart trader is available in the professional chart trader tools. I'm giving you guys 40% off on that purchase, again, with Traders Corner and through Labor Day, and throwing in my support and resistance suite, which I didn't even spend 1 minute covering in this presentation, but you can check it out on here. So again, thank you so much, Rob, for the opportunity. I always love being here, and I hope you guys got a ton of value out of this. I hope to see every single one of you on the website moving forward, and I'm excited also that I'm going to be doing some live Zoom meetings with my customers. And so I'm going to work on getting that set up, but I want you guys to come in and get training and understanding on all this. I know it's a lot, there's a lot in here. So that wraps it up. Thank you, Rob.
Hey, thank you, Joel. And I don't pick on you or think anything negative. I hope you don't feel that way. I kind of wish I did use NinjaTrader, not just the Thinkorswim platform, because I mean, all your stuff's amazing. I've seen it, demonstrated here. I know, a few of our comrades that use it. And, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators, he makes incredible offers. Thank you for making one to our audience today with all the extra stuff. It's amazing how powerful your tools and indicators are and how useful they are compared to just NinjaTrader's basic interface that, does similar, but not as, when you're in the hurry of a trade, click live, make it happen. But the title of your presentation was NinjaTrader the Next Level, and we refer to your tool set here as NinjaTrader on steroids, because it does do that, make things easier for you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do want some of the most powerful indicators and trade management tools available on NinjaTrader, Joel has them for you, affordableindicators.com. And because you were on the show today, at a tremendous discount. Now's the time to transfer your Ninja into a Super Ninja. Joel, it's always great to have you here. Thank you for coming. We hope you see us. We hope you come back and see us again. And I wish you a happy Labor Day, my friend. I guess Joel checked out on me a second early. All right. I mentioned at the top of the show, we have a great lineup. I know I keep saying that, but you're going to want to stick around today because the rest of the presentation is packed with still more great information and discounted offers. Our next presenter started day trading the same way you did, with great expectations of wealth and free time to live the life of his dreams, and it did not take too long for that reality of day trading to become apparent. It's not so easy, though, as it was going to be. He struggled for 7 years before finding his way to becoming a professional trader. And I have to admit that sounds pretty familiar. The Intentional Trader Trade Room was born in 2009. This is where he introduced his custom indicators to make trading easier and more efficient for his members. His style of indicators makes actionable signals either yes or no when making trade decisions, leading to a 5-star award from Traders Planet for trading software and trade rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Day Trading for Grown-Ups is Mr. Tony Peterson of the Intentional Trader. Welcome to Traders Corner, Tom.
Hi, Rob. Thank you. How about a sound check? Are we all good?
Hear ya, and I see a cool little green screen with 2 bar graph charts on it.
Excellent. All right. So you probably saw the title of this presentation and you thought, what the heck is that all about? So as Rob mentioned, I was a struggling trader for a lot of years, and for some reason, I came into day trading with this unrealistic expectation, I think, and a lot of us come into day trading with an unrealistic expectation of what we think day trading can do for us. You know, we have this when we're introduced to day trading. We have the visual, and that's how it was introduced to me. I saw the visual. I saw people using charts and placing trades, and everything that I thought was going on right in front of me. Okay. So we all get kind of excited, and we come into day trading and we think, okay, this could be for me. That looks really easy. I just need to know one easy little simple thing. And that little simple thing is I just need to know which way price is going to go, right? Isn't that what we're all doing? But I'm like, okay, well, this new internet thing that's out there that people are talking about, that people use a lot for gaining information and stuff. This was back when I started, right? There's lots of information out there, and there's teachers out there, and there's videos, and there can't be that hard to learn, right? So you get excited, and we go, oh, there's no limit. All I need to know is one simple thing. Just tell me which way price is going to go. I just need to know which way price is going to go. So we finally get started with it, and we go, okay, well, it's not quite what we thought it was. Yet we still hold on to these assumptions and expectations that, you know, this should be easy. Why? Well, I'm missing something. There's a piece of the puzzle missing. What am I missing? So a lot of times we don't even ask that, or we think it, but we don't ever approach it the way we would approach other problems we have in our life. Okay, like a grown-up. For whatever reason, we choose not to approach day trading as a grown-up. Okay, all right. So same risk disclosure statement that everybody else has put up. Basically, don't trade with money you can't afford to lose. You should sim trade for a very long time before you ever trade with real money. And most people lose money at trading, so you probably will too. So maybe you shouldn't do it. Okay. Basically, that's the disclaimer here. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to talk about today. First of all, we're going to define what is a grown-up. And a lot of you are going to start rolling your eyes and going, oh boy, I don't need this. This has nothing to do with me. Then we're going to talk about what is an immature day trader. Then I'm going to show you our trading system. Okay. And we call it a trading system for grown-ups for a reason. Okay. And then we've got some free stuff that we're going to give away. And then I'll have a special offer for you for some of our programs that we offer for our traders. Okay. All right, grown up. Not childish or immature or adult. Okay, so another term for grown up might be adult. So let's look at a list of characteristics of a true adult. Okay, and this is not a complete list. It's in no particular order, but it's a list of characteristics of being a true grown-up. Okay, to be honest, most of you probably never actually thought about what it takes to be a true adult. It just happens over time for the most part, but not necessarily completely, or not necessarily in all circumstances. So what I want you to do, I'm going to go through this list. I want you to kind of pay attention to each line item. And before we move on to the next slide, I want you to ask yourself, how does this item in the list pertain to me as it relates to day trading? Okay? Not necessarily in regular life, but in day trading. Okay? So by the time we get to the end of the list, I'm gonna challenge you. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little challenge. All right. So characteristics of a true adult. True adults realize that maturity is an ongoing process, not a state, and continuously striving for self-improvement. Okay, keep relating this to how you're approaching day trading. Okay, accepts and assumes responsibility. Now, a lot of us have decided to give the responsibility to computers because we are no longer accepting the responsibility of being able to execute our trades. So we try to push that opportunity off on the computer. Excuse me. Most grown-ups have achieved a financial independence to the point where they're not reliant on others to fulfill their basic needs. Okay, has the ability to listen and evaluate the viewpoints of others. This is important because a lot of you are going to be sitting here listening, and if I don't say something that agrees with what you already believe, you're not going to give any credibility to what I'm saying. Okay? So you maintain patience and flexibility on a daily basis. You accept that you can't always win. How many of you have spent hours and hours and days and weeks and years trying to filter out losing trades? Okay? But instead, you learn from mistakes and don't whine about the outcome. True adults don't overanalyze the negative. They start looking for the positive and how they can optimize the positive. Can differentiate between rational decision making and emotional impulse. Anybody here place emotional trades? Okay, a grown-up, somebody who is a true grown-up, doesn't do that in regular life, can translate that to day trading also, and is not emotional or falls prey to their emotions during day trading. Understands that no skill or talent can overshadow the act of preparation. Something a lot of day traders don't do. You get excited, you sit down, you start trading, and you haven't properly prepared. A true adult knows that you're probably not going to be given things just because you want them. What are you going to have to do? You're going to have to work for it. You're going to have to earn it. Has learned that some things that feel good right now may not really be good for the long term. Capable of managing temper and anger. You realize what I'm going through here, right? And you see how easy, and this is a list of characteristics of just being a true adult in the real world. If you relate this to your real world life, chances are you could go down the list, go, yep, that's me, yep, that's me, yep, that's me. And as soon as you relate it to how you go about day trading, I'll bet a lot of you are finding little areas in here where it might be, you might get a little raw thinking, oh, well, I'm not really approaching that like an adult. Being able to distinguish between needs and wants. Shows confidence without being overly arrogant. What happens when you have had a week or two of winning trades? What seems to happen with your you don't just get confidence, right? You start getting a little cocky. And I warn my traders. They come to me and they say, Tony, I've had the best month I've ever had. And my first thing I say is, don't get cocky. Because whatever got you to that point, keep doing that. Okay? And too many people don't. Handles pressure with self-composure. So you guys, when you're in a trade that's going south, how do you handle that pressure? takes ownership and responsibility of personal actions. Instead of blaming the markets or blaming the data feed or blaming the indicators or blaming their trading system or blaming the moderator in the trade room or blaming. Grown up will take ownership. Manages personal fears. That was a big one for me. Fear of loss, fear of missing out. Able to see various shades of gray. You hear me, if you ever have listened to me talk or you watched any of our videos or come and hung out in our trade room, you'll hear me often talking about shades of gray and how shades of gray can add confusion. But what happens is, as a grown-up, you know that most things have shades of gray. A child, somebody who's very immature, wants to see things as black or white. There's only one answer, but there's always the answer is usually somewhere in the gray area, or it's a group of answers. They're not necessarily a single right or wrong answer. And grown-ups know that there are lots of circumstances that goes into finding out what the right answer is. Can accept negative feedback as a tool for self-improvement. Aware of personal insecurities and self-esteem. Do what they have to do when it is required of them. So if you're responsible for becoming or continuing to be a winning, successful trader, and it requires certain things that you do every day, you have to do those things. It's a responsibility. And I know a lot of us just want to day trade and go run off and play golf. But there's a lot more to it than that, right? They do what they can and are able to distinguish between the two and manage their time and efforts accordingly, what they can and cannot do. All right? So we can't always do what we want to do. A lot of times we do what we have to do, right? And that's called being an adult. So based on this list, you guys are sitting here listening patiently. Based on this list, are you approaching your trading career like a grown-up or not? Okay, so let's do a little self-analysis here. Let's do a real quick check. And I want you to be paying attention to this. All right, ready? Are you bored? Did you show up here because you thought I was going to be showing you charts and indicators and trade setups, and that I would be telling you how to get rich, and make lots and lots of money, that I'd be talking about money? I'd be willing to bet at least a few of you have already left because I haven't been talking about what you think is important. You know, Marcus was talking about this earlier, that you think the mechanics of trading is what's important. You know, the order entry, all the stuff that's the fun part of trading. You know, the charts and indicators, and man, you want to hear me talk about easy money. So for those of you that are about to leave or have gotten bored and you just want me to just move on, just show me charts, show me money, show me how easy this is. I got a slide for you. Okay. There you go. So maybe you guys that get kind of anxious to only hear about the mechanics of trading. You just want to know when to push the button and how much money you can make. There's a slide for you. We made $1 million our first week. It's super easy. You know how many of us are anxious to give our time and money to people that make promises like that to us? Is that an adult responsible way to act? Or is it something that is caused by us being very excited? So how do day traders avoid trading like a grown-up? And be honest with yourself. If you can see this and any of this in yourself, or in yourself today or even in the past, and these characteristics, maybe it's time to do a little introspection and to figure out how you can approach day trading more like you approach the rest of your life. Okay? So are you constantly searching for the next best thing? Do you believe computers can do it all for you, thus removing accountability? You know, one of the top search terms in trading and day trading is auto trading. Not to say that, you know, I don't have anything really negative to say about auto trading, other than just ask yourself a question. If it really works that well for the amount of attention it gets, why aren't we all using them? Simple question. As an adult, you have to start asking yourself questions like that, okay? You want to believe you can make $100,000 a week with little to no risk. This is our search. This is what we're on the hunt for when we come into day trading. You ignore the red flags of big money promises like, hey, you know, it was on the internet, and so it must be true, right? There's tons of red flags that we want to ignore because they're saying what we want to hear. You believe you can start making, you know, big money like today. You think there's a secret out there, and you just got to keep looking. You just got to keep coming to webinars and going searching the internet and going on YouTube. You figure the secret's out there, and they know this, right? They know that's what you're looking for, because look at the title of a lot of videos or a lot of emails you get. Secrets revealed, right? They know you're looking for that secret. So a lot of times you think, people coming into trading think, a couple hours a day, and I make all the money I want, and then I have all this free time to spend with my family and friends and playing golf and whatever. Most day traders have a dream, and somehow they've figured out how to rationalize it as a goal. There's a difference. You don't practice day trading. You don't practice your order execution because, you know, it's just not the same as live at real trading. It doesn't have the same punch. You're not as excited. It just doesn't feel the same. So you don't do it. Get excited each day before trading. You know, you can't wait to get the thrill of winning a trade. Personally, I've been doing this now long enough to where it's just like when I showed up at my previous jobs. It's just my job. It's just what I do. I don't get excited. I don't care. My palms don't sweat. My mouth doesn't get dry. I just show up and do my job. And I have one job when I'm trading. Just one job. That is execute my trade plan. That's it. That's all I do. Regardless of what the market's doing or how many losses I've taken or how many trades I execute trade plan, and that's my only job. Don't even have to think about it. Don't have to get worried. Don't have to stress. None of that. Sometimes you get bored. Today was, it started out pretty choppy. You might have been sitting there going, I'm bored. I'm going to just throw on a trade just to see what'll happen. So what will happen is one of two things, and they're both bad. You're either going to win the trade, which is bad because now you've just emboldened yourself to break your rules thinking that you have superpowers, or you lose the trade and then you go and you feel stupid and then you go, well, it doesn't matter because it was just sim. So, but you've just told yourself there's no reason I really have any rules. Constantly looking for a better and easier way I don't need to say much more about that. Collecting information, because hey, you can't have too much information, right? Information's good. Information is knowledge. Nope. Information is confusing. If you have too much information, you can paint yourself in the corner because, like most people, traders, we try to use it all. But you can't. Or you're stuck in a corner and you can't move. And a lot of us get excited to listen to somebody who's going to tell us all about how rich they're going to make us. Usually works at the wrong things, trying to learn how to not take losses. We spend a lot of time trying not to take losses. And really has never thought about that day that comes. And so maybe you've gotten better at day trading. And maybe you're gotten to a point where you're making consistent and regular money, which is what everybody's trying for at first. With the thoughts of later transitioning from whatever job or profession you have now into day trading full time. Never really thought about it. How would I do that? Am I just going to wake up one day and call the office and say, I quit? I don't need your health insurance anymore. I don't need the the human resources department to help me with, all of the other stuff that you get as benefits from having a job. I don't need any of that anymore. I'm going on my own. Okay. Have you ever thought about that day? What it would look like? So if you haven't, then you're really not approaching day trading like you would any other profession or any other decision you make as an adult. So let's talk about what we do and why this is day trading for grown-ups. Okay? Any of you, all of you still here? Yep. Everybody's still here. So this is what the immature day trader, and maybe part of you, I don't want to call you immature, but maybe a little piece is still not quite up to the grown-up stage yet. And you've been sitting there going, I wish he would just shut up and show me charts and indicators and trade setups. Well, here you go. This is for you. All right. So what you're looking at here is a perfect trade setup that we trade every day, day in, day out. This is it right here. And we traded it today. We had like 5 of them today in our trade room. So what you're going to do to trade like a grown-up, trading our trading system, is you're going to take something simple. All of that information that you've been gathering about day trading. I mean, I've got hard drives full of stuff that I collected over the years. All that information that I gathered thinking, well, I need to know this. I need all this stuff because everybody else knows about all this stuff. And oh, that sounds very interesting. And there's more and more and more and more and more and more. So there's just a ton of information out there. And what your job is to cull through it and find the little golden nuggets, right, that you're going to turn into a trading system. So it turns out it just adds lots and lots and lots of confusion. So what I had decided to do when I was turning my trading around was to find something very small, very simple, and do it over and over and over again and get good at just that one little thing. I then figured out when I got to a point where I was consistently successful, that's as far as I really pushed it. You have to know and understand You will accept the risk, and you have to take losses to get to the winners. You have to. There's no way to day trade without taking losses. Yet, we still find it painful. So if you're still finding losses painful, you're not quite there yet to being a grown-up. We're going to limit the size of the risk on each and every trade, not based on how much money you have. We're going to limit a fixed amount each time. We're going to remove the trader from risk as often as possible by reducing the time in the market. Are the markets the same today as they were 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Or are there more influences in the markets today? There are so many more influences that are changing the markets every day. How can you reasonably expect to put on a trade and an hour from now that trade to do exactly what it was supposed to do, and assume that new influences weren't going to come into the market during that hour and change everything? So what we want to do is get in and out quickly with the information that's there right now before it changes. Okay? Costs and losses are just part of doing business. All right? And that's what this is business. What we've done, and what I did, because I failed miserably at managing my emotions, I created this so I could get in and out of a trade before emotions got hold of me. I worked really hard at managing my emotions. Now, that's what I said it takes to be an adult, right? And a grown-up. So I found an area where I was not able to be a grown-up. When it came to managing my emotions, I was not able to be a grown-up. So instead, I created something that will remove, or at least greatly reduce, the need to manage my emotions, as it relates to trading anyway. You have got to get comfortable being bored and maintain focus. Okay? Boredom is the biggest part of trading. And this is not why we got into trading, is it? We got into trading because it looks fun. You have structured after hours practice and study and analysis sessions every day. And you fully understand how and why that the trades are taken based on your own risk tolerance profile. Okay? Now, in our trade room, we trade from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time every day. We trade futures contracts. We use NinjaTrader. We trade for a 5-tick hard target. Now, some of our traders trade for a little more, or a little less, but generally 5-tick hard target and a 7-tick managed stop. So when we put on a trade, it's a bracket order. We have a target and a stop. If the conditions, remember, I mean, we're trading on 1-minute chart. Things happen fast. If the conditions that got me into the trade change, such that I wouldn't be in that trade, I would never have entered under these new conditions, I'm going to shorten my stop. So even though I have a bracket order, that's just where we start. I may change that to -5 or -3 or -2, depending on how I can get out of the trade. Okay, so we have managed stops. We'll have an average of 5 trades or so per session. Average time in a trade is a couple of minutes. Couple of minutes. It's hard to get too anxious or excited or scared or depressed or any of that in 2 minutes. Many of our trades are much shorter than 2 minutes. And then at the end of during the session, if we hit, I say we, this is what I do. And this is what a lot of the traders that have attended our trade room over the years have also adopted, because they see the logic in it and they see how well it works. The only way I ever got to see actual consistent growth was when I stopped trading after I hit my hard target winners or losers for the day. So if I have a net +3 winners, I stop trading live and I finish in sim. If I have net 3 losers, I stop trading live, I finish trading in sim. On average, I have 2 to 3 days a week, a month that are the loser, and I stop because I've taken losses. More days than not, I end up with my net +3 winners. I call out all my trades in the trade room as I'm getting in the trade. So everybody knows I'm in a trade. I call it out. I say, I'm in this trade. So everybody can see whether it's a win or a lose, right after I call it out. So there's no hiding for me. So it's very simple. And we have an event coming up on Saturday. I'm going to show you that in a minute here. And I'm going to go through every single step. We're going to do that now here in just a few minutes. But we're going to go through this, and I'm going to teach you how to do this. All right. I'm going to show you real quick here, because I'm starting to run out of time. So here's the setup, but let's break it down into pieces. All right. So what we have is price is channeling, right, for several bars, and you see generally small bars. Then suddenly we get a breakout of this channel and price gets overbought or oversold. This goes either way. I'm just showing it going up. We get another bigger bar and we get a speed tick, which is that white arrow. We get the pullback alert and the ricochet. So those are, and we're overbought and we're hitting a line of resistance. So there are 5 things right there that tell us that that pullback is very likely. But we're going to make our decision on the open of the next bar. Okay. I'm going to go through this a little bit more quickly so we can get through it. Price hits resistance and the open of the next bar, we get that indicator right there. That's our Rockstar indicator. We'll talk all about the Rockstar. That's by far the most popular indicator we have. All right. So it prints on the open of the next bar, and that's our trigger to short right there. Now here's the thing on Saturday. If let's see if I can put this link in there. Where'd it go? No, it's not posting. Oh, there it is. All right, there's a number of links that you guys, and then if you're watching this on video, I'll put it down in the description, or you can scan that QR code. So we're having an event and we're going to go over, and you're going to see these trades live and how we trade them. You're going to see them on live charts. I'm not going to show you static charts and go, look what I did here, and look what we're going to actually show you the trades that as they happen. Okay. All right. So that's this Saturday at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. All right. Very simple. And I'm going to go through this quickly, and we'll go through it more slowly on Saturday. We have conditional process that we follow to decide if we're ready to enter a trade. There's no gray area. It's a yes or no. If the condition does not exist, that's a no. So what we do, just wait until it does exist. Once it does exist, if it's a yes, if it's not a yes, then it's a no. Okay. When condition 2 exists, we check it. If it doesn't, we wait. If it does, we go to condition 3. If it doesn't exist, nope, go to 4. All right. So this is very simple. Anybody can do this. This is a very easy step-by-step qualifying process for trade entry. Okay. This is how we systematize many things in our lives. If we have yes on each of those conditions, guess what? It's time to enter the trade. So there's really no more confusion about, man, I was constantly confused. Do I enter this trade? Is everything right? And then you enter and you go, oh, did I do that right? Well, oh, shoot, I didn't see that. I should have looked at this. I should have, oh no. And then you go, well, I'm in the trade. I shouldn't be in the trade, but I'm in it. Let's just see what'll happen. We'll just close our eyes and hope for the best, right? Anybody else do that? Is that just me? All right, so how does it apply to this? All right, so is price breaking out of a channel? If the answer is no, we're going to wait. Okay, as it turns out, here it is breaking out of a channel. We get a hard push. If we don't have a hard push, if it just kind of drifts out of the channel, then we're going to wait. If it's a hard push, we look for a strong potential for exhaustion by finding out if it's overbought. All right. If not, we wait and we just go on. And I'm going to talk about these indicators on Saturday, what they do and why they do it. Okay. Price is breaking out of a range. The breakout bars are often much bigger than the bars in the range, right? You get these smaller bars and then suddenly you get this breakout. Now, a lot of traders are going, oh, there's a breakout. I need to get in on that breakout. And they're getting in right about the time that price is becoming exhausted and price drops. So they get in and get hammered. All right, so we're looking at an increase in momentum. Price becomes overbought. Orders are processed faster. That is typical for retail traders. That's a huge key to tell us what the big boys are doing. That's this indicator right here called the speed tick. This is what started me becoming a professional trader right here. This is what started my consistency. This right here, knowing and understanding when the big boys were manipulating the markets was key, because when they do it, something almost always happens after that. Okay. So the price action suggests that this is a climax bar. That's this dot right here. That's telling us that. Notice all of these indicators are right where our eyes are looking. I'm not looking at any other charts. I'm not looking at any other time frames. I'm not looking at any other anything. This is it. All decisions are made based on just that. All right, we're going to talk about this more. I'm going to skip over this because we're going to go over all of this on Saturday. All right, this is our Rockstar setup. We would enter the trade right here on the open of this bar based on the criteria. Now, there's optional criteria for those traders that have been trading for our system for a while. They can tune it a little bit to their risk tolerance levels, okay? So you can do some tuning, but you want to learn the basics first, and then over time you can start to tune it, okay? All right. So there's some very basic rules, and then there's some ways to tune these rules. All right. Again, a reminder, I'm going to show you videos, live videos of actual trading with moving charts, not static charts, not just images of charts, but actual moving charts. I'm going to show you trades that we take in the trade room. And the funny thing is they look exactly the same. We do them over and over and over again. Remember that plan, that transition plan I was telling you about? Here's another free thing that I'm going to give you. You can go and download a copy of that plan on how to start planning ahead for your trading, okay? For your trading career. You can plan ahead for it so that when it's time, you'll know it's time. You're ready to transition from your full-time job to trading full-time. If you want to come hang out with us in the trade room, there's a link in the chat there to register for our trade room. You can take a free 5-day free trial. We trade those 6 instruments every day, day in and day out, and it's a real laid-back environment with a lot of friendly people that have been coming for 10, 12 years or longer. All right, and then a special offer. We all have that special offer that we're offering to you today. We got a 20% off any of our trading programs. The Pro Trader is by far the most popular and has the best value. So go to our website. You've got the URL up there, and I've also put it in the chat. Go to our website, take a look at what's included in all the programs. If you've got any questions, our email address, I think, yep, I put it in the chat also. Feel free to ask questions, email us, and we're more than happy to help any traders that are looking for help, taking that next step. Maybe you just haven't been able to quite make that next step. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to get you to back up just a little bit, become more realistic, and have a better understanding of what it is you need to try to accomplish to become a successful trader. Okay. All right, everybody. Hopefully we'll see you all on Saturday. Rob, thank you very much. And thanks everybody for showing up.
Tony, thank you so much for all the great information and making our audience such a generous offer. The software looks incredible. Love the simplicity of the yes or no indicators. Eliminates a lot of discretion. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for a powerful trading system with easy to identify entry signals and a live trading room to follow a true professional, then Mr. Tony Peterson of the Intentional Trader has the solution. You can find his Labor Day Traders Corner special in the chat box, or you can always find Tony at theintentionaltrader.com. I apologize, I mistyped the link. It really was a lot to type, and I always try to proofread my stuff, but it just came out wrong. Tony, we want to thank you again for being here today, making the generous offer you did, and we hope you come back to see us again. Happy Labor Day to you, sir.
You too. Thank you, Rob.
No problem. Ladies and gentlemen, today's Labor Day special on Traders Corner had over 1,000 traders registered to attend, and almost half of you showed up. And we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for joining us today. And stick around because we've got a few great more presentations to come. Next up is the founder of Shark Indicators and chief architect of BloodHound and BlackBird. He's created innovative trading software that simplifies trade management without coding. With over 20 years of combined expertise in software development and trading, he has uniquely positioned Shark Indicators to empower retail traders. His primary mission is to provide tools that were once only accessible to large hedge funds, demonstrating his commitment to improving the trading landscape for all. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jeremy Tang of Shark Indicators. Welcome to Traders Corner, Jeremy.
Hi, this is the first for me. I'm just making sure I'm coming through okay.
Loud and clear, and we can see your disclaimer.
All right, am I allowed to show my webcam? Is that all right?
You can anything you'd like.
Okay.
Short of what we would consider inappropriate.
Yeah, I'll try to stay away from that. All right, thanks, Rob. And yeah, it's kind of exciting to be on Traders Corner. This is the first time for us. I've noticed that a lot of the speakers actually are some of the partners, including Tony, work with us. And today we're going to talk about automated trading, or the life cycle of an automated trade. I think as actually Tony kind of brushed upon that, that's sort of a buzzword out there. And it got me thinking, why is it such a buzzword, and why is everybody talking about it, but why isn't, why are so few people doing it? And it occurred to me, at least for the retail side, that one of the big reasons why people aren't doing it is because the barrier to entry is very high. Let's just think about it for a second. So just say you've got a trading idea, or you want to get into automated trading, if that's what you want to do. How would you go about doing that? Well, you could start by maybe buying a black box off the shelf from some vendor, but then you're sort of putting your trust in the system that's been created already, right? Not everybody's comfortable with that. Maybe you've got your own trading ideas and you want to implement it, but you're not a developer, so you'd have to hire a developer actually to do that. Anyways, why would you be interested in something like automated trading potentially? Well, aside from sort of the kind of obvious benefits of being able to sit back and kind of watch your trade evolve without too much manual intervention, I want to challenge you with a kind of a question here, right? Because there's a lot of talk, especially with trading coaches, of course, of systematic trading, right? And a lot of these trading coaches that have been around for a while, of course, know what they're doing because they've traded their system or their trade system or their methodology for many years. If you're just starting out, however, what's the best way to actually get your system vetted so that you know it's a good system to trade? Well, it's typically you start with backtesting, right? You got to start somewhere. You got to get some data. You got to figure out, is your trade system idea, is it good? Is it going to work out in the markets if you really do it? And if you really thought about, like, what do you need to backtest something? Okay, like, just sit down and think about it. Like, what do you actually need to backtest? What do you need? The computer needs to know when you're going in, needs to know how your trade is being managed over the time it's being managed, and when to get out, right? Simple, but actually pretty complicated, because that means you actually need a full-blown auto trader. That's the only way to do it, unless you're planning on sort of whipping out this spreadsheet and taking a chart and going through it kind of manually and marking up your trade entries and your exits and that sort of thing and tabulating it all out. Very tedious, very time consuming, probably something not very many people can afford that kind of time to do. And like I said before, that means you basically got to be a coder to do that, something like that. So there's got to be kind of an alternative, and that's kind of where we come in. And to get to that, I'm going to back up a little bit and give you guys a little bit of background, just in case maybe you've never heard of us before, and talk about my first live trading experience and kind of what led me on this huge journey to create sort of the tools I'm going to be showing you later today. So let's go back like 15 years, right? I was back in the days when they actually had live classroom environments. I'm talking like, there was a conference room and there's a chalkboard up there, or sort of a PowerPoint presentation up in front, and you actually sat in a live classroom in person with other people. I was learning how to trade, and there was an instructor up there and said, well, systematic trading is the way to go. Here's a very simple system, and remember, this is 15 years ago, so things have changed considerably. And here's a great little system. It's called an 820 system. And he explained the rules and said, well, it involves like 2 moving averages. You just kind of wait for the fast one to cross above or below the other. And I thought, geez, he showed the charts. He showed like some results, and I thought, this is dead simple. I could just trade this. So I went off, and long story short, I actually tried to trade it live without any training, without any sort of all the mental preparation and stuff like they say Tony was talking about earlier. I was really at the whim of my emotions, you could say. And long story short, I was in my 3rd or 4th trade, already down like $400 or $500. Couldn't handle the losses. Could not will myself to pull the trigger to reverse again. And so I lost more money, I guess, in that day I'd ever lost in such a short period of time, and realized that I had a lot to learn. And that kind of really started this huge journey of like, I got to figure out a way to take the emotion out of this. And also, I don't think this 80-20 solution or this trading system is really for me. It's a lot of the way that particular system is designed is just, you have to endure a lot of little losses before you ride a long wave of profitability, and believe me, that takes some guts. So I thought I'd try a different track, and because I'm kind of a geek, I decided, well, why not try to build like an automated platform that will enable me to just plug in really quickly my criteria, and then I can I can just describe kind of like a automated system without having to recode it all the time. And that's kind of where I found actually my passion. And that's really what brought us to this product called BloodHound, which I'm going to showcase in a moment, which doesn't require any code, but allows you to specify your own trade system using your trade rules, using your trading style, because let's face it, everyone's a little different, right? What's maybe acceptable for you may not be great for the person next to you. They've got a different tolerance for risk. Maybe someone has no problem going through that chop and no problem taking those little losses and waiting for that big payoff. Maybe you're not like that, and maybe you like taking little profits here and there, and and with high probability trades. Those are two totally different systems. And so what we really set out to do was actually not create a trade system for someone to just trade, but a platform, kind of like a blank canvas. And the way I like to describe it is, if I were to make an analogy here, because I sometimes get asked, are you a trader yourself? And I'll be the first to admit I'm not. I'm a software developer, right? And the analogy I'm going to talk about is if you think about Adobe Photoshop, right? Adobe Photoshop is a software tool for artists. The people who build Adobe Photoshop are engineers. I'm an engineer. I build tools for you guys as artists to create your own trade system, much like Adobe Photoshop or Adobe builds Photoshop for the artists. So we actually have two products, and the two of them combined actually will let you, it's kind of like a full circle solution. They'll let you create a fully automated trade system if you have both of them working together. On one side, we have BloodHound. It's an indicator. It's also kind of a signal engine. It's a logic engine. Oh, pardon me, guys. I think my VMware just suddenly took over here. All right, there we go. Let me see my slide again there. Apologize for that. And basically, it allows you to create custom signals. On the other side is the execution side, and it's known as a strategy in NinjaTrader. How many guys are actually NinjaTrader users? I probably should have asked that. So you take these two pieces of software, they run on NinjaTrader, and together you can actually build fully blown automated trade systems from scratch. And generally the way it works is you create these signals in BloodHound, you pipe them into BlackBird, which is a very sophisticated trade manager. All right, so how are people actually using BloodHound? There's multiple uses. Of course, I just explained one. You can use it as a signal generator, so that you can pipe it into a trade manager to create an automated trade system, like making signals, and that's exactly what I've just explained. But you can also use it for other things, like you can use it for putting more studies on your chart. In particular, some of our customers like to look at multiple timeframes of the same instrument, and they can superimpose that information, maybe the trend that they've custom defined what a trend is, and superimpose it onto a lower time frame chart. You can also, a lot of our customers are actually discretionary traders, and maybe don't like the automated trading. So they actually use our software to build custom markups on their chart to with their trading rules and their criteria, when to go long and when to go short, and then they make the final decision themselves to actually pull the trigger and go on the trade. On the execution side, we have BlackBird, which I like to call it an intelligent trade manager, because what we did was we try to build it in such a way that it's powerful enough to mimic an actual human trader. Because how many of you guys have seen an auto trader in action, right? Well, probably not very many, to be honest. They're few and far to come by. But in general, right, if you've seen a skilled discretionary trader and you watch, say, an automated trader, you can almost see instantly the difference. A skilled discretionary trader, they have a lot of flexibility, or they'll do things like, I've witnessed all sorts of stuff where, people just take their profit targets and stop losses and they're trailing it, and they're putting it, and they're moving it in real time, and they're updating it so that it's at the support levels or the resistance levels. Sometimes they will decide, hey, the market's turning against me, and instead of getting out, they'll just tighten their stops and try to eke out another tick. Sometimes they're looking at a higher time frame, and then they make some decisions based on that. Maybe they see the volatility is changing on them, and they adapt really quickly, and then they just kind of widen their profit targets and stops. That's like supposedly a no-no in the trading world, but I've seen everything. People can do whatever they want. And these are things you don't normally associate with an automated trader, but with our software, you can actually program this behavior in if you want. And I'm talking a lot about automated trading, but the truth is, our software really supports you. Whether, like, I look at it as sort of a spectrum, actually, right? On one side, you have full discretionary traders, people that like to just take the trades on their own, and wouldn't mind some computer assistance for things like managing the trade or moving the stops where they want it, or maybe they they want the software to get them in on the trade, but then they want to take over manually. They want to sort of move the profit targets and stop losses themselves, right? All the way to fully automated. And really, most people kind of fit somewhere in that spectrum. And our software really doesn't try to tie you into any particular style of trading. Whether you like to trade fully automated, or maybe you like just using some of the automation, but you want to take manual control over certain aspects of your trading. And that's all possible with our software. So you're not pigeonholed into any particular style. And again, like I said, our software, and most of our customers actually trade what I like to say semi-automated. So they use some of our automation tools, and they like to manually trade or manually take over on certain aspects of the trades. And what's really cool is our software lets you kind of seamlessly transition between fully automated, semi-automated, full discretionary, anywhere along that spectrum, even inside a trade as it's going live. You can switch it up. So really cool stuff. So I'm kind of excited to show you. If you haven't seen our stuff before, I'm gonna do a little bit of a software demo, and I'm just gonna put a little caveat here. I'm not normally the demo guy. The demo guy is on vacation for Labor Day, so bear with me if I stumble a little bit. This is not usually what I do, but I do have kind of like a little example, and this is the fun thing we like to show. Right, we'll usually just take some random video on YouTube, make some crazy claim like this particular example. We just took it from a YouTube video, and the trader, the YouTuber, was like, yeah, this is like an 80% win rate, right? It's all clickbaity and whatever. And then somewhere inside the video itself, they explain the actual trade rules. And this is kind of fun, because this is something I think everybody should really try to do. If they see a trade system, why not vet it? Why not see if it actually is like viable, right? So one way to do that is to take the rules and actually try to implement them in our software, and then you can back test it, and you can see it on the chart and go from there. So this particular one has a couple pieces. Like I said, I'm not endorsing this trade system whatsoever. I'm just showing you how easy it is to take something you see on the internet and then actually implement it. Okay, so this one is a long only system. It uses this SMA 200, and an RSI 10. And basically entry rules are pretty simple. If the RSI 10 drops below 30, that's when you would take a trade as long as the price is above the SMA 200. Okay, and there's an exit condition as well if the RSI starts to jump above 40. And so I've got actually here. Let's just pull up the software here and try to get through it. Yes. Okay. And as it happens, mine happened to go into sort of a dormant state. Okay, so hopefully you guys see, you should see actually a screen at this point of a chart, as well as what looks like this is our BloodHound interface. So you should see actually a NinjaTrader chart and our software. Okay, so like I mentioned before, our software runs on top of the NinjaTrader platform. And once you're in there, you just add it to the chart, and then you can just pull it up by pressing this button up here, which pulls up sort of the main interface. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and build the first condition, which was to test to see if the price is above a 200 SMA. And I've got the SMA kind of like on my chart up here already. And the other thing I should mention too, I'm kind of running this inside of a VMware, which I've just sort of noticed is a little sluggish. So if you see the interface kind of lagging a bit, that's just because it's inside the VMware, and well, I didn't know how to sort of configure my system for optimal speed here. Okay, so all I gotta do with our software, you got this kind of this node space here. Okay, I just created a new node, and this condition is going to be the SMA 200 or the price being above or below the SMA 200. And what's really cool here is I can tell it I want to compare the price against the SMA 200. And if you've ever used NinjaTrader, you realize you can actually put just about any indicator you want. You can download some indicators off the internet. You can actually, if you're a coder, you can even code your own indicators. But regardless, any indicator that's maybe on your system, you can actually just pop it right into our interface like so. So I'm going to, as you saw, there's kind of a list of all these indicators. These are the indicators installed on my computer right now. And I'm going to take the SMA and I'm going to change it to the 200 SMA. Hit OK there. Okay, I'm going to plug this guy in. And immediately, you see how fast it is? As soon as I plug that node in, instant feedback on the chart. This makes it great for just like testing ideas out, right? You can see the visual feedback instantly, right? Anytime actually, let's just take a closer look here. Yeah, that looks like it's flat. I'm sorry, I just noticed something. That looks like it's kind of going down, but I guess the numbers don't actually lie. But you can see this line whenever the slope is actually going down. And this is the SMA 200, is it not? Let's see. Sorry guys, let me just take a quick look. And we have the SMA daily 200. Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. So every time this thing is going down, you're gonna get a red zone. Anytime it's going up, you get a green zone, right? And that's just a very simple example. That's one of the first criteria. Okay, so next one, this is the RSI over here. And that criteria said the RSI 10, as long as it is above, I believe it was above the 30. All right, so let's go ahead and build that. So I'm gonna take a crossover condition here. Okay, drag it onto my logic board like so. Okay, and like I said, this was only a long side system, so I'm really only interested in the long condition. I'm gonna switch it over to the RSI 10. Got a little search bar up here, really convenient, and change that period to 10. Okay, I believe that's what we got here, 10. Yep. All right. And yeah, we want the RSI, not the average, because that particular indicator actually has several outputs to it. And when, oh, sorry, it was when it crossed down below. Okay, so I'm gonna change this number so the output should coincide with the crossover on the 40. And like I said, oh, course, input B is actually a fixed value. Pardon me. Like I said, I am not the demo guy, so I'm a little bit, I fumble a little bit, do forgive me. It's not usually what I end up doing. Okay, so, all right, this is the 30 line, I believe, right here. All right, yeah. Okay, so anytime that SMA, or sorry, that RSI has dipped below that 30 line, we actually have a green go signal, right? And that's kind of what we wanted for the system. Okay, so in general, this is sort of like, you know, you got sort of a filter condition and then you got a signal, and you want to combine the two. Pretty simple here. We got a little logic node. As you can see, there's a ton of little options here, ton of different criteria I can plug in. And now that this with that should have filtered out all those instances so that we're only seeing those entry points where the SMA is sloping, or sorry, not SMA, the price is above the SMA 200. Sorry, I think I misspoke. I said slope. It's whether or not the price is above the SMA. That's the criteria, not the slope. However, if you did want to put the slope in, you certainly could as a criteria. And as you can see, just like that, I built the system, and it was really just a matter of dragging and dropping a couple nodes onto the logic board. And my staff member, Zach White, some of you guys have followed us for a little while, may be familiar with him, kind of took it one step further, and he's like, well, you know what? What if we actually look at the slope of the SMA too? And this is where I got confused, guys. I'm sorry. This particular node now analyzes the slope of the SMA. He plugged that in and said, you know what? Why don't we add that as a confirmation as well? And so if we plugged all three criterion, we actually will get different signals, right? And as I explained, you can take those signals now and then you can pipe them in to our BlackBird product to actually trade. But before I do that, I just want to show you another kind of really cool use for BloodHound here. And if I can, I'm just going to pull up the chart here. Pardon me, guys. I get the right one here. Yeah, here we go. This is another little system that Zach put together for me to show you guys, and it uses some other criteria. So here we've got something like, again, the SMA 200 slope, right? And that's the SMA there. And as you can see, as soon as I plug that in, the chart immediately updates, shows me the zones where the SMA is sloping upwards and then when the SMA is sloping downwards. Here's another one about momentum, okay? And this is the momentum here. And if I look at this, I believe this one is just test to see if it's above or below zero. And that's sort of tells you, like, you know, if there's some positive, or not positive, if there's momentum in either direction. This one here, he decided to analyze the ADX, which from my understanding of technical analysis is when you have a strong enough trend. Okay, so when you start a trend pretty good, that ADX starts getting high, right? And so as you see this kind of long trail up here, it wasn't until sort of about this point the ADX broke over that was it I believe this line here. This is this 25 line, which is the criteria, meaning that we're in a pretty good trend. And then lastly, there's another piece. Actually, I'll just show that. I'll show this one kind of last here, but I'm going to slam these three together first. Let's take a look at our signals. Okay, so this is what it came up with. There's a couple dips in here, right? And Zach, the guy who put the system together, sort of mentioning, you know what would be kind of cool is if we could sort of get ourselves out of trouble here, and sort of like not take, or sort of not be or get kind of ignoring those zones and not getting in when that ADX is actually kind of, you know, going down, meaning that the trend is starting to flatten out or it's going to get into a choppy zone. So that's why he made this last little criterion here. And you can see as we slam them all together, we get these results. But my point is, right, is you can sort of make up any criteria you want, right? And there's a ton of different things you can do. I'm just barely scratching the surface. And then you, with your custom criteria, you can mark up your chart. And now I'm going to show you taking these pieces of these kind of hand-built systems, which I did in 10 minutes. Okay, something that would be pretty difficult to do in code from scratch, and pipe them actually into an auto trader called BlackBird. Okay, so let me bring up BlackBird. Yeah, great. Okay, this is the chart here. Okay, and on this particular chart, I'm just gonna hide that guy right there. Okay, sort of queued it up already. What's really neat about BlackBird is taking the signals that you've built, custom built in BloodHound, and actually doing something with them, right? And you can get as complicated, as fancy as you'd like, right? In this particular instance, my staff member, Zach, he set me up with a kind of a relatively simple scenario here where I got kind of one contract going on with a profit target at 10 ticks and a stop loss that's going to trail the parabolic SAR, and then sort of a runner with no profit target, also trailing the parabolic SAR, but you know, so I've got kind of like a tighter contract set, and then I've got one that's sort of designed to take control or take advantage of large runs. But what's really neat here is you can go in and you can really customize the behavior of these stop losses and the profit targets. And I'm going to show you just in a moment what I mean by that, right? So earlier I talked about this notion of the you know, having this profit targets and stop losses jump around or being manipulated according to criteria that's happening in the market, right? So he sort of pre-programmed this with 3 simple rules. Things like, okay, if you get 30 ticks of profit, tighten in so that you're actually following the I think it's the 40 EMA, right? If you make 60 ticks of profit, tighten even further and get to the EMA 20 and trail that. But otherwise, just trail by the parabolic SAR, right? So what's really cool with this, okay, now let's go ahead and see what that actually looks like. So I already know this is going to take a trade coming up here. Okay, so this is, again, hands-free. It's just going to do this on its own. And like I said, yes, you can program this to be trading automatically, right, without any human intervention, but you don't have to do it that way. Okay, at any time you can jump in and you can change it up and you can take manual control at any time. So as you see, my hands were in the air and it just took the trade, right? Look very closely. You can see that the stop loss is following that parabolic SAR as the profit target just got filled, but the runner is still going and it's still following that parabolic SAR. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit here, 50 times. Let's see how that goes. Okay. And like I said, I apologize if the performance of my VMware is not so fast. All right, but here we go. So as you can see, it's trailing that parabolic SAR. Okay, just hit 30 ticks. Now it's trailing the blue line, which is, I believe, the SMA 40, right? So that's a great way to tighten it up. And you can see this orange line up here. That's the SMA 20. We can tighten up even further with that last rule. And you're gonna see in a moment, it's gonna jump there. Just as we hit, there we go, it just jumped up. Again, I've just been waving the mouse around. I haven't been manipulating it in any way with my hands. This has all been pre-programmed in behavior. And as you can see, you can do this without kind of any manual intervention if you choose to do so. All right, there we go. And that's sort of one sort of pre-programmed example. But I mean, the world's your oyster in terms of how complicated you want this thing to be. I mean, you can have it, right? There's no limit to the number of order sets you can add to it. There's no limit to the number of trading rules. And you can even pipe in arbitrary logic from BloodHound using that logic board and have it drive behavior in in your stop losses, profit targets, and even your entries too. So, and I'm just showing you just one kind of small aspect of the trade manager, right? Other really cool things is the money management aspect. Actually, Tony even alluded to this before. Like he's got, if you were listening carefully, he's got rules with his trading system where if you make a certain amount of profit in a day or a certain number of wins, you just stop for the day and you call that day a winning day. And that's a large reason why he's successful, because if you stop while you're ahead and you have more winning days, and it sounds like in Tony's case, many winning days over losing days, you're a profitable trader. So you can actually tell this trade manager to do the same thing. You can tell it, hey, look, after if I've had 3 consecutive wins, I'm done for the day. Or maybe I've had, in say Tony's example, he said, after 3 winning trades, it's good. So you can actually have this built right into your trading and have it done in an automated sense, and maximize your chances of walking away every day with a winning day. And of course, that's what we all want in the end, isn't it? Right? We even got something that's really cool. It's called a watermark feature. And think of that as almost like a stop loss for your account for the day, right? So how many of you guys have like traded and you've been up like, $1,000 in a day, and then you gave it all back and then some, right? That's obviously not a good feeling, but hedge fund managers and prop trading firms, they do use this thing called the watermark. And the idea behind that is if you're up during a certain amount during the day, you move the watermark up so that if you happen to lose a certain amount, finish off for the day ahead. So if things are starting to turn around on you and your system is not performing so well with the current market conditions, that's what the watermark is great for. It will keep you having more winning days, right? So again, I'm just kind of brushing the surface here of what's possible with our software. All right, so I'm going to jump back to our there we go, to our slideshow here, and just bear with me. Okay. All right, so hopefully that's sort of the bird's eye view. I've given you a little bit of taste of what our software can do for you. Like I said, it's pretty involved. We have a fair bit of resources, though. This is kind of where we really like to emphasize, like put a lot of resources in our company, is actually supporting people, our customers, with learning our software. And in particular, we've got tons of online documentation and video, unlimited email support. We do, and this is awesome, guys. We actually run like a live workshop. It's not a trading room. What it is, it's a workshop where if you got questions like, hey, how do I build this system? I've got this idea, right? I've got the criteria. I've written it down, but I'm new to your software. I don't know how to actually tell your software how to do this. And you could just jump in this room and ask the instructor, Zach, who runs this, and he'll show you how to do it. And our customers love this. It's fantastic. They get to learn the software. They get to even witness other traders having their system built. And to get there, you basically just go to our main page, and you go to support, and you go to our training workshops. So if you're new to our ecosystem or new to our software and you're interested in learning more, I highly encourage you, just jump in the room, take a look, watch BloodHound and BlackBird in action, and people, or rather our instructor, Zach, work with it. And you'll see how flexible it is. And we actually are resuming those coming next week. We did take a little bit of a break because of Labor Day. But we also have years of videos that harken back like more than 10 years of just content of here's a system, we try to build this is how you build it, and it's all on YouTube. So an amazing resource, it's all free. The live workshop is all free, whether you're a customer or just looking and evaluating our software. And finally, we have a Discord community, and we have private one-on-one training. Okay, so for those that, again, that are new to our ecosystem, I'm just here to introduce it to you. And to learn more, I encourage you to just go to Shark Indicator. Oops, sorry, it keeps blinking off on me. Sharkindicators.com/corner. That's corner for Traders Corner, and that will take you to our. If I just type that in here, you see that'll take you to our kind of intro page, if you will, where you can get the free trial, a 30-day free trial, and just get started with our ecosystem. Okay, I'm gonna mention one more thing. Okay, just because the timing worked out this way, it wasn't intentional by any means. All right, but it just so happens like every year we run kind of like a promotion called Shark Week. Okay, and I realize it's a little late in the game. Okay, it ends today, and I know this sounds like it's contrived. Believe me, it wasn't. We've been running this promotion for the last 2 weeks at least. We run it every year called Shark Week. And we actually do have a fairly heavily discounted available. Does end the end of today. However, just knowing that some of you guys maybe just heard of us for the first time, but you're interested, no problem. All right, just reach out to us. Sales@sharkindicators.com. Just say, hey, look, I saw you guys in Traders Corner. I never heard of you before. I never knew you guys were, didn't know what you're all about. I do want to take advantage of the sale, but one day is not enough to know if I want this or not. Fair enough. All right. I've told Keith, who is kind of our main inside sales person, like if anybody calls and says they saw our stuff on Traders Corner, just let them know. And he'll be happy to extend that offer a couple days or maybe in a week or two. Okay, so I do want to say one last thing. We do have a 30-day money-back guarantee. You're not satisfied with it, just return the product. We've been doing that since day one. It's worked well for us because we just stand by our software. We stand by the value. All right, well, that's really all I've got to say. Again, you can visit us at our website at sharkindicators.com. Definitely encourage you to check us out. And hopefully you can get started with your journey and make dreams.
Wow, Jeremy, what an incredible presentation. Traders, Jeremy has brought the good news today. No more expensive programmers. Now you can create trade signals, experiment with new ideas, and validate them with backtesting. You can literally create your own NinjaTrader system in minutes. And am I correct, Jeremy, when I say there's no coding required? That's amazing. I have a few ideas I'd love to try out, and your BlackBird to automate the trade management for NinjaTrader sounds amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking to create and optimize your own trading system and trade management strategies without any coding necessary, Mr. Jeremy Tang of Shark Indicators has a solution for you. Jeremy's put his link in the special offer box, and you can learn more by going to sharkindicators.com. Jeremy, thank you for being here. We hope you come back and see us again, and I wish you a happy Labor Day weekend as well, sir.
All right, thank you. It's been a pleasure, and I'm glad to be part of this event.
Oh, well, please come back and see us again. I enjoyed your presentation thoroughly.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that'll bring us to our next presenter, who is a seasoned professional with over 14 years of experience in trading the markets. And I just had to make him the presenter. I'm sorry. Over the years, he's tenaciously studied charts, strategy, and trade plan development. And since his own enrollment into Neurostreet's coaching and training, he has found a way to consistent profitability trading for several years now, facing a grueling 10-year break of break-even anguish. He is a highly sought-after guest speaker for virtual events worldwide, tasked with educating and sharing his insights on how other traders can pull themselves out of the mire and into consistent profitability with discipline, proper money management, and a greater focus on the big picture. Here to present 3-in-1 Global Assets Prop Program. Get funded on any platform built for day traders and swing traders is Mr. Jim Simmons of Neurostreet Trading Academy. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Jim.
Yeah, thanks. Always great to be here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Hear you loud and clear and see what looks like your splash screen.
All right, perfect. Excellent. Well, thanks so much for having us, and thanks to all of you traders who took time out of your day to be a part of these events. I know there's a lot of great speakers that come out for these, and following up with shark indicators, so that's great, and certainly glad to be a part of the crew here today. So let's go ahead and dive in. What we're looking at here is futures, Forex, and crypto. How many of you here, give me a yes in the chat box, or just give me a Forex. If you trade Forex, let's just see where everybody's at. Go ahead and chat in the box and type in Forex if you're a currency Forex trader, futures if you trade futures, stocks, options, whatever you like to trade, go ahead and type those in. Always good to see what everybody's up to, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and pop out my chat screen so I can see all of your lovely answers here. There we go. So perfect. Where are we at? I always go backwards on this. I was used to Zoom, and then remember it's at the bottom. Okay, cool. All right, so we got some Forex in the house. We got stocks and options. Great. So what we're going to be focusing on today is futures, Forex, and crypto, and specifically looking to get funded in every asset class. Of course, before we dive in, we do need to post our disclaimer. Products and services are for educational purposes. There's risk involved with trading. We cannot guarantee results, nor would we want to, and we have no financial interest in the outcome of your trades, okay? Now that we've covered that, what are we looking at today? We're gonna look at doing what it takes, taking the steps necessary, the Neurostreet edge, the keys to your success as a trader, how we help traders get on the fast track with winning systems and user success. We're going to show you that as well. And of course, decisions involved should you decide to take up on our challenge. First off, our staff. We'd like to introduce our trading staff, founded by Sean Kozak, who's the founder of Neurostreet. And we've been at it for quite some time. We've helped thousands of students over the years. Sean is the developer of our systems and indicators and all of that as well. Myself, my name again is Jim Simmons. I run our sales and education divisions of the company and also run the trade room for this program. And so it has been an absolute blast. We're having loads of fun, which is what trading should be. You know, we got into trading because we didn't want to be miserable. We wanted to have fun and make some money. So so certainly that is the approach. Jim Schmelzer is a portfolio manager on our trading staff, and he runs a family office and also runs our options trading course. Really smart lad. And then Ethan, who runs our stocks and options trade room. This is our trading staff. And so here's the deal. Whenever we do presentations, we always like to lead with this, in that we have a no-nonsense approach. We lead by example. We strive for 100% transparency in everything that we do, and hopefully you'll see that throughout this presentation here as well. We really want traders to understand that we're here as a business, but we're also here to help traders, and the two go hand in hand. One cannot exist without the other, and so that is a balance that we take very seriously, okay? But let's cut right through it. The reason that you're here is because you wanted to see some cool gadgets, right? No. The reason you're here is because you wanted to see a pretty chart, right? No. The reason you're here is because you want to make as much money as possible. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've been wrong on that one so far. Usually, traders come to these events because they perceive that something out there is going to solve a problem that they perceive that they have, whether they have it. Hang on a second. There we go. You're trying to either solve a problem, you're trying to get better as a trader, you're trying to become more profitable. Ultimately, most traders who come to these events, not all of them, but a good bulk, aren't making money trading. And you think, well, that kind of doesn't make sense. You know, the whole idea of trading is to make money. The idea was you get into trading because you want to make more money in less time. So if you're spending time but not making any money, then it is completely 100% backwards, and we need to fix that, and we need to fix it ASAP. So if that's you in the event, we can help you. If you're here and you're already consistently profitable, but you are looking to improve upon your trading, learn some new things, add to what you're already doing, we can help you as well. Our performance is solid, okay? Maybe you're not where you want to be as a trader, and you can't understand why you keep hitting the wall. As Rob was saying earlier, I traded for 10 years breaking even before I finally found a way to become consistently profitable as a trader. So we can certainly help you there as well. We've helped tons of traders move on from that. Maybe you're sick and tired of the vendor rat race. You're tired of spending money and not getting where you want to be. Now, there's a lot of great products out there, don't get me wrong, but maybe you just want to see a return on that investment and you haven't quite gotten there yet, right? So let's go ahead and get you there, okay? Maybe you're desperately trying to get funded. How many of you here are trying to get funded as a prop trader? Give me a yes in the chat box if you're going through an evaluation, maybe with an Apex or one of the Top Steps or any of the Forex funds out there. Yeah, it's not easy. In theory, it's easy to get funded, in theory, but it's not easy to stay funded. It's not easy to maintain your account with drawdowns and limits and things like that. And you might even have a couple great months, might even get paid. And then you take unnecessary drawdowns and then you struggle, right? Time commitment once you're funded, it depends on the company or the funding company. Most of them want to see that you're funded with them for a year, sometimes more than that. They want to see that you stay funded with them and don't just go trade for all the other prop firms, right? So, but that's not what we're here to talk about. Okay, so what we're here to talk about is getting you across the finish line so that you can trade funded accounts. Okay, so maybe you are breaking even as a trader. You can't consistently profit enough to actually be able to pay yourself, and that too is a problem because if every time you make money you give it back to the market, well, then you're not making any money. Maybe you want trades like this that come into your zone, leave your zone, and you can take 2 targets, really clean trades, right? Before we get into any of the rest of the presentation, we also need to lead with performance because the reality is you don't know me and vice versa. So you shouldn't believe me without seeing what our actual results are and seeing them in advance, because we cannot boast of performance if we cannot show you the performance. And so we track every trade that we take, futures, Forex, and crypto, for day trading and swing trading, multi-time frame analysis trading. And the idea here is complete transparency. So we have a blended win rate here of 78%, nearly 77%, okay? Blended win rate across over 100 trades, and those are all at least 1-to-1 risk reward, okay? How many of you are okay with those numbers? You want to trade 77% with a 1-to-1 or better? We can help you do that, and the proof is right here, okay? So what does it take to get there? Well, the first is you have to be willing to let go of the past. That's the most important thing. If you are not willing to let go of what's come and gone, then you can't move forward while you're always holding on to the past. So the bottom line is it's over. You can't change it. So whether you made money last year, sorry, you can't change that. It's a good thing, but that's not now. Today is today. Yesterday is gone. When we talk about losing money, we've heard the stories of traders that have lost money, and they say, I made a bunch of money and then I lost it all. Or maybe traders just blew out their account. Okay, let it go. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. And I'm sorry that any trader would ever have to go through that, but we can't change that. So when you think about coming from a standpoint where you've lost money, the mindset is always fixated on making back the money, getting back to a place where they are whole again as a trader. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news and tell you that money's gone and you cannot get it back. I want us all to come to grips with that. The money that is gone is gone. You cannot get it back. What you can do is you can trade your current account You can make money today, and eventually you'll be further along than you ever were before. But you have to be willing to let go of that fact and stop trying to make the market pay for taking your money, because all it's going to do is take more. Okay. All it does is take. It's a terrible, terrible friend. All right. So be willing to do whatever it takes. The question is, how badly do you want to get there? Are you willing to put in what it takes to get there? Now, we all have heard the statistics, how many percent of traders, you know, they don't ever make any money, right? We've all heard the stats. I don't care what they are. It doesn't matter. It could be 90%, could be 95. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. None of that matters. The important thing is the deck is stacked against us. We recognize that. We also have to recognize that in order to be successful in the industry, we have to be willing to do what the other X% of traders were not willing to do. Now, does that mean you need to go scale a mountain, find the eagle eggs and drink them on the side of the mountain? No, that's not what this is about. We've already put everything together so that you can have exactly what you need to succeed. We've done the hard stuff. We've failed as traders and then made it. We've had all sorts of different situations, right? We've been there, done that, and we've come up with a process that actually works. So the last, and you know, again, another really important one, be willing to get help from someone who's qualified to help you, and be willing to follow a new process. We've had a lot of traders that have come through and said, well, I trade this way, or I trade that way, or, you know, I only trade for X to 1, you know, risk rewards and this and that. And look, all of that's great. And I love that traders have an idea of who they are as a trader, but don't force yourself to be something that you're not, and don't force yourself to be something that doesn't pay you. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if we're right or if we're wrong. The only thing that matters is, yeah, but did you make money today? I don't care if I'm wrong on 3 out of 4 trades if I can find a way to make money with it. Now, granted, I'd love to make 3 out of 4 winning trades. Thankfully, I do. But be willing to challenge what you believe. Be willing to let go of some of the things that you believe that aren't serving you as a trader. There are some things you should stand by, no doubt, but be willing to challenge those things. And this goes for no matter what stage of trading you're at. There could be a better way. And sometimes getting to profitability as a trader means letting go of some things that you've held so dear that just might not be serving you, okay? So what are the keys to your success? Well, when it comes to trade strategy, we need to be able to produce consistent winning results. What that means is we shouldn't have 1 month that's like 60% win rate, and the next month is like 80% win rate. Now, granted, we'll take the 80% win rate any day, but if our range is that, you know, that wide, then that doesn't work. We need consistent performance that we can set our watch by, because we should have a trader that can come into our programs and into our education and be able to replicate the results in any time frame, in any week that they come into our program, for example. We need to be able to trade in any market condition. There's no excuses. There's always trades. We use multi-time frame analysis, so we're getting a feel of the bigger picture. We can day trade, we can swing trade. So whether you have a full-time job and you'd rather swing trade, great, we got you covered. Whether you want a day trade, great, we got you covered. You want to scalp? Okay, you can do that too. Now there's some things you're going to want to keep in mind if you do that, but we can help you there. Okay, it's compatible for all asset classes. Well, what does that mean? It's compatible for all asset classes. I don't care what you trade. I don't care if you trade S&P, crude oil, euro dollar, the Qs, the SPYs. I don't care what you trade. I don't care if you trade lean hogs, corn, wheat, soy. You can use this strategy on any asset class because it works. And what we do is we pre-plan our trades so that you're not sitting in front of your screens all day, glued to your screens for hours a day. You set your trades, you leave them, go about your day. It's pure price action. There are 0 indicators required. There are 0 indicators needed. So let's think about that for a second. with indicator trading, and don't get me wrong, I love indicators. They do wonderful things. There's some really great ones out there. We have some too. But the reality is, until you understand price action inside and out, you're always at a disadvantage because you're reliant on that piece of technology to always solve your problems for you, when the reality is you should be able to solve the problems as the trader, and you should be able to know what's happening in the market. For instance, if you're trading long, but the daily bias has been bearish all year and you're trying to scalp long with an indicator, you're always going to be trading against the market. It's not to say that it's not going to work, but the odds are stacked against you in a world where the odds were already stacked against you. So why not turn that switch, turn the dial to stack those odds back in your favor? Okay. So pure price action, no indicators. What else does that mean? Well, that means you can trade on any platform. I don't care if you trade on TradeStation or MetaTrader or any of them, Sierra charts, multi-charts. You could even use some of the order flow, like the book maps out there. You could trade on anything because it's pure price action. So even Thinkorswim, doesn't matter. You could trade on anything that you can get your data and get your trades entered in on, TradingView, all of it. Okay. We trade liquidity concepts. So think of it this way: if there's a pile of cash sitting in the market somewhere, we find the pile of cash and we trade it. It's that easy. The pile of cash is going to get more work done than a few dollars. So find the pile of cash. That's really what we're doing there with liquidity. Okay. No time wasted. So we talked about doing what it takes to get where you want to go as a trader. And yeah, there's some work involved, but it isn't like you have to go do this thing and that thing and jump through this hoop and, oh yeah, it's going to be at least a year before we can get you trading on a funded account. No, it doesn't work that way. There's no do this thing, do that thing prerequisites. Okay, go to this course. Okay, stand on your head and spin in circles and squawk like a chicken. It doesn't work that way. So what we do is we have this idea that you should be able to come in and trade with us pretty quickly. Now, you're not going to do that right away, and you're probably going to trade in sim with us for a little bit to get comfortable with what we're doing and get familiar with the trades. But there's not really a sharp learning curve here. We can get you funded faster in as little as 10 days or less. All you need to do is simply follow the trades that we're taking and follow proper money management. Now, we can't tell you how much to trade or how much risk to put on each trade. That's up to you. We can give you some guidelines and some ideas on how to come up with that number, but ultimately you're responsible for that. Okay. So all you need to do though is simply follow our trades. We plot out trades all day, really. Most of the bulk of our trades are planned in the morning, but we have some trades that hit, in the evening that we'll put on, at the 6 o'clock hour Eastern time, sometimes at 10 o'clock at night. For those who are trading in Europe or Asia, Australia, we've got trades that get planned around the clock. Okay, and we'll talk about how we do that. We're 100% focused on making sure that you can trade our system, because the idea here is making sure that you can make money. It's a weird idea, I know, but we have this idea that you should be able to come in and make money with us quick. We want it to be stress-free, super simple, and lightning fast. That's the idea behind all of this, because I assure you, while people are, I'm sure, happy to see us make money, they are not in it to watch us make money. They're in it because they want to make money, right? So that's the idea. So what's involved? What should you learn as a trader? Well, you should learn the foundations. Absolutely. There are some things that you need to know. You don't need to know these things day one, and you don't need to know all of these things to trade with us, because we plan out all those trades. And we're going to show you what that looks like. But there are some things you're going to want to know, because this isn't just, hey, watch us trade. This is, we're going to teach you everything that you need to know so that you can do it 100% on your own without our help, right? We don't want you to have to rely on us forever, because then it doesn't get you anywhere as a trader. You need to become better too. So what are the foundations of trading? Things like structure, waves, smart money concepts. Then there's multi-time frame analysis and specifically how to do it. There's liquidity and volume concepts. There's the flow of orders coming into the market. There's price action, support and resistance, trend lines, traps, or fair market gaps, fair value gaps, supply and demand, order blocks, trade management, money management, because if you can't manage money, I'm sorry, you probably won't make any. And then there's psychology, discipline, and trader development, because if you can't manage yourself, then you definitely can't manage the money. It all starts with you. So obviously the most important of that is yourself, managing yourself, right? It means taking trades like this on a 1 hour chart. But I'm a day trader. Yeah, so are we. And we use 4 hour and 1 hour charts for real. And we day trade with these charts. We do very well with it, actually. It sounds backwards. It sounds totally different. But when you take trades like this that hit all hours of the day, it's a beautiful thing. I had a trade that triggered last night, and it hit last night. And then I had one that triggered overnight, and it hit this morning while I was sleeping. Imagine that. It's a beautiful thing. Here's a trade on Forex that we took. Again, looking at a 60-minute chart. So just because you're a day trader doesn't mean you have to trade 1 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute charts, range charts, Renko charts. You don't have to do any of that stuff. Other keys to your success: earn while you learn. So again, we have this idea that you shouldn't have to wait to make money. You should be able to come in, trade with us, start making money. Bingo. Just trade with us, trade with our trades. So you're going to be trading with professionally funded prop traders and instructors with real trades and real fills and live markets, all planned out for you, stops, targets, entries, everything. All of our trades are posted to our private Discord thread throughout the day. So at any point in time, you can have your Discord up and you can see, oh, we just posted a new trade. Oh, they just canceled the trade. Okay, I'm going to go cancel mine. Oh, we just put on another new trade. Okay, cool. Then it takes you a couple minutes to go put the trade on. And these are trades that are lasting anywhere from 5 minutes to, several hours, but never more than a day. They're all day trades. Okay. You can copy our trades while you're still learning. Again, you don't have to know all this stuff to be able to trade with us. Okay. Then there's the idea of copy trading. How many of you use a trade copier? Anybody here use a trade copier? More of a common thing with futures trading, right? So with trade copiers, what happens is you take a trade on your primary account and the system will copy those trades across every other account that you have. Yeah, Glenn, you use one? Yeah. And so from a schematics point of view, all you need to do is trade your one account. The trade copier does everything else. So imagine this. So on my trading over the month of August, I was up about 6,000 on one account, okay? Now imagine that you were trading 20 accounts. So take the 6,000 and multiply it by 20. And that's what we would have made with 20 accounts. So the sky's the limit when it comes to trading. And we have traders that do that, by the way. We have traders that absolutely that make 5 figures a week, up to 50 to 100,000 a week sometimes. So we do have traders that do that. Absolutely. Obviously not everybody does. I wish that were the case. But the idea is you trade on one account, all of your other accounts trade exactly the same thing. So the idea is that you start by getting consistent. We don't want you to run right out and say, okay, I'm getting my 20 accounts, here we go. Learn what we're doing, at least get familiar with it, at least execute some trades, at least, get to where you're putting on successful trades before you go getting 20 accounts, right? Get consistent, then copy trades across multiple accounts, then you scale your accounts. So just because you have a 50,000 or 100,000 account on a prop firm doesn't mean you can't scale that account and trade bigger size. Think of it like, we're also concerned about the drawdown limits of, okay, well, 50,000, my drawdown limit's 2,500. Well, not if you've got 10 grand sitting in the account. Your drawdown's 10,000 in that case. So don't back yourself into a corner and think that you just have to do it this way forever. You can scale your accounts too. Okay. So we teach all of this in our courses. Okay. So we talked about platform neutral. You can use this on what we're doing. You can do on any platform: Ninja, Multicharts, MotiveWave, Sierra, Gina, Quantower. It doesn't matter. Quantower's cool, by the way. Addis, TradingView, Rhythmic, all of it. Okay, so any platform sounds good. MetaTrader can do that too. What about user success? Well, this is 1 week of trading from what we were trading in the room. That's a week of trading. Now, this is one of the other traders. Yeah, bar charts, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, you could. Here's another example from just a few days of trading. 90% win rate, 3,800 in gains, 7-point profit factor. These are real trade results. What do our traders have to say? Well, we'll read a few of them here. Just joined the prop program after discovering NSTA. Glad I joined. New price action order block, little exposure SMC. Could never figure out what was important. Sean and Jim are crystal clear. Game changing, glued to the screen for setups. Brian, new prop tradings are amazing. Haven't seen anything like this before. It's a game changer. You see that over and over. I don't have to sit in front of my computer all day. Really like the new approach. Make money while you're sleeping. Now we're talking. Like the new trading strategy. Focus on price action without indicators. Plans trades hours in advance. Real-time results. The new program is epic. This is the real deal. Nothing like it, seriously. I'm excited about price action. It's going to be a game changer. Thanks for your willingness to help educate. You see, because we had a program that was trading, based on indicators and scalping and order flow, and there was just so much going on. And don't get me wrong, it was good, but there's just so much going on. How on earth can traders replicate that? Like, there's such a sharp learning curve, and it takes so long. And so we said, well, okay, what's the way that we can get the best performance, but not only with our own performance, but with that of our traders, okay? So let's go into the Discords and let's take a look. You can see a lot of activity in here with our traders going in and asking questions and getting answers, and these are all private threads for our community. We've got traders posting live trades. Euro dollar, crude. It looks like you missed it by a tick. Bummer. There's another trade for a win. These are not our trades. These are our traders trading these trades. So when you see that it's not just us, that's a Sean trade. So that's one of our instructors. Here's another trader posting their trade planned. Here's an overnight trade, all right? Only copy paste? No, you can trade as far as like just copying our trades. You can trade it however you want. Here's another one. This is a really nice one. Look at this reaction there. Took target here, took target here. And this is a great example. This NQ trade hit overnight. I had 4 trades that hit overnight. Currently in 6S. Here's the NQ trade. Just looking for 5 points. It's amazing. MGC, there's a trade on MGC. Look, these are just, most of these are just the students. So this is the example of, like, it's not just us that are posting these student trade plans. They're planning them in advance too with us. And then let's go to live trading picks. Yeah, here we go. Tried to take a trade there. Here's some of mine that I posted. Here's a trade from one of our students, Phil. I mean, beautiful trade. Let's see if there's anything else we want to take a quick look at, and then we'll, here, 6N, got a trade there. MNQ. Yeah, whole bunch. So the idea here is just to show you that, it's not just us that's having success with it, right? So let's see, how are you so sure to be profitable? Other copied traders using special algos? No, this is 100% price action discretional trading. It's 100% price action, and it works because it works. These are a combination of a bunch of factors coming together in perfect harmony. Multi-time frame analysis with smart money concepts, order blocks, and liquidity. They all come together, and they really they bring us to something that is really remarkable. So no, as far as the trades go, you know, from a standpoint of like, you know, how do you trade these? I'll show you. So here's an example of a trade that we planned on MCL today. So we can see the daily has broken through a structure level here. The 4-hour chart has broken structure levels multiple times over. Clearly, it's in a bull market on crude on the 4-hour. And then we plan the trade in advance. So this is the trade planned in advance. Let's see if there's one that I can show you that fired off. I don't think these trades have hit yet. Here's one that we planned out, and then this is showing that, you know, we were in the trade, you know, took an order there, and so yeah. But so here's how this goes. I mean, I just post the trades in here in advance, and then traders can go in and go, okay, here's the trade, here's the setup, here's how it works, and yeah, it's good to go. So there's the before, and then the after we'll show you as well. Okay. Seems to be only intraday swings. Well, it just depends on the way that you look at it. As far as overnight positions, yeah, absolutely overnight positions. We don't hold through the market close. Let me be clear. We don't hold through the close, because for prop trading you can't, right? Like most prop trading outfits, they need you to be flat for the close, and so we do. If there are pending trades on at the close, then we just wait till the market reopens and put them back on. And if the trades fire off in the middle of the night, great. With a strong win rate, we can do that. Like the trades hit, which is a beautiful thing. Like you don't have to stay glued to your screen, because, and it's going to take time for you to have that confidence yourself in the trades, definitely. And that's why you trade in sim for a while. But yeah, they hit. So here's all of our logs, and we're gonna take a look at these here together as well. So here's our trade log, right? Here's our trade log. This is up to the minute. Okay, and you can see our futures trades and Forex trades. We trade both. Okay, so 75% win rate, 81% win rate here, over 108 trades. So this is up to the minute performance. You can see a handful of here. We took a stop out on YM. Obviously, we take stop outs, right? Euro dollar, we hit for a small trade. New Zealand, that was a great trade. That was a great trade. We hit 3-1 on that one. So, and they're not all 1-to-1. Like some of them are much bigger. We do trade stocks and options. We trade futures, Forex, crypto, yes, but there just really hasn't been anything great on crypto yet. Crypto went into this like really crazy bear market, and then it's been flat. So there's just no good opportunities. There are opportunities, it just hasn't come into those yet. So we're just waiting for the right opportunity. Okay, but we do trade futures and Forex quite a bit. As you can see, we have a different program that trades stocks and options, and they have really great performance too. They do really well. Yeah. So yeah, so a lot of good questions coming in. To whom belongs the reason of success, or to what? A lot of studying, a lot of understanding price action and learning more about price action and liquidity, and a lot of just putting it together and spending the time executing the trades over and over and over and over and over and over and over, getting really good at it, tracking the performance, making sure that it hits, and then actually deploying it from there. Because obviously we're not going to just bring something up that's like, oh hey, here's this neat idea we had and we just decided it would be cool to do this. No, we trade this stuff for a long time before we bring it in. I'm gonna have to hold on a second. My Slack is like dinging off the charts right now. It's very distracting. How do I turn this thing off? Go away. Okay, hopefully that does the trick. How do you select trading pairs? It's going to be based on the markets that are moving. When you get markets that get stuck in like these ranges, we tend to stay away from those until they prove a direction. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about courses and all of that. Yeah. Yeah, it should be the same, Murphin. Yeah. It's different now though. We're trading price action. Yeah, and it's been a really awesome improvement. Yeah, it's been really great for us and the traders. So, but let's take a look at some of the trades, right? So here's, YM took a trade there. Obviously, this one was a stop out, and then we got in going long. We take stops too, obviously. There's another one on ES for the win. That was the one that we just showed you, the stop. NQ, got a couple stop outs in there. It happens, guys. There we go. There's a nice one. Took some heat on this one. This is 6E, so it might as well be 4X. But pretty big trade there. So a couple more stop outs. Platinum, here's a good one on platinum. Took the trade there. There's the exit. So there's futures. We track all of our trades. We have all the images. You can go in and look at these anytime you want to. Euro dollar here, let's zoom in a little bit so you can see better. Okay, here's a good one on euro dollar. Quick trade. Didn't get any additional follow through that. Daily's kind of bearish, right? We just had a bullish move, so it's kind of like a pullback on the daily, we'll say. And so it didn't give us a follow through. That's okay. We still got 1-to-1 on it. New Zealand took 3-to-1 on that. Nice trade. US versus Canadian dollar took 1-to-1 on that. Didn't give us any additional follow through, which is fine. So yeah. So we start the trade room at 8:30 Eastern to 11:30 is when we're in the trade room. But we have trades that get posted throughout the day as well. Does the neuro mean you involve neural nets? The name actually stemmed from NeuroTracker. It was kind of along the lines of with NeuroTracker, which is and cognition training tool, which is really a great tool. The folks over at NeuroTracker do a really great job. If you guys haven't heard of it, check it out. NeuroTracker is really good company, but it has the idea of neuro being obviously the mind and trading with your mind. Yeah. Canadians, yeah, absolutely. Of course, you can get funded as a Canadian. You can get funded anywhere in the world. Yeah. So how many trades per day? We did 2 today. We did 4 yesterday, 6 the day before, and we didn't have any on Monday. So that kind of gives you an idea. I think average 2 to 4 a day is pretty realistic. So, but yeah, I mean, 75 to 80% win rates with a 1-to-1 R multiple or better. It's insane, and we've been seeing those numbers. So it's been really great. So at this point, yeah, you have a choice, right? Do you continue on the path that you're on? Maybe it's going great and you don't need any help, but you want to learn some new things. Maybe it's not going great. Maybe it sucks. Maybe you're hitting a wall. Maybe you've drawn a line in the sand and said, if I don't get this thing, I'm just going to go do something else because this is a waste of time and money. I've been there. So I know what that's like to give yourself the ultimatum of it's now or never. It's now or never. All right, sing the song. You kind of just get to a point where you just say, okay, this is enough of this. I need to make money trading and I want to do this. And if you're serious about it, we can help you. I can tell you it costs much less than you would think that it would cost. We'll talk about that in a minute here, but yeah, you can learn proven results. You can learn from our instructors and myself and our team. You can be a part of our community of traders that are actively involved in asking questions and helping each other out. Like, we have a really cool community. You can get funded in as little as 10 days or less, and you can make some really good money. We say 1,000 daily. Really, the idea there is if you take one winning trade and you multiply it by 10 accounts, well, there's $1,000. It's actually a lot simpler to do than what we might think. We just put so much and make it harder on ourselves than it needs to be. Tech analysis or only copy? Yeah, no, we teach you everything. We don't just say, hey, here's the trades. We're going to say, here's the trades, here's how we did it, here's why we did it, here's all the tools to get there. We're literally, at the moment, we're building out an entirely new course on price action mastery, liquidity and volume mastery, business of trading. We're building out all new courses on that now because we wanted to add a lot more to what we're doing. So skills, you got to be able to enter trades. I mean, really, that's the only skill really involved. Like, you know, I have a 15-year-old at home. I call him the troll that lives in the other room because he never really comes out. But I've shown him some of this stuff, and he can do it. And he doesn't really know anything about trading. I mean, obviously you want to know about it, but technically, if you can enter a trade and you can see where we're putting our stops and targets, then you can trade with us. Okay. So what is the program? What do we have to offer? How does it work? So on. So here's what we're doing. So first off, what do you get? You get the trade room, which is 3 hours a day, 8:30 to 11:30. Subject to maybe we might bring this down. I've seen that we've had a lot of extra time. It only takes so long to go through the trades, plan them out, and that's just a matter of playing the waiting game. We have afternoon weekly classes where we go over the concepts in deep dive. Traders can come in and ask questions, be a part of what we're doing. We do that once a week. Intro courses, if you're new to trading, we've got you covered. Foundation courses, if you're intermediate, we've got you covered. Price action mastery on structure and smart money concepts. Wave theory, we've got you covered. Liquidity and levels courses on supply and demand and order blocks. These are like master classes. When I say master classes, they are like everything you could ever want to know about these subjects, but whittled down into the most important information so we can deliver it quickly. Okay. Pre-planned instructor trades. If we only had that in the program, it would be it'd be worth more than what you pay to be a part of the program. Let's put it that way. Private members only chat rooms, instructor trade review and strategy guidance. How many of you have somebody that you can send your trade to and they'll review it, mark up your chart and send you a video back showing exactly what went right and wrong? Like, that is huge to be able to send your trade into somebody and have that kind of review. Like, I wish that I had that years in advance. And so that's one of the things that I really wanted to bring forward in this, is that our traders can send trades in, I'll review them and send them back a review, which is cool. So it's just a way to get some added help. Risk management courses, money management, trade management, pre-built workspaces and templates on multiple different platforms, trader resources, checklists, cheat sheets, trader development training, which is huge. That is a big one there as well. Plus we give you a $500 credit that you can use on any of our tools, indicators, software, or any of the sort. And again, it's platform neutral. Doesn't matter if you day trade, swing trade, scalp, you can use what we're doing. You just might use different time frame charts, for example, if you're using swing trading or scalping, okay? So here's the process. We have this link. If you go in, enter your info, it takes 2 seconds. Well, okay, 5 seconds. Go in, put your info in, and you're going to want to fill out your info, send all. And then that's going to give you a chance to come in and meet with the team, okay? That way you can ask all the questions you need to ask. You can get answers to everything you'd ever want to know. We want to make sure it's a good fit for you, because if you're going to spend the money to be part of what we're doing, we want to make sure that you get your money's worth and that you really enjoy what we're doing and that you see the value in it. Okay, so that is the process. We've got time, so there's plenty of time to ask questions, and we can go through some more info. Anybody have any questions that you need to ask? Feel free to ask away while we're at it here. Plenty of time. So, and I'll probably go in and we could look at a couple trades and stuff. Yeah. Which platform are you going to trade? Well, that is up to you. It don't matter to me. You can use any platform you want. Which platform do you use now? Let's put it that way. What do you use now? So use it, whatever it is, right? Since we got some time, we'll kind of give an example of our trade screen and what we're looking at. Looks like gold has been like toying with me. Like, are you going to fill me on my trade or not? I don't know. We'll see. I've got that one pending. Euro Swiss, this one's pending for us. So we break down breaks of structure. We do all this manually. Okay. No, it's not 34,000. No. Thanks for asking though. Because it's probably important to cover that. The value is that we don't charge anywhere near that. You know, it's just kind of the idea that if you were to pay for this stuff all separately out in the market, that's what you could end up paying. We have, the reality is we have traders that have paid that actually. Yeah, and over that actually. We've had traders that have spent a lot of money, but no, our program's not nearly that expensive. Far less than that. We'll give you a great deal. No, we really will. You know, I don't like to sound hokey or weird about it, but no, we'll make sure we can help you get involved if this is what you want to do. Yeah, so here's a breakdown. We go to the daily chart. We're breaking down where the daily levels are, support, resistance. Yeah, there you go, William. Exactly. William's in our program. We show all the support, resistance levels, where the order blocks are. We break it all down. We explain everything. We go to our 4-hour chart. We plot the order block, and we go to a 1-hour chart and we narrow it down. We find the exact location that we want to trade. And if everything is aligned with structure and directions and all that, then we'll take the trade. Yeah. So gold, we're waiting on. Crude oil is up and up, moving and grooving. And then ZN is pending here as well. It hasn't really done anything today. So yeah, that is the scoop.
All right. Well, Jim, I want to thank you. Those setups and strategies look great. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in avoiding all the common pitfalls that traders fall into and learn how to make more money in less time without using your own capital and still reaping all of the rewards, then Mr. Simmons and his staff over at Neurostreet Academy have you covered. It's all in the 3-in-1 Global Assets Prop program. We've placed a special link in the chat box. That was Mr. Simmons of Neurostreet Trading Academy. Thank you much, Jim, for being here today, sharing the incredible opportunity with our audience. Great presentation. I know you guys do a bunch of different things. I always enjoy seeing them all. I'd like to wish you a happy Labor Day, and I hope you come back and see us again.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for having us as always. And thanks, traders, for hanging out. You guys have a fantastic weekend. Be safe, enjoy it, and we'll catch you next time.
Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thanks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned at the top of the show that we have a great lineup, and I hope everyone is listening closely because our last presenter is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the last 15 years. He wears several hats over at Right Line Trading. He's a trading coach, assists with optimization of trading strategies and indicators, provides logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the Right Line Trading community. Here to present AI Auto Trader powered by next-gen technology is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Rory.
Hey, Rob. Thank you very much. Beautiful introduction. I really appreciate that.
Hey, we appreciate you.
Listen, I always get fired up and excited to be on Traders Corner. It's always a huge audience, and I've got a really exciting presentation. So thank you for having me.
No problem, Roy. Take it away. We got your splash screen up. You seem good to go.
Awesome. Okay, I know it's been a long presentation, everybody, and I'm going to keep it. I know I respect your time. We're coming into this Labor Day weekend, and I think I'm more excited than anybody. It's always nice to get a long weekend and really kind of shift gears and get ready for the post-Labor Day. The market, the trading environment is always a lot more exciting and volatile. And it's a great time to get prepared for the next season. And I have a really great presentation. What I'm going to be showing to you today, we call our AI Auto Trader. And it's an automated strategy that runs on NinjaTrader 8 and it is based on mathematical modeling combined with artificial intelligence. With that being said, let's take care of the CFTC mandatory disclaimer, which in short states that this is for educational purposes only. I'm not a licensed financial advisor. There is a substantial amount of risk if you decide to trade. You could lose your entire trading account, and who knows? They might come looking for you for even more. So if you're not familiar with the risk associated with trading, please contact a licensed trade advisor. With that being said, Rob did a beautiful introduction, but I just wanted to, first introduce myself. My name's Rory Powers, and Rob is right. I've been with the Right Line Trading team for going on 10 years now, and I think part of my success is really the great woman that I have behind me. And they say good men always have a good woman behind them, and my wife, let me tell you, I really got blessed. She's Haitian American, and we have two beautiful children. One who's 5 months old on the 1st. Actually, should be 6 months old on the 1st. She was born March 1st. And then my second daughter is 4 years old. And let me tell you, I can't tell you how blessed that I am, and how grateful that I have my family in my life. We reside down here in South Florida. You're probably wondering about the hurricane. Let me tell you, we dodged another bullet. Thank God. It kind of went around to the northwest of us, and it looks like it hit almost the Panhandle, and then went on its way through Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina. But we're all safe and sound, thank God. And I understand there really weren't many injuries or fatalities, so that's a blessing. So let's keep the ball rolling. The Right Line Trading team, it's just not myself here pulling all the levers, thank God. I happen to be part of a very talented, educated, handsome team. And our vision, our number one goal, is to develop innovative trading strategies that help predict the future direction of price. And most importantly, we want to use that information to provide you, as well as ourselves, with an edge in trading the markets. Having an edge or an indication of where the future direction of price is going to go is really extremely valuable information. And the way we leverage that information in the financial markets can be done in a variety of different ways. And I'd like to first introduce very briefly, we have 3 live trading rooms. A lot of software vendors, they don't really have live trading rooms. What they'll do is, a lot of them become Monday morning quarterbacks, and they tell you about the trades they took last week and how much money they made yesterday and how they saw it coming the next day. That's, I think, what distinguishes us from a lot of these other vendors, where we have 3 professional traders on the right edge of the market for that opening bell each and every morning, Monday through Friday. So on my top right, I just want to very briefly mention that one of our key equity streams is for prop trading. Prop trading now is kind of took off like a wildfire. It's allowed everybody to get into the game. David Kushner has 8 funded prop accounts, and he trades them every morning live in our live trading room. Also, we have Craig Emery, who also trades in one of our futures room, and he focuses on the NASDAQ. He loves the NASDAQ, and he's developed a style using our software that provides him with consistent profits. In fact, just today, he had about $1,100 trading the NASDAQ in his live trading room. And certainly last but not least of our traders in the live trading rooms is Mr. David Wyse. David Wyse is a brilliant options trader. When it comes time to options trading, let me tell you, there's nobody that I'm aware of that has a higher win percentage than David. And he does it leveraging the software that we've developed. We also have Mark Sachs, who's also one of our traders. He's actually the founder of Right Line Trading. And he continues to provide support to our team in the development and his options alert services. Moving right along, we have a very experienced team of technicians, and I want to really briefly acknowledge them. We have Mr. Charles Sider, who has over 30 years of providing global client support and technical services. He's the engineer on the team, and I can't tell you how many meetings in the morning that he just meticulously looks at every I has to be dotted and T crossed, and he brings that to the team. We have Mr. Brock Miller. Brock Miller is a digital marketing specialist. He's actually right now he's a college student, and he's working towards his formal computer science degree. And by the way, I think it's important to note that Charles, he's a UCLA graduate and a very smart guy. We have Mr. Sergio Luque Rodriguez. He's a Cuban American. He's been with Right Line for about 10 years now, and he has a master's degree in computer science. When it comes time to developing software or solving problems, let me tell you, I don't care what it is, he will come to the solution. He will dig it out and find it. And last but certainly not least, the head of our department, the head of our team is Mr. Mark Miller. Mark Miller is a U.S. Army veteran. By the way, if anybody in our audience today is a member of the military or has been a member or has any relatives, my hat's off to you. We thank you for your service. You're a better man or woman than me. And Mark Miller brings those core values to the team. Those core values being transparency, integrity, honesty, and good old-fashioned hard work. Probably something that the two of us share is that our spirituality. He truly is a man of God, and those principles and values have found their way into every department of Right Line Trading. So I'm part of a very educated and talented team, and I'm very proud of that fact. Two of our youngest members, our newest, I should say, we have Mr. Jacob Thomas, and secondly, we have Mr. Brock Miller, who've been trading for about 2 or 3 months now. Okay, that's right, 2 or 3 months. They just began trading. They're considered newbies. They really don't know much about trading. This has been their first experience. And it took them both about I think one on their third try and one on his first try. Using the software that I'm about to share with you today, both of them were able to get funded through a very popular prop firm. And I want to congratulate them. Now, I respect your time. I know this has been a long presentation, and I don't want to talk too fast, and I'll probably run out of time at the end. So if during the presentation you find yourself interested and you have some questions, please post the questions in the chat box. I'm not being rude or disrespectful. If I don't have time at the end to get to all the questions, if you could just kindly put your name and phone number in the chat box. As soon as the presentation is over, I'll be happy to give you a call and answer any questions that you might have. Okay. With that being said, listen, this trading journey that we're all on, and I include myself because I've been trading the financial markets for over a decade now. but we all share, similar hurdles on this journey. And I have the privilege of talking to a number of you. I see the names in the audience. Thank you for joining me here today. And I've had the privilege of speaking with a number of you on the phone. And we all share these common problems, these that we run into. A lot of impulsive trading. We might take a few winners and think we've got it made, and then all of a sudden we take one loser and it wipes out those winners. And once that happens, the revenge trading kicks in, and we try to make it all back on one trade. And lo and behold, before the end of the day, we've blown out another trading account. So, a lot of us have bought indicators that just don't work. They lag price. We just don't have the proper tools to effectively trade the markets. So listen, if you find yourself with one of these struggles, I want to tell you that you're not alone. Not only are you not alone, I'm sure every single one of us has experienced some of these issues before. However, the good news, and I am here to show you some good news, is that it's my team's commitment to you today to bring all of this to an end. Okay? And I'm going to show you in just a moment here how we're going to do that. When you're looking at the right edge of the chart in the morning, and I've heard some of the presentations before me, and good Lord, I'll tell you, my trading journey has been full of frustration. I like to cut my winners short. I'll squeeze my stop. I'll revenge trade. And it's a very frustrating experience to continue to blow out accounts and not get consistent results after several years. So when you're at the right edge of that market and you have all of that static, having a powerful trading system that can help you predict the future direction of price is really key. And we've narrowed it down to two things that will create trading success. Number one, you have to have the proper tools. Okay? You have to have a software system that's going to identify risk and show you the best areas to get in and to get out. And ideally, since as humans we suffer from these emotional shortcomings, we would like the software to automatically get us in and automatically get us out at the most opportune times when risk is at its absolute lowest. I mean, listen, this is what the hedge funds, this is what the banks are doing. They're not sitting there clicking a mouse and waiting for a setup. They're using super powerful automated trading systems. And the benefits of doing that, it eliminates overthinking or hesitating or the emotional errors that I just briefly outlined that become so frustrating. The AI auto trader that I'm going to be showing here today, when it enters a trade, it has your stop and your targets placed in advance at the places that we've determined by doing a tremendous amount of data analysis to see where the best profit and stop locations would be for the variety of time frames that our system uses. So the stops, the profit targets, they're all placed for you. There's no more cutting your winners short, and there's no more mismanaged trades or over trading. So I'm going to get right in, because what I have here to show you today is just an extremely powerful portfolio. It's a diversified portfolio of different time frames, data series, and instruments that we can run simultaneously that make it an extremely powerful system, and it's all fully automated. When I say fully automated, you can actually set it and forget it because everything is contained within the strategy parameters and it is fully automated. So the first strategy that I want to highlight with you, and if you do decide to come aboard today, you will receive today for this special offer, you will receive all of the strategies that I'm about to mention. Number one is our golden goose strategy. That golden goose strategy, it trades gold, obviously. It trades gold right at the open of the COMEX, which is at about 8:20 in the morning. And it's a very exciting strategy. The golden goose will get into the trades when institutional money is driving the price of gold either higher or lower. It tracks the flow of institutional money. How does it do that? It looks at a disparity between uptick and downtick. When our software sniffs out that there's a huge disparity between buyers and sellers, we know that institutional money is driving the price of gold higher. We have a couple of other parameters that the system looks at, and once all of the conditions of our strategy have been met, the cross will come on your chart, and if your strategy is enabled, it will instantly fire off a trade. Okay, so this is an example of a gold chart just recently of the entries that it took and how it manages the trades to get you in when risk is at its lowest. And my next slide is going to show you this past week. Actually, this is over the majority of this month of the performance of gold. You can see the drawdown here. It's minuscule. Gold had a minuscule drawdown this month. And you can see my equity curve is up over $3,000. So it's a very powerful component of our portfolio. The next strategy that I want to highlight is called our Nighthawk. Our Nighthawk strategy runs on a 1-minute NASDAQ chart. It's very fast. It swoops in and it actually takes reversal trades, counter trend trades. And it held our single day record for just over $4,000 in a single session. Now we've time optimized it to where it only runs from 8:30 to 11. 8:30 to 11, those 3 hours out of the day. It's become one of our most consistent strategies. And let me tell you, a lot of people ask me, hey, does this work on evaluation accounts or prop accounts? Performance accounts, and it absolutely does. A recent example of how this system trades, you could see the entries that it took. The NASDAQ is actually headed up, and once it gets a little bit overextended, it takes the counter trend trade down and takes a full winner. Now, this happens to be a picture of today's NASDAQ, if I'm not mistaken. This is today's NASDAQ chart. Let me turn my ringer off. And you can see that the NASDAQ went up and the system took the trade short and got a full winner to our second target. The NASDAQ continued to go up and it took another trade, a short entry, and it came down and got our target, our first target. So in this uptrend, it waits for it to get overextended, and that's defined by our software, and it takes these counter trade entries and just hits winner after winner after winner today to make over $3,000 in today's session. So that's our NASDAQ. I like to call it a George Costanza. George Costanza from Seinfeld, there was an episode where he found whatever he did it wrong. So he figured out if he just does the exact opposite, he'll get it right. Well, that's what this does. This one does the exact opposite that we would have done as traders. We probably would have followed along in the direction of the trend and continued to get stopped out going long, where this one kept going short in an uptrend and made $3,000. $3,000. And let me tell you, it's not out of the ordinary. It's not going to make that money every day, but it's not out of the ordinary that it does this. Okay. This is an equity curve of the Nighthawk over the last 8 or 9 trading sessions, and it's up at just over $3,000. But I think the nicest thing to observe on this equity curve is there is no drawdown. There is no drawdown. So, which makes it, you know, a really nice option for prop accounts or evaluation accounts or even your live account. So let's talk about our next strategy, which is called our retirement plan. The retirement plan, and let me tell you, if this strategy keeps trading the way it has been, that's going to be you and I on this boat, and we're going to be retired, sailing off into the sunset. This thing has the ability to really run up the score quickly. I really love it because it has a 2.5 to 1 risk to reward ratio. It looks at the momentum on our Laguerre momentum and market internals for its entries. An extremely exciting strategy. This happens to now hold our daily record. And I think it's just under $5,000. I think it's about $4,500. Listen, that's in one session. $4,500 in one session. Myself, you know, I started off by saying, you know, one of my, let's say, character defects is I like to kind of take the money off the table a little too soon. So this was my chart today, trading the retirement plan. And once mine hit 750, I'm a conservative guy. If it hits 750, for the love of God, I don't want to give it back. And I'll take my money off the table and call it a day. So this was today's chart on the retirement plan. And you could see the beautiful trades that it took. It took a long entry, got both targets. It stood aside. It got faked out into a long entry here. It took a loser, and then it got right back in way underneath the 50. Momentum, you could see my Laguerre, my oscillator crossed over the 20. I had our background bias, which is one of our conditions that must be met. And the automated strategy got us into this trade early, and rode it all the way up for a full winner. And I got to 750 and happily and quickly disabled my strategy. Okay. For an equity curve, this thing can just knock it out of the park. This is the day it made 4,500. Since that day, a couple of days, it took a couple of days came back down, gave some of that back, then got right back on track and went up even higher. So the potential on this combined with the other strategies makes it a really great component of our portfolio. Our next strategy that I'd like to highlight is one of my favorites. We call this strategy our Freebird. And our Freebird strategy, the reason we call it a Freebird, it runs on the ES. And I always talk to a lot of traders that love to trade the ES. I just want to mention that all of these strategies that I'm discussing, they can all be traded either on the micros or they could be traded on the E-minis. Okay, so depending on what your risk tolerance is, depending on what size prop account or what size live account you have, we could trade these on the micros or we could trade these on the E-minis. And that holds true for every single one of these strategies. So the Freebird strategy is an extremely exciting strategy. And You know, we just came out with this not long ago. And our genesis, the reason why we released it when we did, because we had been testing it for a long time. But the timing on this, we're coming into Labor Day now. Post Labor Day, you know, when all the big shots come back from their summer break and they all come back to work, the market starts heating up. And we start to see that volatility and that volume and that follow through on these moves. And some really nice trends develop in the markets. And this Freebird is, let me tell you, it is going to thrive. And I'll show you why. The reason we call it the Freebird is this strategy trades the, like I had mentioned, the E-mini. And it has a very modest first target. The first target, I believe, is 2 points, 8 ticks. Once we hit our first target, our stop is going to go to -1 point because we want to give it some room, okay? We're not going to lose any money on the trade. We locked in a point of profit, okay? But we're going to put our stop at -1 point. We've just hit our first profit target of 2 points. And we're going to stay in the trade until momentum wanes and our 15 EMA changes colors. You can see the dotted line on this chart. That's just under above the 50 is a solid line. The 15 EMA on this chart is the dotted line. We have what's called, it's our proprietary momentum-based trailing stop. And this is why we're so excited coming into post-Labor Day. When these markets start getting volatile and start flying, we have the potential for our Freebird to get into some of these moves and fly free. And once this gets into flight, it's going to stay in flight until momentum wanes and our 15 EMA changes colors. Once the 15 EMA changes colors, you're going to get an exit on the line change, and it's going to take you out. Now, if you look at this entry, all right, and where it got in and where it got out, and you have a couple candles that pull back. Now, how many of you can honestly say that you would have stayed in for that maximum excursion? I know I wouldn't have. You know, I probably would have came into this area of support and squeeze my stop too tight because I see there's some wicks that came down. But this is fully automated. This is going to go according to the technicals. It's not based on opinions or biases. It looks strictly at the technicals. Okay? No emotion, emotion free. And listen, it'll continue to do it all day without making a mistake. This was a short entry here. It hit our first target and then came back and got a line change exit. The third entry went short, hit our first target, continued down, and then the line change and took us out. This was 3 nice trades for a $900 day, which is not rare. Our equity curve on the Freebird, you could see here right through the end of the month, the last couple of weeks of our trading session for the month of August. And this strategy is up close to 4,000. Okay. So again, a very powerful strategy. We have a powerhouse of optimized strategy templates that compose a diversified portfolio that all have different strategies, are all running on different time frames, and a lot of them are on different instruments. Another favorite of ours is the Hungry Hippo. The Hungry Hippo also trades on the ES10 range. The entry that it takes is a momentum-based entry. It looks at our Laguerre oscillator, as well as our market internals and our multi-time frame assessment of trend to take its entries. Those strategies that take those momentum-based entries, they don't respect market structure so much like our other ones. They'll trade right through the 15 and the 50. They pick up those market internals along with momentum, and they sniff out that institutional money is reversing that trade. And what it does is it gets you in the trades early. These strategies that are running on, we have two entries. We have our market internals entry, which is signal B, and then we have our signal A entry, which is our Laguerre momentum based entry that also looks at a couple of other conditions. So the Hungry Hippo, what I love about this one too, just like what I showed you in the last one, this one has a 2.5 to 1 risk to reward. Listen, the reason why we had, futures traders have a hard time being consistently profitable is because one loser wipes out 2 or 3 winners. Well, what these strategies have done, they've reversed that. They've put the risk to reward in our favor. We're taking very little heat on these trades. We did a data analysis of the MAE, and we found that these entries that our software provides you come with very little heat. So if we're not getting a lot of heat, then we're not going to have a big stop. I think one of our stops on the NASDAQ is as tight as 15 ticks. I think it's the Hungry Hippo. The Hungry Hippo or the Haymaker has the initial stop is only 15 ticks, and it crushes it. It could take a loser, it could take 2 losers, and then come back, and you have a winning day after one trade. So that's really, I think, one of the key components of our success. And that's what this slide illustrates. This strategy, the Hungry Hippo, if we look at a breakdown, this was this past week. It took 33 trades. I think you'd have to cut that in half. I'm not sure about the odd number, but our strategy, our ATM strategy calls for 2 contracts. So with a 2 contract strategy, if it's 34 trades, it's really 17 entries for the whole week. So for the whole week, it took 17 entries. And listen, this is a strategy that won 42% of the trades were profitable. 42%, okay? But the average losing trade is $191 compared to the average winning trade of $439. Okay, you see the difference there? So this chart in the background, it shows you the entries. We get into this trade. You can see to the left of my chart, on the left edge of my chart, we're in a long trend, in the bullish trend. Price comes back and retraces to the 50. Our Laguerre oscillator gets pinned down in that retracement, and then when it crosses the 20, and we have our market internals and our bias in alignment, it pops you into that trade and takes a huge first profit. That's really a huge first profit. I think it's like 50 or 60, 30, no, it's 30 ticks on the ES. So it hits the first profit target. The market kind of goes into consolidation and then shoots up and we hit a full winner. And that's how that Hungry Hippo will enter these trades off of that signal A entry. But my reason for highlighting this performance ratio was I wanted you to see that even with a 40% win rate or number of profitable trades, it's still extremely profitable because our winners are so much bigger than our losers. And listen, if you trade a prop account or you want to get started trading a prop account, if you want to stay funded once you do get funded, you have to have a strategy with very little drawdown. That's the key. That's how they get you. Because of that trailing drawdown, you keep chasing your tail and you can't get to your profit target because of their trailing drawdown. It's going to cut the life of your funded account. It's going to kill it, and it's going to keep you redoing your evaluation accounts. So these risk to reward ratios that I'm mentioning are for good reason. So let's keep moving. Again, you could see my drawdown is zero. It's zero. This has an equity curve of up over $6,000 going back to August 16th. And last but certainly not least, and I kind of saved my best for last. And I told you we had a powerhouse. We've got the haymaker. We refer to this the Mike Tyson of strategies. The haymaker, delivers the knockout punch. Another strategy with a 2.5 to 1 risk to reward. It runs on a 30 range on the NASDAQ. It has a 2 to 1 risk to reward. It's on the NASDAQ 30 range. And the reason why we call it the haymaker and the knockout punch, this one here, you could see the entries that it took. It gets in very early on that signal A. My Laguerre crosses. I've got the background bias. I've got those market internals in my direction. Institutional money's pushing the price of the NASDAQ higher, and I get in early. And I ride this move all the way up through my second target. Took very little heat on the entry, and I'm in. Here it looks like it took a long and got stopped out. So it's important to know that you're not going to win every trade. And then it gets right back in again. My Laguerre crosses the 20 line. It pops me into this long, and I'm in it for the second target. On this session, that strategy made $2,900. And that's our haymaker because, man, it hits home runs. And coming into Labor Day, when that NASDAQ starts running, and we're on this 30 range chart that could fly, the haymaker that's getting very little risk, you can see it took a loser here, very little drawdown, but gets back in and delivers a knockout punch. Let me tell you, this combined with our other strategies, if one of the two of those other strategies has a bad day, the haymaker is going to come in and clean it up and keep you on track. So it's a very, very powerful component of our strategy portfolio. And again, this is the analysis. You could see combined that our portfolio, I've shown you, for this, maybe this week or the last couple of weeks running these strategies, what our profits have been. Cumulative, when we check them all off, the strategies that you will receive today and that you will begin trading right after Labor Day or starting tomorrow. If you want to get in today, we can get you up and running tomorrow. This past week, the net profit, up until the time that before I started, we were up over $9,000. $9,000. Okay, trading all of these instruments simultaneously. Okay, me trying to trade these individually with the charts in front of me, trying to make these split-second decisions. Scared to God that I'm going to lose my money. There's no way in the world that I would have been able to pull that off. Okay, so with this, it makes it possible. This past week's performance, $9,105. Okay, that'll get you funded, and that'll keep you funded. So I want to get into my special offer, and part of the special offer, if you decide to come aboard today, you're going to become a part of our community of traders. We have the absolute best Discord chat group. We have a community of traders that's 300 deep now that all shares their daily results, what's working, what's not working. We have our prop trader channel that they tell us which prop companies are offering the biggest discounts that week or what's working for their prop accounts and tricks of the trade that, little tips to be successful as a prop trader. Listen, as a community, there's power in numbers. There's power in numbers, and hearing as a community what's working and what's not is extremely helpful. And having a venue that provides that community of support, not only with technical support, but with the general chat channel and the daily results channel. If you have an issue and you need help, it's all in that Discord chat group. And I want to show you the special offer. So you'll become a part of our Discord chat group. And what we're going to do, I know it's been a long day, so I'm not going to take a lot of your time. But I want to get you in the game with this. For Traders Corner, we absolutely love Traders Corner. Every time we come, there's like 200 or 300 people. And thank you guys. Thank you for joining us here today on Traders Corner. But what we've done here today is we've doubled our coupon code. The coupon code today is going to be save $200, and it's going to bring it down to $2.99 for the first month. We want to lower the bar. We want the opportunity to show you how this works. Okay, we know after the first month you're going to be with us for life, like a lot of our other members. So we've lowered the bar today for the Traders Corner special only. We're going to include, and this may very well be the last time that we include our full portfolio. If you get in now, you'll be grandfathered in to receive all of our future templates. Okay. After Labor Day, we might go to just selling individual strategies because I mean we have a powerhouse, a portfolio of strategies that can all have extremely high value standing alone. So with that being said, it's $2.99 for this Traders Corner special. I want to put a link in the room. The best value is going to be the annual. I'm telling you, get it now for the annual because it's a huge discount. It's $29.99 for the year. Once you apply the save $1,000, the $2.99 will cover you. $29.99 will cover you for the entire year. If you break that down by the month, I think it's about $250 per month. So your best value is going to be the annual. And I'm going to put right now in the chat box, if I can find it. Give me just a second. I want to put my special offer link. And I also want to add that I know it's Labor Day weekend. We have a long weekend coming, and I don't want you to feel that if you decide to come aboard now, that your time will begin, that the clock will start today. It won't. If you decide to come aboard now, and I urge you to get in early because we want to get you up and running. We want, when that opening bell comes on Tuesday, and Labor Day is behind us, we want you licensed. We want everything up and running. And when that bell rings, you're going to be enabled and ready to rock and roll. We want you to be prepared. So if you do decide to come aboard today, the clock's not going to start till next week, okay, after we get back from the holiday weekend. The special offer does expire Monday. The coupon codes will be valid through Monday. Okay. So I just wanted to take a moment to answer the questions. And I'm going to escape out of here and bring up my Discord chat. I did want to mention that we do provide you with incredible technical support. But if we go into our Discord chat group, we have our general trade channel where our members post their results for the day. They talk about which strategies are working, which ones are not working. We have our daily results channel where we have our traders that post their results for the day. Saxon yesterday was up 3,000. KC, Revel, if we look at his results, we're on the Nighthawk, he was up 1,500. The retirement plan, 1,900. On the Haymaker, 1,600. So these are, our members that are getting the same exact results that I just showed you. Okay. I don't want you to feel that this is smoke and mirrors, because it's not. Are we going to get these kind of results every day? Probably not. But let me tell you, we have the potential to do it, and I think we can come pretty close to being that consistent with winning results that I'm showing you here today. We have a great prop trading channel. We have 1 million prop traders that are part of our community, and you will be part of that community as well. So with that being said, let me see if I can run through the questions real quick. Let me find them. I know my time is up, Rob. I don't know why it does that all the time. Let me go back to my offer slide. Now listen, if I don't get to your question I had mentioned earlier, please don't hold it against me. Type in your name and your number. I will give you a call when this is over. I'm just going to grab a bite to eat for lunch, and I will give you a call. So just to answer a few of the questions, yes, it is being recorded. We are going to send out a replay shortly. And I know Traders Corner is going to post theirs. I think they posted to their YouTube channel. So let me go back to when I started, which was about 3:45. How is fully automated? Yes, Naski, this is fully automated. The strategies are built on the NinjaTrader 8 platform. Once you enable them, everything is in place and everything is automatic. You can set it and forget it. We have the hours that it trades. We have, once it reaches a certain profit target, it stops. We have a trailing profit target, so you can't give back all your profits. We have a loss limit. So everything is fully automated. What was the capital employed in retirement plan? Great question, Kumar. Listen, again, I'm not a licensed trade advisor. For the micros, if you had a $2,500 account, you could probably run the full diversity of our entire portfolio. For the E-minis, you'd probably want to start with I would say a minimum of 7,500 to 10,000. You could, that's to run the entire portfolio. If you want to run singles, you would need significantly less money. Richard asked, do any of your strategies use time? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for mentioning that, and I failed to mention. Our portfolio has a diversity of different time frames. We run time-based charts. We also run range-based charts. In the strategy parameters, we can really leverage any bar type that we choose. Right now, you will receive strategies that contain both time-based templates and range-based templates. They do come with all the chart indicators. We had some traders I saw today that are leveraging the signals to trade on a discretionary basis. So if you do decide to come aboard today or over the holiday weekend, you will receive the chart templates, the strategy templates, and our proprietary ATM strategies. Dan asked how many contracts we use to make the 9,000. All of our strategies that I highlighted today was based on a 2-contract strategy on the E-minis, not the micros, on the minis. Two contracts, Dan. With that signal A entry we have with the Laguerre, it gets us in early. Early. Is it only for futures? Yes, right now it is. All right, listen, I see a bunch of numbers and I can't wait to talk to you guys. I really prefer to talk on the phone. Let me grab a bite to eat, and I will definitely give anybody who leaves their name and number in, I will give you a call as soon as I get a sandwich in me. And I want to end up by thanking you for joining me here today. It's always an honor, really, and a privilege to get to present our products and with you. And thank you for your time. I want to wish you and your families a blessed holiday weekend. I hope you spend time with the people that you care about the most, and you realize the fruits of the Spirit. Amen. Have a great holiday weekend, everybody. God bless you.